Good morning. Shh. Good morning and welcome to the Energy Future Forum presented by RealClear. I'm Portia Roberts. I'm the Policy Director for the National Center for Energy Analytics, and I'll be your MC today. We've got a packed agenda, so I'm eager to get us started. If you're in the audience, please silence your cell phones. And without further ado, please welcome David DesRosiers, Conference Co-Chair and President of the RealClear Foundation.
Thank you all for coming. I like the mindset and language of medicine for thinking about public policy, particularly energy policy. Energy and environmental policy doctors need their own Hippocratic oath, a commitment to do no harm, at least to leave the patient better, not worse. What an improvement that would be on what we are presently doing. What we are doing prescriptively to address the ostensible ills of global climate change has not been tested on a representative sample to prove its intended upsides and reveal any downsides. What we're doing is being tested instead on the fly and at scale. What could possibly go wrong with a command and control reordering of the entire global economy? I think a lot. What happens when we graft a Greta Thunberg emotion on a weak stem of positive knowledge? We get the Green New Deal and its Hunger Games logic and way of life. My real clear read is that the United States, nationally and globally, is foisting energy policies on civilization that will do real harm. And we're doing it like our lives depend on it. Prosperity born of energy abundance is the unnamed disease. Virtuous privation, it's its unnamed cure. Tighten your waist belts, put on a sweater, buy a hand fan, dry your clothes on the line, take less vacations and get used to it. This is the new green normal. Sadly, we lack a shared working therapeutic framework and consensus for energy and environmental policy. Of course, there's a consensus governing the global new Green Deal and its party, but any such consensus is in trouble if the smart money is pricing its expected failure into betting and investment. That's exactly what's happening with the Green New Deal. It is quietly being shorted economically and for good reason. It's not a life-affirming pro-growth, pro-man, pro-environment winning consensus. None of the American workhorses of the energy sector have been destroyed. In fact, production and sales are up. Meanwhile, epic gushers of Green New Deal money are propping up wind and solar in its ESG tulip marketplace. It's the consumer in the larger economy, right, dependent on abundant, reliable, and affordable energy that are suffering. How is that working so far? We see the consequences clearly in England, whose energy policy represents the direction that many in Washington want to take America. British consumers pay 75% more for electricity, and businesses pay twice as much than we do in the United States. This was documented by my colleague Rupert Darwell, who you'll hear from later, in his recent paper. Germany, too, is deindustrializing at green scale. Our allies across the pond are also suffering geopolitically. Following the Biden administration's moratorium on new LNG export licenses last month, for the first time in almost 2 years, Europe has imported more gas from Russia than the United States. Make it difficult to drill new wells and build new pipelines, and the value of existing wells and infrastructure increases. Big oil and big gas will do okay. But the riggers, the pipe fitters, and the families and towns they sustain are suffering, as are the American middle class and poor. Welcome to the 2024 Hunger Games, scheduled programming until 2050. This is what's moving European American politics to the right. Progressive dreams are nightmares for the poor and the middle class. Existential crisis, the planetary catastrophe, is the language of policy therapeutic blackmail. It's the doctor saying, you will die if you do not swallow this green pill. Coercive politics, economics, and pseudoscience of catastrophe are the Green New Deal's chosen bedside manner, way, and therapeutic means. Every time that humanity has adopted this coercive mindset, we have failed, and at great cost to ourselves and to the environment. Fortunately, there's another way that has consistently worked well for mankind since its discovery, which predated and inspired the American mind, character, our politics, and our economic guardrails. It's the policy of a free politics, a free market, and a free science that has served Western civilization and the American people so well. As you would expect, the intellectuals and the green priest behind the new Green New Deal hate it, which ought to tell us something. The United States can take a different road, doing what it knows works, getting behind an energy policy that favors, funds, nurtures a freedom-centric therapeutic in the service of solving the environmental problems that man creates through the application of his own human ingenuity. How do we get there? How do we change lanes? During COVID, a group of public health scientists, led by just 3 skeptical leaders in the field, stood up to the establishment of settled science and said no. They understood that the proposed cure was worse than the disease, that a pandemic of great risk to the elderly with several comorbidities was being turned into a public health disaster through coercive lockdowns and social isolation. It was called the Great Barrington Declaration. It garnered 1 million signatures and helped push the American mind and politics back towards public health sanity, a triumph for free politics, free markets, and free science. Energy and environmental realists need to do the same and stand up and say no to the Green New Deal and its coercive mindset and Hunger Games logic. Instead of a declaration, I propose a planetary abundance wager that comes with its own declaration of political, economic, and scientific independence. Let's make a public bet with the leadership of the Green New Deal on the where, the how, the why, and the when that they're going to fail, and invite them to take the other side of the bet. There's a precedent for making such line drawing, put your money where your minds are, public wagers. In the 1980s, a business professor, Julian Simon, and biologist Paul Ehrlich made a public bet on the issue of resource scarcity, with the year 1990 being the end point. Ehrlich wagered that several crucial resources would be higher in price at the end of 10 years. Simon, that they would be cheaper. Simon bet on free politics, free markets, and free science, wagering that man is not the problem, but the solutions to the problem that he himself creates, have already projecting that the UK would fall as a consequence of natural resource gluttony by the year 2000. Ehrlich took the other side of the bet. Yeah, Rupert, you just came from, it's still there, isn't it? Yeah. But sadly, the Ehrlichian doom and gloom mindset appears immune to political reality. The Malthusian-infused Club of Rome crowd, still worried about population control and other doomsday threats, remains committed to coercion. It keeps moving the goalposts of doom further and further out. Sadly, this stubbornness is a chronic political disease requiring a coordinated political, economic, and scientific response. We invite you to help us think through what this new planetary abundance wager might look like. Think of your own Julian Simon bet and submit it on the Energy Future Forum portal. We'll read the best at the end. We've already received a number of them, and they're very good. When we come up with a waterfront of expected failures born of the coercive mindset, we'll put it before the likes of those who control our energy policy. We'll open a betting book and invite the Davos crowd to publicly lose some of their money and hopefully more of their prestige. We really think that this could be a wonderful sorting method for coercive nonsense. We've barely begun to imagine the possibilities of free politics, free markets, and free science, for human prosperity and planetary stewardship. Today, we're serving up a conference dedicated to what an energy future predicated on these values would look like. Mark Mills, my friend, is a visionary of these key values, and today's conference reflects what he sees as possible with a change of mindset. Thank you, Mark. Finally, Mark's vision and ours would not have been given the in-the-flesh live stream expression were it not for the Arthur N. Roop Foundation. The Roop Foundation provided the lead wager, in a sense, for our abundance versus scarcity games. Thank you, Mr. Roop, and the foundation that carries your good sense and name into the present and to the future. And a special shout out to Jerry James, who's with the Roop Foundation, but not here with us today. He'll be watching us like many via live stream. Let me turn it over to Mark, but let the planetary abundance games begin. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was an epic kickoff and a great wager. And by now, you'll understand why David is the Thomas Paine of our time. You've just heard the philosophical cousin of Paine's pamphlet. Some of you might remember from your high school days, titled Common Sense, which 250 years ago played a major role in the American Revolution. In our time, it's no less revolutionary than it was 2 centuries ago to push back against any political orthodoxy. And we're at a time again that cries out for the rediscovery of common sense, especially when it comes to energy policies. Today's ruling energy orthodoxy, as all of you know, is the idea that the world is undergoing or could undergo an energy transition. No one attending here or listening needs to be told what that phrase means. But for the record, the idea is that we can radically reduce, if not eliminate, the use of hydrocarbons, oil, gas, and coal. Those 3 fuels, again, as the energy cognoscenti in this room know, supply over 80% of America and the world's energy needs. But that fact, which is still not widely known, understates reality. Hydrocarbons are used everywhere, somehow, in 100% of what we build and use in civilization. The goal of the transition is not only to change that fact, but to do so rapidly. That pursuit is the key mission of the ill-named Inflation Reduction Act, wherein that legislation is dominantly directed at funding, mandating, and coercing actions to seek an energy transition. It is a government enterprise that is arguably unprecedented in American history, certainly in the history of industrial programs. A proper accounting of the IRA reveals that its real costs were far greater than the as-advertised cost before it was passed. It will likely deploy a total of $2 to $3 trillion in pursuit of the energy transition. For context, in inflation-adjusted terms, the United States deployed $4 trillion to prosecute World War II. That level of spending, complemented by similar pursuits in dozens of states, is one of the defining issues of our times. It's no exaggeration to say that the realities, the physics, the engineering, the economics of energy systems are now squarely in the middle of the future of the U.S. economy, and thus unavoidably at the center of policy and political debates. It may be obvious, but I'll state it again, that it's not just that society as we know it, and that life itself would not exist, but for vast supplies of energy. Energy is consumed by every invention, every product, every service that makes life not only possible, but safe, interesting, convenient, enjoyable, even beautiful. Energy policies are bets on ensuring there's enough energy to meet the demands of what people will need and want now, and critically, and in the future. But there is a foundational truth, one that's relevant for forecasters and policymakers, and it's that over all of history, innovators have invented far more ways to consume energy than to produce it. One of humanity's remarkable capabilities is that we invent future wants, and thus we invent new energy demands. There was no energy demand for air conditioning before its invention. There was no energy used for flying until the airplane. To note a couple of other obvious examples, the same is true for the car, for pharmaceuticals, and for computing. The global computing ecosystem now uses more energy than global aviation, and the former is growing far faster than the latter, and now comes artificial intelligence, AI. In energy terms, AI is to computers what jet engines are to aircraft. Energy policies are thus also bets on what it's possible to build and supply those needs. Supply follows demand, but a lack of supply can kill demand. The past and the present offer a lot of examples of large swaths of unmet needs, not just in America, but around the world. And when it comes to supplying energy, there is kind of an ironclad hierarchy. One first needs, self-evidently, enough energy. You can't consume what you don't produce. And energy shortfalls not only stifle economic growth, but if severe, are lethal. Then energy abundance has to be cheap. Affordability matters. The visible political touchstone, of course, for that reality is the price of a gallon of gasoline. More hidden is the industrial touchstone, which is the combined price of hydrocarbons and electricity. Ignoring that latter reality is what, as David noted earlier, is causing the United Kingdom and Germany to sink into economically destructive deindustrialization. And the third feature of the ironclad energy hierarchy is reliability at all scales and at all time frames. Reliability is not only about meeting energy needs of people and machines and systems minute by minute, but also over days, weeks, months, and years. The absence of energy when needed can crash not just machines, but economies. Reliability is the inverse of fragility in energy systems and supply chains. Reliability is a sine qua non that allows low-cost abundance to be taken for granted. High reliability always means that energy as an issue sort of shrinks into the twilight of everyday concerns. But reliability for engineers, systems planners, is the Sisyphean battle that one is always fighting because you're designing and building energy supply chains to combat the realities of the relentless and often malevolent interferences that come from nature, from accidents, and of course from humans. There's kind of a complex kabuki dance in simultaneously balancing that triumvirate of needs: abundance, affordability, reliability. And how that dance can be performed is fundamentally dictated, I'll reveal my bias, by the physics of energy and how it is manifested in systems that we can build and that we can afford. You could call it the physics of money. You'll not have missed that I have made no mention of the environment in that ironclad energy hierarchy. Abundant, affordable, and reliable energy create the conditions for wealth that in turn make possible the time and capital for everything else beyond mere survival, from healthcare to entertainment, as well as, and especially for, the modern luxury of environmental protection. You break that virtuous circle and we know what happens. Over history and around the world today, we've seen the correlation between environmental degradation and poverty. Thus, it was predictable that energy pundits would rediscover the energy hierarchy with all the hype around the most recent and recently invented energy-using infrastructure. I'm referring, of course, to AI, artificial intelligence. AI is a pure example of the invention of energy demands. Electric utilities around the country are now reporting epic jumps in forecasts for near-term power demand. The end of the interregnum of flat growth in electric demand comes not because of enthusiasm for electric vehicles, nor because of the repatriation of semiconductor factories. Both those are significant new demand vectors. But it comes because of the fact that the so-called virtual world of software can only exist within the physical world of energy-hungry hardware. The cloud, whether measured in terms of the size of the network, the capital deployed, or the energy used, is on track to become the biggest infrastructure ever built by humanity. Global capital spending on energy-using hardware to build the cloud and its networks now exceeds the global capital spending by all electric utilities on energy-producing power plants and their networks. For context, today, the global cloud already consumes 10 times more electricity than all the world's EVs combined. And even if EV adoption expands at the rate that the enthusiasts think, the cloud will still outpace the electricity demand of EVs, and by a lot, and especially now with the rush to buy AI hardware. And we're still in early days of AI adoption. To continue with the AI and jet engine analogy, the aviation industry had been booming for 3 decades before the 1958 introduction of the first viable commercial jet aircraft, the Boeing 707. Some of you of a certain age may have actually flown on one. After that game changer, flying measured in passenger miles vaulted over tenfold in under a decade and continued soaring, and energy use followed. Mark Andreessen, Silicon Valley pioneer and venture capital potentate, said over a decade ago that he expected software, famous line he coined, software would eat the world. By that he meant software would disrupt large swaths of the economy. He was right, but he may not have imagined then that the hardware that makes the software possible would eat the grid. And do you think AI is the last energy-using innovation that will ever emerge? Of course not. The question answers itself. And that says nothing about the energy implications of billions of people who seek economic growth to rise out of poverty and come to enjoy the benefits of yesterday's inventions, from air conditioning to cars and to vacations using airplanes. For all practical purposes and the time frames that matter, new demands for energy are unlimited, and if we employ common sense, so too are new supplies. To return to Mark Andreessen, He has more recently issued a long, impassioned Techno-Optimist's Manifesto, which I commend to you to read if you haven't read it. It includes a specific section on energy. That manifesto observes, and I'll quote it precisely, quote, "We believe energy should be in an upward spiral. Energy is the foundational engine of our civilization. The more energy we have, the more people we can have, and the better everyone's lives can be," end quote. From Silicon Valley. To which I say, of course, amen. So let's turn to the abundance wager that David has put in play. I have one of my own suggestions for a wager in the tradition of the great Julian Simon, his bets of days of yore. And a personal aside, Julian happened to have been both a friend and a neighbor, a delightful and brilliant man. I take the bet in the Simon tradition that over the coming decade, we'll see global energy rise, not shrink. I take the bet that global production and use of hydrocarbons will expand and not contract, in parallel with rising alternative energy use and production. And I take the bet that we'll see the abandonment of the idea of an energy transition. These bets all derive from the primacy of the iron law of the energy hierarchy, the demand for abundance, affordability, and reliability. And when it comes to bets and forecasts, the visible, it's not a hidden elephant in the room, and I haven't used the word, is the climate debate. And it is the motivation for the energy transition, as everyone watching or listening knows. But it matters not a whit what one thinks about climate science when it comes to analyzing the physics and economics of energy systems that we know how to build. They are entirely independent magisteria. And that's why this energy forum is constructed the way it is. Our purpose today is to help illuminate energy realities for precisely the reasons that David and I have highlighted. And for that, we've brought together leading experts and thinkers across the energy landscape to engage in one-on-one conversations about the realities of where we are, where we might go, talk about challenges. And as I promised, David promised in advance in the promotion, this is a PowerPoint-free zone. So there are no PowerPoints except backdrop slides. This is to facilitate candor. There are no canned speeches except, to some extent, what David and I have importuned you with. I want to thank David, in fact, David DesRosiers, the RealClear Foundation, for making this Energy Future Forum possible. And I have to also thank Heritage Foundation and the President, Kevin Roberts, for providing us a spectacular venue, and Greg Sindelar, who's the president of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, who is in the room. I don't think Kevin is in the room. Kevin is in the room. Greg is here for being the anchor and the sponsor for the new National Center for Energy Analytics, which I have the honor of founding and directing. So let me briefly, in just a few seconds, introduce your interlocutors. These are my friends who have agreed, have been dragooned into participating in the interlocutions of our guests. These are wonderful humans who have the abundance of the future in their heart and in their mind. I'll introduce them quickly in order in which you'll hear from them. We're going to rotate through interlocutors so that you don't get imbued with the style of any one of us talking to our guests. First is Peter Bryant, though originally from New Zealand. He has flown in from his adopted home in Los Angeles, where he serves as board chair of Clario, a global consultancy with a particular focus on mines, minerals, and energy. Peter also leads an informal global coalition of mining companies and policymakers, about which you'll be hearing much more from us at the National Center. Then Rupert Darwal will be up, has flown in from the United Kingdom, where he resides, but his intellectual home, his new philosophical home, is in Washington, D.C., as a senior fellow at the RealClear Foundation. Earlier, Rupert was a special advisor to the United Kingdom's Chancellor of the Exchequer. I love British titles. My father was a squadron leader. It's a much nicer title than commander, I think. Earlier, Rupert was also, he's also author of 2 books, and one in the oven, and myriad articles and on energy realities. And then Scott Tinker, who flew in from the great state of Texas, which some in Washington, of course, think is another country. Certainly Texans often do, where he now runs an energy education empire, among other things, and hosts a PBS TV series called Energy Switch, which I commend to you. You can find it on the magic YouTube machine. Scott recently retired as the director of the School of Economic Geology, which is a wonderful title because it blends the 2 domains. And he was and remains an emeritus professor of geology at the University of Texas. So now, as David said, we can let the planetary abundance games begin. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Peter Bryant and Jesse Ausubel.
Good morning, everyone. And actually, it was funny. I was on the flight over from Los Angeles, and for some reason, I watched the Hunger Games for no reason. Now I know why. I was forced to do it. So we're going to have a conversation with Jesse around some different framing around environmental issues. But maybe I'll just do some opening remarks to start with, which kind of build on what both David and Mark were saying. So I think what we see with this kind of headlong rush, particularly in the West, to renewable energy, is in the context of the environment, I think two unfortunate framings have come out, which kind of, I believe, result in a kind of a dishonest and unfortunate dialogue. One is this notion of good and bad. So if you are for solar and wind, you're good about the environment. If you have a different thought process around that, you must be bad because you're anti the environment. So I think that's an unfortunate framing. And the other one is this notion that if we do solar and wind, that has zero environmental impact. And everything else has a negative impact on the environment. And I think those two things really create an impression that there is human activity that doesn't have a negative impact. And I believe our very existence on this planet and everything we do has a negative impact. And we need to have a necessary dialogue to be able to do trade-offs. Because if you do one thing over another, there is a negative impact. And this impact has caused weird behavior, you get massive delays in everything that we do. It doesn't matter if it's a power line, a solar farm, oil and gas pipelines, everything gets slowed down because there is negative impacts, and we need to have a discussion about that. And it kind of flows into policy as well, because they're not hearing this kind of sensible discussion. And I'm fortunate to be working in Saudi Arabia with the Saudi Arabian government on their minerals forum. And in the ministerial roundtables with the ministers from Africa, I've heard African ministers, rail against the hypocrisy of the West as this kind of, I call it headlong rush to the exit, prevents them from providing electricity based on natural gas or coal to provide their people that don't have any energy, any electricity, to do it and bring them out of poverty. And it is. I mean, it's a hypocrisy. It's almost immoral in my view. So those are some of the unintended consequences of our policies that impact outside the US, because it stops people like the World Bank, IMF, to fund necessary energy projects, and it opens up geopolitical competition. But that's not what we're here to talk about, Jesse. So I think as we're growing our energy production footprint, and we all, I think, are trying to lessen the environmental impact of any kind of energy we're doing. Jesse, let's start with, you have an interesting thought that you say renewable energy is not necessarily green. So that's almost a hypocrisy. But do you want to unpack that for us?
Yeah,
and by the way, we've got matching shirt, tie, and socks.
I'm here to represent the green world. I do represent the trees and the fish. A species of lobster is named after my family, as well as a genus of bryozoans. So the bryozoans and the lobster are here. But actually, first I want to go back to the bet. I'll offer a version of the bet that by the year 2050, in the state of Texas, per capita consumption of kale will exceed per capita consumption of oil. So if anyone will take that bet.
Okay. Hold that thought.
There. Okay, but yeah, so what I like to say is renewables may be renewable, but renewables are not green. And anytime you hear people say green energy or clean energy, you should immediately stop and challenge that. It's the real Achilles heel of solar, wind, hydro, biomass is in fact that when you scale them up, they have enormous environmental consequences. In thinking about the environmental consequences of energy, I like to say one needs to have a balanced view of three aspects of decarbonization, which relates a lot to the atmosphere, of dematerialization, all the stuff that gets used, and land sparing. Finally, most of the rest of nature, sea sparing as well, in the oceans or on land, depends on space. And so the more humanity extends into nature and extends its activities into nature, the less room the fish, the lobsters, the bryozoans, whatever it may be, has. And much of the trouble we've created over the last 3,000 years has had to do with careless, excessive, unwise, imprudent spread. And all you have to do is think about any of the so-called renewables, and you realize that they all are terrible threats to land sparing. At the same time, the incredible progress of precision agriculture and precision forestry is allowing us to produce enormous numbers of bushels of corn or wheat or soybeans or mangoes, whatever you want, with less and less land, and therefore also usually with less water, less fertilizer, less herbicide, fungicide. So we can spare materials as we spare land and create space for the rest of nature. Human nature is part of nature, but the rest of nature deserves its place. So as we think about energy, we need to think about land sparing. We need to think about the tremendous demands on materials, particularly that the battery economy, the SWB, the solar wind battery economy, may place. Of course, the copper, the cobalt, nickel, manganese, all that. And then, of course, we do also need to think about what we put into the atmosphere. I personally think it's crazy to think that we'll transform the composition of the atmosphere and will change the land surface and the climate won't change. That's a very weird hypothesis to me. So I think we are in an era in which human activities are changing and will change the climate. We're also in the middle of a 300-year process in which the H molecules, the hydrogen molecules in the hydrocarbons, are gradually producing more and more of the value in combustion. And we should continue that process to elevate the H's over the C's, which means moving more to natural gas and to nuclear that can also produce hydrogen. So one can imagine a much cleaner energy system that addresses the environmental trinity of decarbonization, dematerialization, and land sparing.
Interesting notions, Jesse. Kind of challenging people's conventional thinking there. Let's tackle land sparing for a moment. I know you have a thought around, which is also something people don't think about, as cities are actually something that can protect nature. That particularly gets into your land sparing concept.
Cities are the solution. They're not the problem. We need to operate them better and better, more like cruise ships, one might say, in a more circular way. But obviously, if 10 or 20 million people, as in many urban areas in China, concentrate, that allows much more land for the rest of nature, for whether it's for pandas or insects or birds or others. So we need to see cities in a very favorable way, and we need to make them very attractive. In fact, for the most part, people want to move to cities. If you look at places like China, there's been a tremendous urbanization. Or, in fact, the most urbanized continent in the world is South America. About 70% of people in South America live in cities. This will happen in Africa as well, the urbanization. The cities are magnets, but we have to make them very attractive magnets, beautiful magnets. Beauty relaxes people, I think, so it's very important to build beauty into cities. And we need to be very frugal in cities with use of water and other resources.
Okay. Let's just pick on this land sparing thing, because it's interesting. Land sparing is actually, in my non-profit world, we do a lot of work with First Nations, and one of their biggest concerns, particularly with solar and onshore wind, is the disturbance on the land and the massive land footprint they'll have and disturbance of nature. What's the conversation we need to have with people to kind of go one layer deeper on land sparing? I mean, what sort of conversation you would have with somebody that I just want to build 1,000 acres of solar?
Well, I would say they're evil, because we want to share land with the rest of nature, and we want to spare land for nature. We don't want to appropriate. Don't want to continue to appropriate more for ourselves, which we don't need to do. The best measure of I would say, of the productivity of energy and the progress of energy is watts per square meter. You can take all the major forms of energy from nuclear through all the hydrocarbons to including biomass, wood and hay, wind, solar, tidal energy. You can denominate them all in watts per square meter. And finally, it's a very simple way. If you need a certain number of kilowatts or kilowatt hours, you can say, in the end, we're going to need this many acres or hectares or square kilometers in order to, we're going to need that hinterland to power Washington, D.C. or Austin, Texas, or whatever it may be. So I think that should be in the forefront of all environmental impact assessments relating to energy. And in talking with First Nations people, obviously they still have, in many places they were left with what were regarded the wastelands, but now are often ecological treasures.
Yes.
And why do we have to go and take them? We don't, because with the very dense forms of energy that produce lots of watts per square meter, like very good current natural gas power plants or nuclear power plants, we can produce enormous amounts of kilowatt hours that will correctly power Mark's information economy without damming new valleys, without flooding areas, without. To me, when I drive through Vermont now, I'm a marine guy, I'm a fish guy, and I feel like the landscape, it looks like they've covered it with fish scales called solar panels. It's awful. I mean, if they first I would say, again, let's shrink agriculture, but if you want to grow something, grow grapes. Again, if you go to Germany or France now, you see the substitution of silicon. Say it's the Rolling Stones painted black. Why take beautiful green landscapes and paint them black? Because that's what absorbs the sunlight. It's a horrible thing.
I mean, you're not the typical person that cares about the environment. This is not a typical discourse of somebody that cares about the environment.
Well, I don't agree with that.
You don't? Okay, that's why I just threw it out there. So
no. I think it's. I think one has to. I think there are many flavors of green.
Yes.
And one shouldn't. I'll go back to the kale. I don't. To me, flying. I love Texas, but flying spinach grown in Texas in aircraft to Washington, D.C. so people can have salad for lunch, that doesn't really strike me as green. So I think there are a lot of category errors that people make when they think of what's green. And again, flying spinach in aircraft around the world doesn't strike me as green, but land sparing does strike me as green. And I think there are many other people who feel that way.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm with you on that one. So let's just dig into this precision operations. You mentioned ag and forestry, and you talk about the sixth resource, information, in the context of that. I mean, what can we learn? Can you go a bit deeper into that? And what can we learn in energy from?
Yeah, well, Mark really put forward the central point about the 21st century. We have the traditional resources of water, energy, land, materials, people, personnel. But the sixth information is resources information. And what's really changed now is that we want more bits and bytes and not more kilos and liters. And that's the new revolution. So I never use the phrase intensification of agriculture. I always talk about precision agriculture and precision forestry because it's better weather forecasts, it's smarter seeds, it's more information. It could be more information about the market that leads to higher output, also better profits, I would say. So we need to be adding information everywhere into the system. I'd say the same thing about some of the new materials, niobium or indium or gallium. These are vitamins. You're taking materials and making them smarter by adding things here and there. So again, the precision agriculture doesn't mean using necessarily, it doesn't mean using more fertilizer, more herbicide or pesticide. It means using more information, so you're actually using the other inputs more intelligently, but in smaller amounts. A number of people have written about this idea of more from less, and they're on the right track with that.
It's kind of system optimization, if you like.
Yes.
And hopefully AI, then the promise of AI, they talk about obviously being massive electricity consumers. At the same time, it might help us optimize natural systems, energy systems, whatever.
And, and Mark is right also that we've entered a world in which everything has to be on all the time. The immersive, autonomous world, for the 9 or 10 billion people, everybody, if for all of these things to work, everybody has to be fully connected all the time, whether it's the financial markets or the weather forecasts or avoiding natural hazards. So the energy for for 9 or 10 billion people to be in this 21st century economy, including everyone. Well, I think most people in China are in it, but increasingly in India, Indonesia, elsewhere. I completely agree. The information depends on the electricity.
Yeah. Jesse, let's just pick on this environmental issue. So I think the danger with the debate, everything that's gone on with activists, etc., is the public discourse on the environmental has become one-dimensional, I think, in that it's all about climate change. So people forget about the aspects you're talking about. And there are people that care, obviously, but I think the level of public discourse has got to the point as the environment equals climate change. How do we change that? How do we get back to the things you're talking about? Because that's the thing that can drive sensible discussion, sensible policy, because we're not taking, I think, these things into account sufficiently. How do we go about this? I know this is not your area, but I think it's important.
I don't think that humans are rational in that sense. So I think the you need people. The people have always believed lots of crazy things. With due respect for David DesRosiers, the virgin birth does strike me as it's a hard idea. Yeah. So I don't think the 21st century or the next 1,000 years will be different that way. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's in some way it has to come from feeling or sentiment or belief or care. You'd be sympathetic, more like St. Francis. You have to care about the trees and the fish in some way. I don't think it, but people people are going to continue to have all sorts of what scientists would consider crazy beliefs. So I don't think it's sort of this war of rationality where you're just going to go out and educate people and somehow everybody is going to shift their behavior because they studied something in school. So there has to be some kind of other movement of ideas in the society where the vision, the share of the majority of the people, a big majority of the people, it changes in some way. That it's not. Again, it's not. I don't think it's a matter of hiring PR companies to messages that will persuade people.
Okay, interesting. Let's go back to your environmental trinity, because I like that notion, and we've spent a lot of time on land sparing. Let's just switch to dematerialization. You touched on it before. Do you want to kind of, it seems almost counterintuitive, because as we expand population, we expand resource usage, it seems to be that we're expanding our consumption of materials and natural resources. Do you want to, so dematerialization, how do you think about that?
My colleague Ido Wernick, who's here, and I have looked at this for 30 years and followed very carefully the consumption, the absolute consumption, and the relative consumption, or the intensity of consumption of materials per dollar of GDP or per capita. To our surprise, we found that around the year 1970, there was a kind of peak in the US. Many materials, almost all materials, the usage was going up until about 1970. And then some materials actually started peaking and falling off at that time. And a lot of them started to plateau, including petroleum, by the way. Water, we've probably passed peak water consumption in the US and peak cropland use. And then there are only a few materials, chickens and gallium, that are going up. Okay. Chickens, poultry are incredible machines. Yeah. You have to realize that just as gas replaces oil, replaces coal, replaces wood and hay, chickens they're better machines. They're just for producing meat. They're really so. Farmers are not. Farmers are smart, and they've shifted production. It's not because of red meat and health. It's because they're very, very efficient machines. And there are billions of them now. They're winning.
You're giving us some new notions.
Yes,
Thank you.
You have to watch out for the avian viruses.
Yeah.
In this we've looked at 100 different commodities, and it turns out only in the U.S. since 1900, only 9 of them are really materializing. About 40 are falling, both absolutely and relatively, and about 50 are in the middle, kind of going not here or there. Now, of course, China and India are behind us, and so other parts of the world will continue materializing. But in general, our feeling is that in the U.S. economy, it's information that's winning. That's what the new input, what's being produced in vastly larger amounts every day, is bits and bytes. Now, again, there is an infrastructure behind that. Václav Smil has also written about that, and an energy infrastructure and a material infrastructure. But it's not on the same scale as the interstate of kilos as the interstate highways or building airports or cities themselves. So I think we have a real chance to get more from less with materials. Also, materials themselves, as I say, are getting smarter. Yeah. So things like glass bricks can be beautiful and can have all sorts of fantastic qualities. They're a harmless, low-cost silicon, I'll say, sand, but they can be turned into all kinds of things. And so I think materials science, materials engineering at many research institutions now, people are coming up with incredible properties. One that I love are aerogels, which are almost evanescent. They almost disappear in the sense of kilos, but they can have wonderful properties. So I think the 21st century, again, can be, just as it can be a great century for genetics in this way and genomics in terms of land sparing, it can be a great century. Material science and engineering can do lots of things so that as we build in the future, we're not mining as much in terms of kilos. If we don't take the throwback, if we don't go on the old and I would say unwise route of what a lot of people call renewables.
Renewables, yeah. I'm going to take it, again, I know policy and stuff's not your thing. It's not quite policy, but I mean, in the US context, you kind of scratched on the rest of the world with China and India. But, if you think about, Africa's probably got 500-600 million people without electricity, another 500 million. They're on different paths of their development cycle. How do we work with those countries? So forgetting China and India for a moment, but those other countries so that they don't just follow the exact same path we did, which is massive material intensity of activity. How do we help them actually short circuit all that? It's a bit like they skipped banks and ATMs and just went straight to banking on phone. How do we help them kind of short circuit?
Well, it's a very hard question for America. I don't think we can forget India and China because the most fateful question for the planet is I'll say the development of India and China, not only because of what happens within those countries, but because if China does build, let's say, 150 or 200 nuclear power plants, you can be sure they're going to want to export 300 or 500.
Sure. Yep. As they do with coal, by the way.
India.
Right now.
And so the choices that India and China make are, in fact, the most important choices. Okay. They'll have much more influence, I think, than the choice that America or Denmark makes. So I'd say that's, but obviously there are some things in which the U.S. continues to lead, and those will diffuse in other parts of the world. So I think I would, again, in terms of things like aspects of the hydrogen economy, it's extremely important what may happen in the U.S. I'm a big fan of Scott Tinker's neighbors, Houston Net Power, trying to build these very compact close to zero emission power plants running on methane. And if those work and go online in Texas in 2027, America, whether it's Net Power or other companies, we could export hundreds of those, thousands of those to Latin America and China, which would be great for those places and lucrative for American workers, and very benign for the environment.
Yeah, I mean, actually, methane and energy is what, in terms of protecting the environment, turning somebody's waste into something more valuable. Is that a significant area we should be more focused on?
Alchemy. No, we've always liked alchemy. I still do. I think. This comes back to in a way to nuclear, because high temperature heat is another, I think, a 21st century sort of thing, and the kinds of things that can be done, whether it's incineration of certain kinds of hazardous wastes, or again high temperature thermochemical production of hydrogen. If we can have, if we can have abundant high temperature heat, all the nuclear energy doesn't have to make electricity. Some of the nuclear power plants, the nuclear plants can make high temperature heat, which can be used for all kinds of things. The problem of waste disposal, let's say of hazardous wastes and wastes in cities, hasn't gone away, and the NIMBY problem persists, and I think we really may want to revisit incineration in a modern way in the 21st century if we really can do things, and Europe is doing much more of this than the US. If we can really maintain high temperatures very steadily, then the chance to get rid of some of the very nasty byproducts of other activities and just end up with ash that can become part of roadbeds or whatever goes way, way up. So that's part of a kind of circular economy, and again, I would say a dematerialization where you, instead of just spreading these things out, you can concentrate them, reduce them, and render them harmless.
Okay, that's good. Now, and our clock's counting down. We talk about biodiversity. You touched on this, so maybe you have a personal stake in biodiversity with you actually, probably the only person in this room that has a living species named after yourself. Do you want to very quickly just regale that story, because I think it's really interesting and very unique.
Yeah, well, I count fish, and I'm an ocean explorer, and much of the biosphere is still unexplored and undiscovered, especially in the oceans and the deep sea, the deeper reaches of reefs. There are about 250,000 known described forms of life in the oceans, but there are probably several 100,000 more still to be named and described and named, and so there are opportunities for all of you and your children. So we shouldn't lose that sense. I mean, the age of discovery is not over. So there's lots still to learn, and these forms of life, and they make a living in incredible ways. They make a living at very low temperatures. They make a living at very high temperatures. They make a living in places that are lots of salt. They regenerate limbs like starfish. So whatever you want to say about some aspects of the Endangered Species Act, other forms of life are really smart, and you shouldn't dismiss them. Just to close on a kind of serious note, one should remember the microbial world too. I was talking mostly about the larger species. There may be, let's say, 100 million phylotypes of the viruses and things. The total volume of the COVID, which disrupted our lives so horribly over the last 4 or 5 years, the total volume of that globally was about 10 kilos. So anybody who thinks that only plutonium and nuclear weapons are powerful, think again. Biology is really, really powerful. We should treat the microbial world, the microbiomes, with great, great respect. So it's, I love the whales, I love my lobster, but those.
Just if you haven't picked it up, he has a lobster off Thailand, right?
Philippines.
Off the Philippines, that's named after him. So we all have to go out and find a new species to be named after ourselves. I think that's tremendous. Any quick one last takeaway, Jesse, that you want everybody should do, say or act differently when they leave today? What would you recommend in terms of everything we've talked about?
Well, I would say think green, but to use the phrase that the Breakthrough Institute people out in California use, I think we need a kind of eco-modernism. We need a new version of green that becomes popular, which is, I would say, much smarter about materials, about energy. It's not a matter of rejecting nature or treating nature as some other. It's a matter of, I think, again, seeing our own human nature, our own nature as part of nature, but to be with nature in this way and very respectful of its beauty and power.
Jesse, thank you. You've left us with some really great thoughts. I like that. We need a new version of green. I was listening to a conversation on our table where we need a new version of ESG. So I think that's kind of a different flavour of that. I love the notion of watts per square metre as a way to frame, when we think about energy policy. Chickens are efficient machines. I think we'll work with that one. And I like the other one. It's got, and solar panels look like somebody's just laid fish scales out across the beautiful landscape, which is, again, it's got a great vision there. And I think you've given us some serious thinking that we have to do about the environment, but also the environment is not a bad thing. We've got to think about it in a positive way, and there's different versions of it. So, Jesse, thank you very much, and appreciate everyone's attention.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Nick. That was fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rupert Darwall and Terrence Keeley.
Wow, that was a terrific session.
To be clear, we're pivoting from kale and rhizomes to 401ks. So just get ready for the transition here.
The transition is, we heard from a very thoughtful iconoclast, perhaps apostate, and Terrence, you are one too in a different field.
For my sins, that's right.
No one has done more than Terrence Keeley to break Wall Street's spiral of silence on ESG. His book, Sustainable, was a theoretical and empirical refutation of Wall Street's ESG self-serving mantra of doing well by doing good. The world has moved on a great deal since Sustainable was published in November 2022, vindicating your arguments and the positions that you set out in the book. And so has Terry, a man of prodigious energy. He hasn't stopped. Together with Senator Phil Gramm, he has curated a collection of really interesting essays in this book, Ending ESG and Restoring the Economic Enlightenment, which I hope we can talk about in our session. During his stellar career on Wall Street, Terry became a senior manager at BlackRock and remains a great advocate of index funds. As John Bogle, founder of Vanguard, put it, don't look for the needle in the haystack, just buy the haystack. Yeah. Before asking Terry about ESG, climate change, and the attempt to distort capital allocation across the energy sector, there was a passage in your essay with Phil Gramm that leapt out at me, if I can quote. Increasingly, large index managers are supplanting the roles of democratically accountable agents, the roles democratically accountable agencies are supposed to play by imposing their own environmental and social agendas at the financial expense of their clients.
That's right.
Now, coming from a former senior executive from the largest index fund provider, you're making a very serious accusation. In fact, I would say a double accusation, circumventing democratically constituted government and doing so in a way that contravenes the fiduciary duty those fund managers owe to their clients. So really, recently you appeared before a committee of the Canadian House of Commons. There you articulated a bedrock axiom of rational energy and climate policy, which I'll summarise as it's the consumption stupid. You also had an encounter with one MP who was particularly exercised by her womb. Please tell us all about it.
Yeah. Well, listen, great to be with you all this morning. And for clarity, I'm on Team Abundance. I'm on Team Abundance because I'm pro-humanity. And I think that we would do well, those of us who share that view, to always take the extra time that Jesse did to point out that it is energy abundant societies that are the cleanest. It is the energy abundant societies that are actually achieving the greatest environmental outcomes. So if we're not on team abundance, I just want to get this out. I had this curious trip to Ottawa a couple of weeks ago, and I was invited by a conservative MP from British Columbia, God bless him, and the purpose of the testimony was to opine on whether or not the Canadian pension system should adopt net zero investment stratagems, net zero framework for asset allocation. And to be very clear, there is little that is more counterproductive than the current efforts by, let's say, our friends on the left to promote investment products that are in line with the Paris Accords of 2050. Broadly speaking, of the 500 corporations in the S&P 500, only about 150 are actually completely aligned with the goals of Paris, which means you would have to divest from the other 350 companies in the S&P 500. Well, there is simply no way, going back to the haystack, that you can have an efficient portfolio for a portfolio that is truly risk-adjusted, optimized, by only investing in 150 companies. So I got into quite an interesting exchange with Laurel Collins, an MP from Victoria. When you have multiple parties, by the way, you can get elected to office with 41% of the vote, which is what happened to her. So we decry the two-party system, but I can think of advantages of the two-party system, as Congressman Bowman just found out last night. But I digress. What I think ended up was a discussion with Laurel Collins about, broadly speaking, this concept of divesting from oil and gas. And we'll get into some numbers, I think, on ESG. We'll get into some numbers. But broadly speaking, the counter exchange was worth seeing. It's on Twitter. And Laurel Collins became, as I think is too often the case, very hysterical in her criticism of those who do not support divestment from oil and gas. And I've learned that hysterical is not a good word to use. So for those of you who look at the etymology, and you'll find out that it is off-putting to approximately 1/4 of the planet. I learned that. But what we ended up concluding, myself and MP Collins, was that in fact, the greatest challenges that we have in our lives, dear friends, those who are on Team Humanity and Team Abundance, it's not the climate deniers. It's not the climate deniers that are a problem. Our problem is the trade-off deniers, those who do not see any trade-offs in these decisions. And I think Jesse and Peter started us off on a conversation that I think is a necessary conversation to understand that if we go one direction, it almost invariably comes at some cost.
When you were in Ottawa, you told the Canadians that the Canadians might be able to divest their way to a green portfolio, but they cannot divest their way to a green globe. Can you put some further thought on that?
So when you think about, in fact, the actual intentions behind a lot of the net zero investment movements, and broadly speaking, these same tenets underscore the now $35 trillion ESG and sustainable investment market, which is approximately $1 out of every 4 out of every 5 in the financial system, now already aligned towards these net zero concepts. Broadly speaking, they involve divestment. Broadly speaking, they involve the aversion of shares in the oil and gas sector and other poorly performing ESG companies. Well, this is literally on its head, Rupert. This is exactly the opposite of what we need to do. If you, in fact, believe in a greener world, if, in fact, you're trying to promote decarbonization or demilitarization or some of the other terms that Jesse has used, we're going to need to invest in those industries, not divest from those industries. And so I think it's a point worth taking away for sure. You can have a green portfolio. You can divest your way to a green portfolio. You can have whatever salve of your conscience that brings, and I don't think anybody should invest in ways which are against their principles. But you have to understand at the same time that you are not actually promoting the world that you want. And of course, is the second order, which you got into a little bit when you were talking about index funds. If you are if you have divested, you're no longer a shareholder. You're no longer voting in that company. You are no longer participating in the corporate governance of that company. And so it is literally the exact opposite of what you should do. If you care about what ExxonMobil is up to or Occidental Petroleum, and clearly Warren Buffett does, one of the largest shareholders of Occidental Petroleum and Chevron, what you want to do is be at the table, not away from the table.
Terry, can you talk about, there's ESG is an attempt at allocating capital away from sin industries towards virtuous ones, the black and white mistaken framing that was talked about earlier. But in your view, what matters, what drives capital asset allocation investment in industries is demand. And as long as demand remains there, capital will flow to support that demand.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So, and a little bit, we got into this in the book with Senator Phil Gramm, that broadly speaking, divestment literally does nothing to the demand side. I think it's important to have a couple of data points for the group, staying on the concept of what's going on with greenhouse gases globally. Today, 3 countries alone, India, China, and Russia, account for 2.5 times the greenhouse gas emissions of the North American continent and the European Union combined. Worth repeating, 2.5 times, 3 countries, China, India, Russia, probably also why Jesse brought up the fact that we all should care greatly about what China and India are doing in terms of promoting their energy mix. But to stick on the important point, we have to be very cognizant that divesting from a certain industry does nothing to the underlying dynamics of that industry. And I think it's useful to bring this into context with the sin stocks, right? So for decades, the 4 sin categories, alcohol, tobacco, gambling, firearms, many religious organizations, including the Holy Father, Pope Francis, who I served as chairman of the Vatican Financial Reform Commission, have divested from these industries. They don't want to put their capital someplace where they find the activities abhorrent. Well, that's perfectly reasonable, Rupert. But what you cannot expect is that's going to limit gun use or going to stop people from smoking or having a Bud Light, no pun intended, or playing red versus black. The underlying activities themselves will take place. And broadly speaking, the idea of divesting from our own oil and gas industry by not promoting not only energy abundance, we talk a lot about energy abundance, but we should be coupling that with energy independence. Every nation state needs to look at their energy mix from a national security standpoint. What we should note is that divestiture is actually not going to do anything but perhaps make you more reliant on Vladimir Putin and Maduro and other sort of rogue agents around the world, depending on what your global politics are.
When you were writing Sustainable, presumably it's during lockdown, during the COVID pandemic,
Yeah.
and ESG at that time was having a very strong run. The oil and gas stocks
ESG was taking in $8 billion a day. $8 billion a day worth of flows into ESG funds.
And oil and gas stocks were on their backs, and
Right.
for a time, the price of oil was negative because it was being refined, but no one would take it. Mm-hmm. And as we came out of COVID, we did have the mantra about the Great Reset, but actually what we saw was a repricing of energy stocks. Right. To what extent, in your view, has the market, the way the markets has spoken, damaged the case for ESG?
Well, I think I did an event yesterday with Phil Gramm at AEI, and we talked about peak ESG. I think peak ESG is actually a couple of years ago. That's true in shareholder resolutions, which are now coming down. But the worst performing year for ESG stocks, of that sector that I described that's about 35 trillion, was 2022. When energy stocks went up about 25% and the rest of the market, including NASDAQ and some of the tech-heavy, went down a similar amount. But the second worst year in performance for ESG stocks was 2023. And interestingly, what happened, which is always the case, because of the mad rush into clean energy shares over the years before, last year, clean energy stocks fell about 60%, at the same time the stock market was up 22%. Clean energy stocks last year fell almost 60%. So there you are with a portfolio full of Sunrun and Enphase and taking in water. Now, you may be able to say that's in line with your principles, good, but it's not a very good way to build a healthy retirement. And so what you really need to look at is to the extent that you've taken a decision with portions of your portfolio to be ethically invested, or you're willing to take lower returns. Some people are willing to take those lower returns, all well and good. But one would think that taking lower returns in your portfolio should be accompanied by some type of advancement of a social or environmental cause simultaneously. You should have some other compensating, and that is simply not the case with ESG. I'll quote Bill Gates, he of much fame, saying that so far ESG investment, that multi-trillion-dollar market I've spoken about, has not taken 1 ton of carbon out of the air. ESG investments have not taken 1 ton of carbon out of the air. Well, that's a failed strategy.
There's been pushback also from red states,
Yes.
hasn't there? And there's also looming in the background. I mean, you have BlackRock and so forth forming. There was the net zero asset managers and so forth. And there's been an issue of this form of collusion might constitute an antitrust behaviour. To what extent do you think those two factors, the red state pushback and the antitrust issue, have modified the way that people like the BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street have been behaving?
The quick answer is not enough, but I think it's a useful time for the benefit of the room, for those of you who do not know where ESG itself came from. We talk about it in the opening chapter of the book, but ESG did not spontaneously generate, nor was it handed down on stone tablets on Mount Sinai. ESG is the direct result of the United Nations efforts over the years to promote the Millennial Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals, which ultimately traces itself to the 1948 Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which Eleanor Roosevelt effectively crafted after the Second World War. The United Nations has seen as its role for decades to promote broader human flourishing. And in 2005, Kofi Annan, then Secretary General, asked a group of financiers to come up with a series of principles by which the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals could somehow be promoted. That is known as the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment. They were inaugurated in April 2006. Actually, Kofi Annan himself rang the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. And it was from those principles that all of these concepts of ESG investing and materiality and material risks have come from. So it's important to understand that this is where this thing started. It started with, broadly speaking, an effort, the good intentions, always good intentions, there's good intentions everywhere, that were to promote these sustainable development goals. Largely speaking, though, their application has been through these measures that we've been talking about of divestment and tilting and timing. And itself, I think you opened, Phil and I are calling for the end of ESG. It is wrongly premised. We should never have done it. If you do the counterfactual, where would the world be today without ESG as this background concept that keeps flowing through we would be almost certainly exactly where we are, but we wouldn't be suffering under this false paradigm or this unpromising paradigm of having, there's something out there of doing well, doing good. There's a way that we can do backdoor socialism that will be even better than front door socialism. We can do this without democratic, rules. And I said to Phil on the stage yesterday, Phil, I don't know if you would have voted for the Clean Air Act, but today you support the Clean Air Act. And I think there are a number of decisions that society has to make with regard to the environment. I think, Jesse, you would agree with that as well. But those things need to be made democratically, not by some self-appointed elite that is decided at the Securities Emissions Commission, Securities Exchange Commission, that was a joke, that that somehow has decided in a back way we've got to do this about scope 3 emissions. That's just not the way to make decisions. And it's going to be, unfortunately, a road to less abundance, a road to less energy independence and less energy cleanliness, ultimately. And I think we should keep on coming back to that. We're all trying to get to the same place. I support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I think most people would do so within reason. But how do we best get there? Do we get there best through team abundance or team scarcity? And it's very clear. There should be no doubt in this room, I doubt there is, that is through team abundance.
Terry, I'm very glad you mentioned principles for responsible investment, because in 2015, PRI produced what I would call a lobbyist manual called Fiduciary Duty in the 21st Century.
Right,
now, for you as a fund manager, fiduciary duty is almost a sacred trust. And what we see with the PRI effort there is the attempt to eviscerate fiduciary duty.
I just read that document yesterday, and I was, this happens a lot, I think, in Washington and in public policy. If you want to have a really inflationary act, a very inflationary piece of legislation, call it the Anti-Inflation Act. This is oh boy, this is going to produce a lot of inflation. Why don't we just call it the anti-inflation? So this piece that was written by proponents for the UNPRI's fiduciary concepts. Broadly speaking, this is stakeholder capitalism versus old-fashioned capitalism. And many of you will have read Milton Friedman's famous article on the role of a corporation. I'll just say there's no improving on that article. There is absolutely no way to improve on the way Milton Friedman conceived of the role of a corporation in society, which is all things equal, while following laws and regulations and the norms of society. Those are the various qualifiers that he put in before he said corporations' responsibility are to maximize profits. So there are qualifiers on this. Milton Friedman did not say it is the role of corporations to maximize short-term profits at all costs, which is how many people from the left would want to characterize that article. It's simply not the case. So, one of the reasons why there's so much pressure on corporations today to solve various human problems is because other actors who are actually responsible, like politicians, for putting the right laws in place and putting the right regulators, are not doing their jobs. So if we really want to have some new approach to carbon, some new approach to emissions, the way to do that is democratically, not through some group of large-scale index providers who have the ability to vote your shares, Rupert, without you knowing how they're voting those shares in ways that are not necessarily in your financial interests. That is a very pernicious and unfortunate consequence of the positive development of rising index funds.
Do you think, this is the most litigious society on the face of the planet.
Yes.
Do you think that there is a risk of investors who've lost money on ESG products taking some of these providers to court? Well,
and they are. So there are a range of lawsuits that are making their way through the courts now, largely from the public pension plans, CalPERS, New York State Common, where the beneficiaries of those plans are saying, hold it, you've been promoting something other than what I really need, which is fully funded retirement. That my goal, let me make the decisions with my own money, what I decide I want to do, if I want to promote those causes. And this concept of doing well and doing good, that somehow there are a series of investments out there where one can promote some social or environmental outcome while simultaneously making market rates. That is possible. That actually is taking place in the impact investment market. It's a small market. It's about $1 trillion market versus about $140 trillion in investable assets globally. But there, people very deliberately, Rupert, are taking trade-offs with their cash. They accept that if I'm building a water plant in Rwanda and I'm going to get a 4% return, they're willing to accept that lower return as part of what they're trying to achieve. Let's have that type of revolution. Let's go through that type of reincarnation of the capital markets, because there are Plenty of people out there who want their capital to do well and do good and are willing to have concessionary returns. I say, oh, have at it. If it's your money, you should decide what you want to do with it.
You mentioned briefly the SEC
Yes.
and the climate disclosure rule, which has recently been finalised. Now, the SEC, one of the reasons, justifications the SEC gives for that, is that it's in response to investor demand. To what extent do you see that as a bona fide reason, justification?
Well, let me tell a personal story. Every Thanksgiving, I sit down with my niece, being the financial professional in the family, I sit down with my nieces and nephews and brothers and sisters and go over their 401ks. And so everybody put it out. Let's, transparency, best disinfectant. And let's see where everybody's got their cash invested and make sure that I don't have to support anybody when they're over 65. It turned out that all of the next gen, all of the nieces and nephews were in ESG funds. They all had taken the Vanguard option. And I was saying, well, why are you in this? Well, Marin, why did you do this? Why have you chosen? Oh, make the world a better place. Oh, better, climate change. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, this is the absolute last thing that will address. And they are simply misallocated. And if some of you may know, Larry Fink no longer uses the term of ESG. He's retired it from his vocabulary because it is, mostly because it's not good for his stock price, but largely it's because he knows that it's a losing battle now in terms of, there are a number of studies that show very clearly, if you want your stock performance to be optimized, you do not become green and you do not become red. You become studiously neutral and apolitical. Studiously neutral and apolitical firms outperform political firms. But to finish on the niece and nephew story, the asset management industry is being very lazy in terms of its disclosures about what its funds do and do not do. As you know, I've started a new company, the Impact Evaluation Lab, which evaluates funds very genuinely on their authenticity, on whether or not they're generating impact and what their financial performance are, which is exactly what we need, more transparency in that space. And what I find fascinating is if you actually look at all these ESG funds, none of them, if you look at the fine print in this disclosures, in the investment management agreements, none of them make any claim to have any impact. All they say is they're trying to beat the MSCI index. All we're trying to do is beat this index, which by itself was created to further this ESG industrial investment complex. And it's not achieving its goals. So that's what I would say to my nieces and nephews. Get out of those damn ESG funds. Stay in a S&P 500 fund that charges you 1 basis point and use your excess returns to do whatever you'd like to do to better the world.
And there's in terms of investment performance, it's an axiom that if you limit the universe of your possible investment options, you are increasing your risk without a gain in return.
By the haystack. By the haystack. Yeah. No, I think John Bogle did a great service, and these ETFs and the growth of these index funds is very much a positive development. It's the democratization of finance. It used to be the case that you had to go into mutual funds that were charging you hundreds of basis points and not returning the market. So we should welcome the index investment phenomenon, but we're going to have to think through what the voting implications of that, what the actual implications of that are for stewardship. And I think most firms are now really trying to turn the page on that as well.
Yes, I think you say in the book that in 40% of US listed companies, the index providers are the largest shareholders. So what should be their neutral policy on voting those proxies?
Well, what I would say is that there has been a decline in the last 2 years in the number of shareholder resolutions that are very ESG focused. So there was peak ESG resolutions in 2021. It came down a little bit in 2022. Last year there were fewer of these, really spurious Scope 3 emission votes that were forced upon shareholders. What I would say is that there are a growing number of firms that create voting options where you can vote your own shares, or you can choose an ideology of shareholders. So Catholics have the opportunity to click the Catholic button. Those who are green have a green button to pick. Those who are more pro-growth. This is now providing choice to shareholders, and that's coming to a retail market that already exists in the institutional market. That's a positive. We should welcome that.
We've got 5 minutes, Terry. There's an election in November, and there will be a new chair of the SEC. You are nominated by the incoming president. You've been confirmed. What would be your order of business at the SEC?
I think coming back to this issue of the fiduciary rule, I mean, the fiduciary rule in its essence can also not be improved upon. Just as Milton Friedman's understanding of what is the role of the corporation cannot be improved upon. It is the right vision to have. I didn't bring up a water bottle, but most of the water bottles that you have on your table today have 1/3 the amount of plastic that they had in them 3 years ago. And the reason for that is not because of some green concept, although I'm sure that helped, and there is some consumer choice element there, but it's because it's cheaper to make that bottle with less plastic in it. And obviously, that's the reason why it should take place. I would really focus on the fiduciary rules, understanding what the fiduciary rules, understanding that no votes should be taken on behalf of other people's money. That doesn't advance their financial interest first and foremost. That would be a focus that I would have. And I would be looking to Congress to adjudicate much more of the issues. The House Judiciary Committee recently started antitrust looks at what was going on in some of the voting. I don't think I would go that angle. That is not the, but I would be very hell-bent on making sure my nieces and nephews and Teamsters and public employees around the country were getting the best possible financial outcomes in their saves, in their retirement funds.
You mentioned Larry Fink has dropped using the ESG moniker, and in that discussion with David Rubenstein, he said, "I don't use it because the far left see ESG as a means of using other people's money to decarbonize the companies that they invest in," and yet. BlackRock and the other two index funds actually follow this in the notorious Scope 3 proposal on Chevron, thus putting Larry Fink, by his own definition, putting BlackRock on the far left of American politics. How is politics taken out of finance in that way?
I don't know that politics is ever taken out of finance, but understand it's also not taken out of how corporations need to make a decision. The famous recent episode of Bud Light and the fiasco that Bud Light went through by attempting to diversify its consumer base by promoting alternative lifestyles, and then finding out that, in fact, while that might have led to some incremental demand, it led to a 30% decline in their most loyal consumer base in the consumption of Bud Light. And I think that consumers ultimately, I ascribe to Jesse's hopeful vision of the future, I have to say. I do believe that the next generation is trying to make more choices that are mindful of circularity, that are mindful of sustainability. And I believe that corporations will actually align themselves with a sustainability agenda more and more, because that is what society demands. And by the way, they should not do so before, and they should not be too late to that party. They should be mindful of the outcomes that society, that we all want. I think that we all want. I'm in favor of clean air, clean water, and sensible land use, Jesse. I'm with you on those goals.
To thoughtfulness, we can add mindfulness.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Terry.
Pleasure.
Fantastic session.
Pleasure.
Please welcome Scott Tinker and Neil Atkinson.
All right. Well, the first thing I need to do is apologize to Peter and Rupert for my socks, because they're remarkably boring relative to them. So I might get some at lunch and see what we can do here. Confess some biases. My father was with Shell Oil Company for 39 years, and I worked in the oil business myself for 17. a lot of aspects of it, including research. And then 25 years ago, I went to the wonderful world of academia, where there's absolutely no bias, as we all know, and have been in that for a long time, and spent my career trying to simplify this complex world of energy, the economy, and the environment. And people say I do a good job of that, and I tell them, and I mean this, that's because that's the level I understand it, at a very simple level. And that's one of our challenges, I think, is to get that out in a way. Jesse mentioned kale in Texas several times. So in Texas, I gave a TED Talk to 1,100 students about kale and cow. And you can go look at that online, using kale and cow as a metaphor for density, food density and energy density. And that led eventually to the revelation that there's no renewable energy. It all comes from the earth. It gets made into energy collection systems, gets dumped back in the earth over and over. It's not renewable. And I lived, here I am, to tell the tale of that experience. But I do want to acknowledge Mark Mills, who's been an influence to all of us, as has Jesse and many others. Mark asked me to be on the NCA board early on, and I said yes, and then he kind of eased into, and you can be in that seat for a talk, and then that changed, and he eased me into, actually, you're going to do 4 of these today. And I think if I had to place a bet, it would be that I'm going to be doing even more for Mark in the year ahead. So I'll lay that out. But it's wonderful to be here. We're going to actually mention the word oil in D.C.
Very good.
Are you ready for that, Neil? Mentioning the word oil in D.C. It could be a shocking moment, but it's really a pleasure to be here with you. You have a long history in energy, in oil and oil markets, and Neil headed up the portfolio at the IEA for several years on that, among many other things, and so I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Let me start off by being dramatic for effect. The IEA, to some of us, seems to have veered off into advocacy land in the last few years, specifically focused along Western Europe, climate-heavy narratives, it seems. I could be wrong, but help us understand the IEA. I mean, how's it governed? How does it work? Give us your insights to set the stage.
Thanks very much for the invitation to come here from Mark, and I think originally before that, I think from Bob McNally. It's great to be here as the second Brit to speak today. Good to come to the dear old colonies, see how they're coming along. Sadly, I don't have time on this trip to go around all 6 of them. Oh no, you've expanded a bit. Sorry, you've got an empire as well now. I forgot. And of course, not chance to take advantage of your incredibly cheap gasoline. Although I noticed on the corner just outside here, ExxonMobil seemed to be making a single-handed effort to bridge the gap between the United States and Europe. Anyhow, I was head of the Oil Industry and Markets Division at the International Energy Agency until just about 3 years ago, based in Paris, where I continue to live. Anybody that follows British politics very closely will understand why anybody British that can live abroad actually does so. And my perspective on the IEA is this, very simple. It is a member-led organization. It currently has 31 full members. All but I think 7 of them are European. You've got the US, Canada, Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, Korea, Japan. I may miss somebody out, but the rest of them are essentially European. And in its early days, the IEA was even more Euro-focused or Eurocentric than it is today. And of course, the members of the International Energy Agency, every member government, is signed up to the Paris Climate Change Accord. The United States was, then it wasn't, and now it is, and maybe it won't be again. We'll have to wait and see. But nominally, every member government of the IEA signed up to the Paris Climate Accord. And the way the IEA works, every 2 years, all the energy ministers from the various countries come to Paris, and they talk about the program of the agency for the next couple of years or so. And thank God that meeting doesn't take place any more regularly than every 2 years. Anyway, I won't digress on that one. But Rick Perry springs to mind. Now, the Energy Ministerial sets the goals for the IEA for the next 2 years or so. every year, 3 or 4 times a year, the governing board of the IEA meets, which is basically senior officials from the ministries and departments around the IEA member countries to mark its homework. Now, essentially, the IEA, in very broad terms, is carrying out the mandate of its member governments, whether you like it or not. And being a predominantly Eurocentric organization and looking at the energy policies of most of the European countries, and of course of the European Union, which is not a member of the IEA but plays a participatory role, it is hardly surprising that the bias amongst the output of the IEA is towards the achievements of the Paris Climate Agreement goals, and of course, most famously in the IEA's Net Zero to 2050 study, which came out just about the time I left the agency. So you can say in its defense that it is doing what its members want it to do. However, the criticism, I think, which is being validly made is that the IEA is, I think, not being sufficiently independent of the directives of its members to point out that, in fact, there are realities here in the energy world. We've been talking about a lot of them this morning. And in practice, net zero by 2050 is unachievable, even if it were desirable. And the IEA, I do not think, is pushing back enough and making the point that fossil fuels still have an enormous role to play. Now, my former team at the IEA published, I think last week or the week before, a 5-year outlook for the global oil market. In terms of forecasting, 5 years is about as far into the future as I'm prepared to hazard a guess, on the basis that nobody in this room can tell me what the oil price will be next week. But, you have to have a go at it. And the IEA has decided that on the basis of current policies, oil demand, and indeed other fossil fuel demand, but let's talk about oil, will peak before the end of this decade. That is what they say in the report, based on current policy settings. But there's a real world out there, ladies and gentlemen, and hundreds of millions and billions of people are out there every day making economic decisions which involve energy consumption, which involves continued use of fossil fuels. Now, talking about developing countries, if you look at oil use per capita, the most prosperous European countries use about 8 or 9 barrels per capita per year. The United States uses 21, but we'll leave that to one side for the moment. China, after 30-odd years of very rapid economic development, uses 4 barrels per capita. India currently uses 1.4 barrels per capita, and the African continent on average uses 1.1 barrels per capita. So you can see where this is heading. Population growth, somebody talked about it earlier on. I used the United Nations Population Division data on population forecasts, which is very good. And they're talking about a global population of 8 billion today, rising to 10 billion in 2050. Within the global total, you do actually see falls in some places, Japan and Korea, for example. But look at Africa. Nigeria currently has just over 200 million people. By 2050, according to the UN, it'll have just under 400 million. And there are lots and lots of other examples in Bangladesh and Malaysia and South Africa and various other countries in Africa, Latin America, and parts of Asia, including, of course, India. Now, those people currently are living, or many of them are living in what we describe as poverty, and I think that's right to describe it as such, and they have the aspiration to improve their lifestyle, move into the newly created middle classes in those countries, which implies using lots of energy. And as they move from bicycles to 2 wheels and then to their first car, which is gradually happening in places like India, they will not be buying Teslas. There's lots of good reasons not to buy Teslas, but they will not be buying Teslas because they're not rich enough. And mass market EVs do not yet exist anywhere in the world. So they are going to move into petrol and diesel-powered vehicles. As they get richer, they'll be buying more stuff. people like to buy stuff. And that means plastics, because stuff is made of plastics. We all know plastics are everywhere. So you'll need lots more petchems, oil and gas derived. And once they're buying stuff, that stuff has to be shipped around. So that's trucking, which will remain overwhelmingly dependent on diesel. You've got shipping, because is it 75 or 80% or something of global trade takes place on the sea? That will remain overwhelmingly dependent on fossil fuels. Aviation, 5 billion people have never taken a flight. 5 billion people have never flown. Now, you could argue sometimes, having seen airports in the last few weeks, they're the lucky ones. But there are around the world massive expansion plans for existing airports, the building of new airports. There will be huge demand for aviation, which will remain overwhelmingly dependent on fossil fuels. Therefore, I do not see how it is possible for oil demand to peak inside the next 5 years. Now, of course, it should be remembered that oil demand peaked in the OECD. You're going to get a word in edgeways in a minute, I promise.
No, you're doing great.
We all know that oil demand in the OECD countries peaked already in about 2005 or 6, something like that, here in the US and in Europe because of, vehicle efficiencies and market saturation and so on and so forth. So we, in a way, we have already hit the peak. But it's over there in Africa and Asia and Latin America where all the action is. That's what really matters. And therefore, if we are to see those countries develop and move out of poverty and provide better lifestyles for their hundreds of millions and billions of citizens, then yes, we should be seeing what we can do to mobilize finance into producing energy that is as clean as possible to avoid environmental degradation. You know, nobody talks about pollution these days, you know, but I remember when at the age of 22, I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life in running for office and getting elected, incredibly, in the government of London. The first campaign that came up at local level was residents of a very nice part of southeast London complaining about incredible traffic, which was blocking up the street. We still had leaded petrol, gasoline in those days, and pollution, environmental degradation, was an enormous issue, and it was dealt with in various ways as the years went by. And as these countries, India and so on, develop, more people using more stuff, using more energy, environmental degradation is going to be a big issue, and we should be seeing what we can do to mobilize the capital to move to those countries to ensure that their energy is as clean as possible. And bearing in mind the pushback against the word clean we heard earlier. But in other words, we don't want people choking to death. And in China, which is, of course, is not a democracy, there have been over the years reported incidents of Chinese residents in smaller towns and cities. Well, a small city in China is about 8 million people probably, but people rebelling against coal-fired power stations because of the smokestacks. The smokestacks are not as well regulated as they are in the West, and some of them are not very tall. So environmental degradation is something that we need to watch out for as those people get richer and use more energy. Now, coming back to the IEA, because I need to take a breath, the IEA, to its credit, recognizes the problems in the developing countries. People who need to move to cleaner cooking, partly because it's good for their health, and also because burning wood and other materials which we no longer do is bad for the environment. But there is a fair criticism to be made that the IEA is perhaps moving away from objectivity and does not sufficiently recognize that there is still a here and now energy world which is going to remain overwhelmingly dependent on fossil fuels for the next certainly decade or 2 decades. Beyond that, I have no idea. Finally, I did a bit of work about the Yom Kippur War, which took place 50 years ago, and its impact on global oil markets. And back in 1973, I think somebody may have cited this data point earlier on, back then, 85% of primary energy consumption was fossil fuels. The new data came out from what we used to call the BP Statistical Review of World Energy last week, has it at 81.2% 50 years later. Now, given how dodgy a lot of energy data is, particularly on the demand side, you could argue there's actually been no energy transition at all, or possibly a bit more than the data currently indicates. But there is very little energy transition. There is going to be very little increase in the pace that we've already seen of energy transition, and there is going to be a lot of fossil fuel use for at least the next couple of decades or so before you might see a peak. So the IEA needs to, I think, refocus its messaging, and it needs to show greater recognition to the realities of the oil market and the wider energy market, and not just come out with forecasts that say based on policy settings. You know, we've all got policies, or lots of people have policies. Implementation is where those policies are so far failing. Sorry, I spoke too long.
Any questions? No, Neil. So let's dive into a couple of those things. I was scribbling some notes here. Let's go back to the net zero report for a few minutes here. May of 21, that came out, and the update was in September of 23. I remember a CEO of a fairly large oil and gas company called me when it came out and said, "Come talk to my board." I said, "When?" He said, "Tomorrow," about this report. I hadn't even read it. So I read it, but dig into that a little bit for us. When I read it initially, I thought Fatih was trying to show how hard this would be and how expensive it would be, but it was used as a roadmap for COP26. What happened in that transition from, wow, this is going to be expensive and difficult, to it's a roadmap for COP26? Talk to us a little bit about what goes on there and what went on there.
Well, I think because the IEA did come out with this mega report, which I think the interesting thing about the process for that, because I was head of the oil division while a lot of that work was going on, and I knew very little about it, partly because my input would not perhaps have been very welcome. But the way the IEA works with a lot of reports is partly because they're always checking and cross-checking and fine-tuning, which in a way is quite admirable. The IEA did not, to use an English phrase related to cricket, roll the pitch. In other words, prepare the ground for this report, which was going to be pretty controversial. So instead of engaging with commentators, opinion formers, journalists, if you can find some that you could actually trust to stay quiet, and prepare the ground, so that instead what happened, the report came out with a minimal embargo. It came as a huge surprise. So journalists, unsurprisingly, pick on the sexy bits, which you can't drive faster than 25 miles an hour, and you should take a cold shower with someone you love. And if you can't find someone you love, let's find somebody. And then, of course, because it was a big deal and it was hugely controversial, it was adopted, if you like, by many governments, particularly European governments at COP, was it 26, wasn't it? I'm running
Glasgow,
out of remembering what they all, which one was which. It was adopted, if you like, as the roadmap instead of a roadmap, because it is a vision. At least somebody's taken some trouble to come up with a vision of what might be involved if you believe this target is A, a valid one, and B, you really want to lay out a plan to achieve it by 2050. So, but of course now there's been a great deal of pushback because, of course, the real world has intervened. And we are finding, not just in Europe, but in other parts of the world, that consumers, voters, do not like the fact that the measures which are envisaged in the net zero report imply higher costs. Somebody talked earlier on about how expensive European energy is compared to here in the US. That's partly, of course, due to the fact you've got the abundant natural gas in particular and abundant oil, which Europe doesn't have. And of course, Europe made the political decision many decades ago to rely on Russian gas. But the point is that what we're seeing in Europe is pushback by consumers and voters against higher costs. Now, in France, where I live, in Brexit exile, we had something called the Gilets jaunes movement at the end of 2019, when the French government imposed, or tried to impose, increases in taxes on gasoline and diesel. In themselves, the increases were not that enormous. I forget the exact amounts, but they weren't horrendous. But they were the straw that broke the camel's back, because other prices were rising, electricity prices, natural gas prices, and that led to this essentially a rebellion, where every weekend for weeks in big cities, and including where I live in Paris, we had massive demonstrations in the streets, and the government eventually withdrew the increases. And we're already seeing rebellion, certainly in Europe, measures to ban the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles, initially in 2030, which of course is ridiculous. Now it's 2035, but that will change too. And of course, people will be mandated to install heat pumps in their houses at some point in the 2030s. So there's a rebellion against the implications of the net zero agenda. And I'm not saying the IEA has stirred that up, but arising from the net zero report, that has gradually suffused through the political process and manifests itself in voter reluctance. So
Mr. Macron has called an election, snap election, and there's been other elections recently. Is this a result of some of this?
Well, Mr. Macron has called a snap election for reasons which a lot of people think Mr. Macron is too clever for his own good. And if the theory is that by allowing the right wing or the left wing, because there's a left wing bloc and a right wing bloc, and what you learn about these blocs is that the various members of the left wing bloc hate each other more than they hate the right, and the right wing bloc hate each other more than they hate the left. But if either one of those extreme left and extreme right, I believe, blocs wins, the theory is that they'll be so useless when they're in government that after 2 years or so, the voters will clamour for the return of sensible centre ground politics. The British election was called, of course, before that, and this British election has comedic qualities which even Saturday Night Live scriptwriters could not come up with. But we'll leave that aside for the time being. I must ask Rupert, actually, which Chancellor of the Exchequer he served, given there were so many. We had more Chancellors of the Exchequers, I think, than Italian prime ministers at one point, which is, I never thought we'd see that in England. But just coming back to the IEA, there was controversy in this country. The Senate Natural Resources Committee, and I think the House maybe as well, has written to the IEA asking it to justify its work. It accuses the IEA of not focusing sufficiently on energy security, which is a difficult point to make, given that we hope emergencies don't happen. And they do very occasionally. When I was there, the attacks on the Saudi infrastructure in Abqaiq was the biggest one. That was a potential crisis. Sadly took place during a weekend, but then again, you can't have everything. And could have led to a full-blown emergency response. But the IEA does conduct regular scenario wargaming, if you like, of potential emergencies where member governments send delegates to the agency, and we do this. So it's not as if the IEA is ignoring emergency planning. It's not. But it has morphed into a bigger policy advocacy entity, partly at the instigation of its member governments. But it deserves some of the criticism it's receiving, but also for other parts of its work, it does deserve some credit also. The United States is complaining vociferously. I think the US pays about 15% of the IEA's budget, and I think it costs a whole huge, cool $6 million a year. 6 million. So, we'll see how that plays out after the elections in November.
You think net zero emissions, given the nice conversations this morning about the land and dematerialization and water and other things. Is NZE a valid goal?
No, because of course it's net, because we can still keep sending stuff into the atmosphere as long as we take out the same amount through carbon capture and storage, geoengineering, and various other fantasies which are being propagated by some people. Oh, there is a role for carbon capture and storage, of course. It's not to say that it's a waste of time, but it's the old joke about somebody said years ago that he would drink every drop of oil produced from the North Sea. And I feel like inhaling every bit of CO2 which is captured by CCS projects, and the same with geoengineering. I don't think it is a valid goal, and I think we're in a situation where politicians made these policy decisions, where are we now, Paris, 10 years or so ago, before that Kyoto and other climate change agreements. Politicians who set targets for 25 and 30 and 40 years ahead, and those politicians will not be around in office, mercifully, and they may not even be alive, which in a way I hope they are, because they can see the consequences of their advice. So I think that gradually over the next few years, reality is going to set in. And where there is the risk of environmental degradation, where there is the risk of enhanced temperatures, partly due to the burning of fossil fuels, we need to move the emphasis towards adaptation. And that, I think, is going to become more apparent in the next few years when it becomes obvious that there is no peak in sight on a global level for the use certainly of oil.
So the report that came out more recently, slowing demand growth and surging oil supply are set to drive up oil market surplus from the IEA. You disagree with both. Yes. How can they be so far removed?
Well, so I don't know the supply bit I'm with. That's the demand bit I'm not, I don't agree.
Okay, so you see a surging supply?
Well, if the oil companies in the United States are left to their own devices and take their commercial decisions, there is the resource base, there is the money for them to continue to invest in, at the very least, maintaining U.S. production, right, or hopefully expanding it. I see no problem with that. You look in other parts of the world, Canada has lots of projects on the stocks. Brazil has lots of projects on the stocks. Guyana is coming from nowhere to be a pretty important petrostate in the next few years. Looking a little bit further ahead, Namibia in Southwest Africa is going to come along, and we'll see continued levels of investment in Norway, Kazakhstan, and various other countries. Now, the OPEC countries themselves, of course, are sitting on a lot of spare capacity because of decisions they have taken to prop up the oil price. And that enormous spare capacity, 6 million barrels a day, whatever the number actually is, will be available to a growing oil market in the next few years, alongside any increases from the US, Canada, Brazil, Norway, Guyana, Namibia, and anybody else, Kazakhstan, you can think of. So my problem with the IEA is that they have successfully identified lots of potential production growth. Mm-hmm. I think they've actually slightly underestimated it, but I'm not saying their number is ridiculous. But they've identified it. But because, coming back to my original remarks, based on current policy settings, they see demand peaking and therefore the existence of this massive overhang. Just very quickly on that, because the other group we need to say hello to here is the OPEC Secretariat. Sorry, this very frightening young man at the front has just told us we have 1 minute. The OPEC Secretariat, the IEA just, the mindset seems to be that it's going to be net zero. There has to be a peak, and it's almost like going backwards from 2050 to find when the peak is going to be. On the other hand, the OPEC Secretariat, when they wake up in the morning, they cannot bear to think that at some point in the future, demand for oil may peak. So in their work, you've got oil demand continuing to grow, 500,000 barrels a day on average or so, out to 2045, which is the limit of their current forecast horizon. So you've got the IEA talking their book, peak, and you've got the OPEC Secretariat talking their book, which is never-ending growth. And that's a big problem because, if you're investors, you need to take decisions, and you've got important bodies with very, very conflicting views as to the future shape of the market.
15 seconds. What makes you hopeful?
Well, Mark was talking about this earlier on, human ingenuity. People will find ways to use more energy more efficiently and more cleanly.
Perfect.
And I'm very optimistic that science, as always, and engineering will provide us with these benefits.
Neil, thanks for your thoughts today.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Well, without further ado, I will introduce Gill Pratt and Peter Bryant for our next session.
Me again. So welcome to After the Break. Gill and I were just talking how hard it is to get you back to listen to us. So delighted to have Gill, who's Chief Scientist for Toyota and also CEO for the Toyota Research Institute, to talk about electrification of our transportation network. But we might change that, transportation versus decarbonisation. So like last time, I might just have some opening remarks around this. I mean, obviously, I live in California, which is this ridiculous EV mandate. I think all EVs by 2035. So we have all these ridiculous mandates. We see car companies now pulling back from all EVs by 20-something because we're seeing declining EV sales. Is that a speed bump, or is this a trend that we're going to see as alternatives come in? Why are people not buying EVs? Well, affordability is one thing. Now we've got tariffs on the affordable Chinese cars, both in Europe and here in the United States. We have range anxiety. We have infrastructure deficit. I don't know if you saw CBRE just released a very comprehensive digital tool that's actually, I think, available online, which highlights charging deserts. It actually literally says, in this county, in California, there is X number of EVs registered and there are no EV chargers, like none. And 80% of the people in that area are renters. So, so it's actually quite a good tool. So we see all these kind of converging forces, kind of creating different buying habits, right? And then I think finally is this, again, policy driving us down electrification, when really if you can take a step back and say what we want to do is decarbonise the transportation system, which, by the way, are two different things. So, and then obviously, if we're doing electrification, where's all the electricity coming from to electrify? And I would encourage people to read, there's a report from Edison International called The Countdown to 2045, which is actually a truth-telling report about, they're kind of saying, where's all this electricity coming from? So I would encourage you to read that. So Gill, talking about that, Toyota has this really interesting concept you and I talked about called the multi-path strategy. Do you want to kind of talk to us about that? Because I think that's kind of a really pragmatic approach that's not present, it seems, with a lot of companies.
Sure, I would be glad to do that. The most important thing is to remember that the goal is actually quality of life. And quality of life is something that has been enabled tremendously by technology. In our particular field, by the automobile. And where would we be without that? Just imagine a world now where that had not happened. And so how can we achieve quality of life for the future in a way that actually looks at all the different possible ways of trying to get there? When we look at this thing, we realize the first very important fact, which is that not everyone is the same. And every single one of us has a different life circumstance. Some people are rich, some people not so much. Some people live in places where there's a lot of renewable energy. Other people live in places where that's not true. Some people in cities, some people out in the countryside. And that diversity of different customers, of different people that need to have modern transportation calls for different approaches to trying to do it in the most environmentally sustainable way. And so in places where there's a lot of renewable electricity for recharging, we think it does make a lot of sense to have battery electric vehicles. And so we're going to be making actually a lot of them, maybe up to 30% or so by 2030. And that's not very long from now, but we're preparing for that possibility. But we also know that in many, many parts of the world, that liquid fuels are primarily the way that vehicles are going to be powered for quite some time. And we're trying to prepare for that as well. And hydrogen as well, we heard a little bit about that before. That makes sense in certain parts of the world for certain customers also. And so the whole idea of multi-pathway is to try to respect the diversity of human beings. One size does not fit all. It's really a way of trying to say, everybody deserves the ability to have these modern necessities and conveniences and to do their part as much as they can to contribute to a future climate.
Yeah. So you talked about, obviously hybrid sales seem to be taking off. Toyota's been one of the leaders in kind of maintaining a philosophy that hybrids are an important mix. Other car companies are kind of catching on and rushing to hybrid. Do you think this is kind of a short-term thing we're seeing, or is this just going to be another key part of the transportation mix based on what you're talking about?
It's a really wonderful question. There's kind of two different aspects of this. One is the question of resources for battery materials. And I know you're much more of an expert than I am on that, being in the mining industry. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how the price of, for instance, lithium goes up and down, that's really dependent on instantaneous supply and demand. There are some long-term trends that people than myself have looked at, and there is quite a constraint on those materials for new batteries to be made over time. And so even if you're a fervent believer in electrified vehicles, the question is, for every gram of lithium, as an example, what's the best way that that gram of lithium could be used to reduce carbon emissions? We actually came up with a metric for this thing. We call it carbon return on investment. And it's actually grams of CO2 saved divided by grams of lithium that we invest into vehicles. And different kinds of vehicles have radically different CROI, carbon return on investment, compared to each other. So as an example, we can make 90 hybrid vehicles, HEVs is what we call them, for each single long-range battery electric vehicle that is made. And those 90 HEVs will save around 45 times as much CO2 from being emitted into the atmosphere than the one BEV. So for each individual one of them, it's not quite as good as the BEV, but because we can make so many more with the same amount of lithium, as a carbon return on investment, it makes more sense. PHEVs, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, which are kind of a mixture of both and incredibly practical, there the ratio, we can make 6 of those for each battery electric vehicle that we make, and they save around 5.5 times as much CO2 as the single battery electric vehicle. Now, does this mean that every vehicle that we sell should be a hybrid electric vehicle, and we should say, oh, let's just forget about those BEVs? And the answer is no. Everybody's different. And so for people who have a circumstance where they have a lot of renewable electrical power, good charging infrastructure to recharge the BEV, great. Let's make that vehicle for them. They get to choose. Makes lots of sense. And we have enough lithium for some BEVs to be made, but we don't have enough for everything to be BEVs. So, so that's part one. Part two, which I mentioned a little bit, is renewable electrical charging infrastructure. And if you just look at the facts, of course, we all love to see, okay, some of them are being built. I think Tesla, as an example, has done an excellent job in building out their network of highly reliable chargers. But the amount that we need is much, much more than what is even planned. And this is going to limit the rate of the transition. And it's not enough to just build the charger. You have to think about the electricity and where is that energy coming from in order to recharge the car. And it makes a real difference in how much CO2 emissions you actually save. And that's just for the US. If now we think about the developing world, which the prior speakers talked about before, that transition is going to be even slower. So it's just the constraints of physics, the constraints of economics that we're under. I could add even more constraints if you would like, but the reason for the multi-pathway approach is to adapt to the reality, the pragmatics of the real constraints of the world, and say, can we do as well as possible given the constraints that are there?
Just connecting something that Jesse said. So we're going to talk after lunch with Emily from Vale about the impending minerals famine, particularly around copper, maybe lithium, nickel. Like there is not going to be enough resources by these timeframes, 35, 40. Take Jesse, optimization of resources, and just what you just said, and there's 1.5 billion cars on the road, vehicles. Why are we doing electrical vehicles when we can use the same amount of resource to create many more vehicles that have a better impact on lowering emissions? So it just occurs to me, if you believe in the optimization of resources, this massive fleet, it just sounds like to me, why would you do electrical vehicles at all? Because you can minimize, you can get more cars for the same amount of minerals, bigger impact on CO2 reduction by being hybrid. I don't know, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful thought. I think that in the end, it very much depends on what you're trying to optimize.
Yes.
Okay. And what I opened up with here is that we're trying to optimize quality of life, and we're trying to do that, for as many people as possible. But we recognize that the way to get there is a different answer for each person.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we do have enough lithium for many BEVs to be made. And as I had mentioned, our current plans are for around 30% worldwide by 2030. Whether that ends up being what the actual sales are, we don't know, okay? Because it's not for us to decide. It's up to the customer to decide what kind of vehicle they are going to buy and use. There's a kind of a cute way to say this, which is that a battery electric vehicle sitting on the dealer lot does not save any CO2 at all. Okay, somebody has to buy it and use it.
Yep.
And that means that the customer gets to decide. And so this same thing, the customer gets to decide all of these things. And our job as a manufacturer is to adapt and to provide customers with the choices that they can each use to actually satisfy their needs and their desires, and also to allow them to do that in as responsible a way for the environment as possible.
No, I like that, Guy. And I think multi-path strategy is the right way. It enables more flex, see where consumer patterns are. You touched on hydrogen. We've all touched on hydrogen. We know hydrogen comes in multiple colours. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. We know that there's a difference between generation of, let's say green hydrogen, but the distribution of it. So, and Toyota's been a big believer in hydrogen. How do you see hydrogen role in the future transportation system? Both not only in passenger vehicles, but maybe in haulage as well. So just kind of interesting where you guys are going.
Very, very, very good. It's, what is wonderful about hydrogen, of course, is that there's no carbon emissions. The difficulty is that it's a gas at room temperature and pressure, and you need to either cool it down to very close to absolute zero in order for it to liquefy, or you need to pressurize it in order to store it. So the two difficulties are storage and the transmission of it from one place to the other. But just to remember the other side of this, the petrochemical industry right now creates enough hydrogen in the US to refuel millions of cars in active use. And so there's a tremendous, actually, production of hydrogen that's used for the creation of fertilizers and other petrochemicals. And that is going to have to become, and I hate to say green here because I know, other than the green tie, there's subtlety to that. But it's going to have to become more green in the future. And we very much see that as an opportunity, because whether it's done through carbon capture after steam reformation of methane or some other method of trying to make it, it will increase the production of hydrogen in ways that are not as damaging to the environment. That, in turn, we believe will lower the cost of hydrogen to the state, where it will be able to be used in a more practical way for cars. Now, we've kind of led the industry in the development of fuel cell cars, and we're actually doing a lot of work now, and this may sound paradoxical, of hydrogen combustion, using it in internal combustion engines. We have a number of race cars that are being used to try to torture test this to see how can we push the technology of the use of hydrogen as much as possible, including in ways that don't require exotic technologies like some of the materials that are used within fuel cells. So we're pursuing both approaches, and we think that actually the sweet spot, and we're not sure, might be in larger vehicles, that for smaller vehicles, having both hybrid vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles and also battery electric vehicles may make the most sense. But as the vehicle gets bigger and recharge time becomes the more important constraint, because when you have a large vehicle, the capital cost is high. You want to keep it on the road for as much as you can. And if you work out what the amount of power is that is going into a typical Class 8 diesel truck, when you're refueling it with diesel fuel, it's in the tens of megawatts range, and perhaps even more in some cases if you fuel it from both sides. And that's very hard for an electrical charger to do, but relatively easy for a hydrogen refueling station to do. So again, different use cases for different fuels.
And you're kind of touching on the 18-wheelers, heavy transport.
Yeah.
I mean, the US is dependent on moving freight east-west coast and big trucks.
Yeah.
I mean, again, California is mandating electric trucks at its container terminals, which is kind of silly. But I mean, what's the future for heavy transport? Is it, I mean, electric? Is it hydrogen? Do we have a hydrogen network coming?
I think that it is likely to occur, but I actually don't know. One of the kind of second big principles that we at Toyota believe in is that it's difficult to predict the future. And I know that this is, I'm in Washington, D.C., and, basically it's the business that everyone is. And I used to work here, too, so just to let you know. But it's really, really hard. And there was a wonderful paper that came out in 2011 from CNES by Richard Danzig, who was the former Secretary of the Navy. And the name of the paper is Driving in the Dark. And in the national security context for defense, he talked a lot about how basically, and at the time I was working for DARPA, those of us in the defense business commonly make the mistake of thinking that we can predict the future. And so we develop different technologies in order to bolster defense based on a hypothetical of what the needs are going to be in the future. And the answer is we're usually wrong, okay? And we usually end up with some defense system or other that doesn't actually meet the threat. And then we quickly have to adapt and sort of change. This exact same thing is happening here in the energy space. And so at Toyota, what we have come to realize is that we need to be humble. And we need to say, okay, we have to prepare for a future that is uncertain, and we don't actually know what the answer is. So the other reason that we're doing multipath is that the solution to uncertainty, we say, is diversity. Okay, if you don't know the answer, have a diversified portfolio so that you know at least one of them is going to work, or maybe different ones in different parts of the world. So my answer to your question about Class 8 trucks is I don't know if hydrogen is going to be the answer, or maybe low carbon liquid fuels. I know we have a person from Exxon that's going to speak here. I know that they're doing lots of work on those two. Whatever that answer is, I'm confident that we're going to get there because people are so inventive and ingenious. I'm very optimistic we will find an answer, but I don't know exactly which one it's going to be.
Okay, no, that's fair. Well, sure, I like that, the diversified portfolio. Wow, it's amazing. Good for investment as well, apparently. Battery chemistries.
Yes.
We've got lithium-ion batteries, and obviously battery chemistry, one for EVs, another for intense energy storage. How's that? I know the future's uncertain, but and sometimes I think of VHS and beta was better than VHS,
yes.
But VHS won the market.
Yes.
So that was it. So are we seeing that in battery chemistry? Maybe lithium-ion's not the best, but it's winning the battle, or what's the future look like?
So lithium-ion is really, really good. And it is just extraordinary because what really happened in BEVs is that for a long time there were many other battery chemistries, and none of them was really pragmatic from a cost point of view. And then lithium-ion was invented, and it's just extraordinarily good. First of all, the round-trip efficiency of a lithium-ion battery is just extraordinarily high. And that means that when you come to a stop and when you brake, that energy goes back into the battery within the car, and then you can reuse it to launch the car when you press on the accelerator. And that means that the city fuel efficiency, or whatever way that you want to measure it, can be as good as it is on the highway at higher speeds, because starting and stopping is not nearly the penalty than it was in the past, when you had to put on the friction brakes and all that turned into heat, and then start up from scratch with all the energy loss. Number two, they're incredibly power dense. And so the reason that battery electric vehicles are so much fun to drive is because, boy, can you take off in those things, right? It's like, this thing really goes. And the cost of that is not so high. And so, those are just two of the things. I don't think it's going to be displaced in vehicles very soon. I think it's going to be decades before that changes. There are alternatives. So sodium ion, as an example, sodium is incredibly plentiful. It's in the ocean. It's in our blood. There's not going to be a shortage of that. But in terms of performance, it's not nearly as good as lithium is. And so for stationary uses, when it's on the ground, where it doesn't need to move, where you don't care about how much it weighs, I think other battery chemistries make more sense.
Okay. I guess kind of progressing into affordability. So there's a lot of media attention around affordability.
Yeah.
We may understand how Chinese cars are affordable, but even the technology seems to be different. Is this just a scale issue for European, Japanese, Korean, American companies, or is it more than just scale?
So we draw these curves all the time, and I've seen lots and lots of them that sort of shows how the costs change depending on what the volume is, the number of cars per year that a given plant puts out. And yes, of course, it's true. As we go from thousands to tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, the cost per car goes down, but it saturates. And then it gets to a point where it's really dependent on the materials and the labor that's used in order to make the car itself. It's still the case that there's an affordability gap right now between BEVs and the equivalent other vehicle where the battery is not quite as large. It's largely because of resource constraints on the materials that are going into it. So I think over time that's going to be solved. But again, it's not in the next 5 years, the next 10 years. It's over several decades where I think that issue is going to work itself out. And indeed, as batteries begin to get out in the field and be get old, the recycling business is going to start up, and that will help reduce the need for as much mining in order to get the new materials that will be used. So in the same way that there's diversity between different customers and what their needs are, there's of course the diversity of how much money there is to spend. Where affordability is a much bigger issue is what we call units in operation, or used cars, the cars that are out there now. And there's a lot of them out there. And even when we're done using a car here in the US, it will often go to the third world and keep on having a second life, perhaps a third life there. And so even if we as a company get to net zero by 2050, which is what our goal is, there's still this very, very difficult issue of these units in operation, and what are we going to do about that? And that's where we really have to think and work and invest. And I agree very much with the former speakers that investing in the production of low-carbon liquid fuels, as an example, is an incredibly important thing to do. Yep. It's not a so-called distraction. It's actually what we need to do in order to get there, because there's not enough personal capital in the hands of billions of people around the world to simply say, okay, I'm going to throw out my car and get a new one, and I'm going to do that in the next 10 years, 20 years, whatever. It's going to be a long time till that happens.
That's interesting. And actually one thing, because actually I haven't heard this term much anymore, but there was this whole thing about second life batteries coming out of cars. Is that still a thing, or is that kind of faded into the background towards recycling?
It is very much a thing, but you have to look at the numbers, because the demand for new batteries is so high that the availability of used ones is not going to really take off for 10 years, 20 years from now.
So maybe in the future we'll see that as a growing marketplace.
So.
Interesting. So even if we have all these EVs running around and all that, infrastructure, I just think, the IRA was supposed to do this whole boom and charging network. I think we've put out 2 chargers or something. It's pretty pathetic. And the map they said is, I think 80% of chargers in America are slow chargers.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about gas stations, I mean, the investment just to get the, the charging infrastructure to have a mass, I mean, it just seems like enormous. I mean, is that, I mean, how do you guys think about infrastructure and the role of a car company? And
yeah, so we are working very hard both with partners and in certain parts of the world on our own to try to boost that infrastructure as much as possible. I think it's very important. But again, the numbers matter. You have to think about the scale of how much recharging infrastructure would have to go out on in order to support the level of BEVs of where the targets are. And it's quite an incredibly strong constraint. True in the US, especially true in the developing world. And that's going to be very, very hard to do. And it also has to meet the vehicles that are actually there, okay, not the vehicles that we wish were there. And in the developing world, as was mentioned before, it's mostly going to be liquid-fueled vehicles.
Absolutely.
And so I think it's a very important thing to do. A really neat rule of thumb that you can use, kind of from an engineering point of view, is if you have a fuel hose at a fuel pump that you use to fuel your car, and you think about a electrical cable that's roughly the same size and weight, the fuel hose will deliver around 10 times the power that the electrical cable will, trying to do the same thing, which is to re-energize the reserve of whatever is in the car. And that's just a constraint due to the conductivity of copper that's in the wires that are used versus the chemical energy that's in the fuel that you're going to use. So when you think about like Buc-ee's, for instance, I don't know how many of you guys have ever
we know Buc-ee's, massive.
And dozens, if not 100 fuel pumps all in a row kind of fueling up cars at the same time. Multiply that by 10 in terms of the amount of electrical infrastructure that you're going to need to fuel up BEVs or to recharge BEVs in the same length of time. Again, it's power levels. Or you can choose for things to take 10 times as long. But then what do you have to do? You have to have 10 times more pumps or chargers in order to satisfy the demand from those cars going in. And you can't get around that factor of 10. It's just a fact of life. You can do water cooling and all kinds of other things like that. But it's a fundamental fact of that. And to get back to the hydrogen question for Class 8 trucks, that's the primary reason that it's very difficult to build a very large BEV truck to be recharged in the same time that a Class 8 truck can be refueled now in that same way.
Yeah, these are kind of the practical things people don't seem to be thinking about. Right. In COP26, I was on a panel with actually your equivalent from BYD, actually, and he made a comment, actually, which I thought was interesting, is we don't need to build all vehicles to have maximum range, because a lot of people are just going to be driving short range. Right. And therefore, we would solve a lot of things, including affordability, if we just had a range of 100 miles out of a battery, or even 80, and charge it. Do you think hybrids fill that gap, or is there a market for that? And is Toyota thinking about it?
Yeah, so we think about it a lot, actually. And the way that this began for myself is actually a number of years ago, I bought a BEV, a long-range battery electric vehicle. I won't mention by whom, and it's really fun to drive because it's fast and all this stuff. But there was something about the way it handled that seemed kind of strange. And I said, this car feels really heavy, right? And of course, then I went and I looked up, what is the curb weight of the car? And it was around 5,000 pounds. And that's roughly twice the weight of an equivalent car of the same size and use if it was a gas-powered car. And so it began me thinking at that time, is this really the right thing to do? Because in fact, we drive this car back and forth to work around 15 minutes to a half hour each way. And what we were doing with this 300-mile range car was hauling around hundreds of pounds of batteries with precious battery materials in them for no purpose whatsoever. Because then we'd come home and plug it in and do it again and again and again. And what's so unfortunate about any vehicle is that you have to size the fuel tank for the maximum trip, even though almost 90-something% of the time you're going on the average range trip, which is you're going back and forth to work. So a plug-in hybrid vehicle, as an example, is a wonderful idea to preserve the battery materials and have a battery that's a little bit more than what the average trip is going to be getting to and from work. And then if you have to go on a longer trip, you can still use the existing liquid fuel infrastructure that's still there. And you save tremendously on the CO2 that you put out, on the gasoline that you use. In fact, our cars, and I think those PHEVs from other manufacturers as well, have a special algorithm on the inside, because many times you just hardly ever fuel up the car because you charge it at home most of the time. And it runs the engine to use up the fuel so the gas won't get old. Okay, because if the gas gets very, very old, it kind of gets tarry and sort of.
Bill, thank you. That very scary person at the front just told us. Yeah, just put up a big red sign. Thank you. I think, really novel concept that you actually think about the quality of life of people and what different people in different socioeconomic and different conditions may actually want from transportation. Yeah. I think that's very refreshing to hear, actually, because I don't think we see a lot. It's common sense, but that always seems to be uncommon in certain areas. So, again, thank you very much for the time, and we'll just start getting started, unfortunately.
So much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mark Mills and John Ardill.
Well, I will observe something you've probably noticed already. There is a common theme in what you heard, shockingly. Physics limits matter, liquids versus electricity, abundance, reality checks. You won't be surprised you've heard that theme because it's the theme of the conference, but it's the kind of reality check we want to talk about. So we're fortunate today to have an executive from Exxon, because Exxon is the company that epitomizes and has become, not because of anything Exxon's done, sort of the great energy debates. Big oil, all the appellations, but it's the company that people love or hate. We know who hates Exxon, and they're active in that. The people who love Exxon are people from Terry Keeley's world, because Exxon is frequently an anchor stock in any fundamental long-term fund, because it's such a tremendously well-managed company, generates dividends reliably for eons, and just prints money even in bad markets, except for about a month, I think in 2020 when everybody went negative. And it also epitomizes the theme that you've been hearing. We're going to need more oil, not less. You heard that from Neil. It's just the facts of the world. We're going to have hybrid solutions, which is Exxon's wheelhouse, and density matters. And interesting about the oil world, if you mapped out the highest density, that is the least land use, and specifically at least material use per unit of energy delivered to society, nothing comes close to a deep water well. I mean, it is just, it's not a nuclear power plant, but it's the only hydrocarbon that gets you into this kind of small footprint, massive energy production for very long periods of time. So we have a deep water expert with us, and I'll say one other thing as a calibration point, then I have the question. Most people don't know this, and I think I got the numbers right, offshore is about 40% of global oil production. Offshore, globally. Deep water is the fastest growing source of new oil production in the world. Permian was shale, deep water now. And if you looked at the geopolitics of the world and the diversity where you could play deep water, you'd probably say, if I was talking to an investment audience, bet deep water, not Permian. I love the Permian. I love my Permian friends. But the headwinds there are higher than a lot of deep water outside the United States. So, and I would also say as a wealth abundance calibration point, in the belly of the beast of the chimerical energy transition, Norway, one of the wealthiest nations per capita on the planet, only overshadowed by another oil wealthy nation, Qatar, and probably not even Saudi Arabia. I think they're higher than Saudi Arabia. Is Norway, which produces massive quantities of deep water oil and gas. So I want to talk about really two things before we get to politics. We're going to have to talk about politics. I don't mean politics of Exxon. But give us, I think I got the numbers right, give us a calibration of the state of play of where deep water is today, because this is a global business especially, and where it's going to go in the near future based on, as you guys were the pivot around which I think the Guyana field, for those of you who never looked at the data on the Guyana field, offshore of north part of South America. Fastest growth in a new well, it's stunning. It's shale class velocity in deep water. In 0 to 5 years into production, pushing 1 million barrels per day now. Staggering. And this is Exxon and your partnership. So tell us where we are, and can we do a lot more of that?
This is going to be a quick 30 minutes. We're going to get to know one another. I'm going to introduce myself first, very, very briefly, beyond information beyond the bio that you probably read. So I'm originally, by my accent, from the UK, lived half my life in Texas, traveled the world many, many times, and continue to do that on a very regular basis. And so I'll give you a perspective from a scientist standpoint. We just heard from Gill. So I'm another scientist. When we think about what are you going to talk about, I don't know until I listen to the speakers ahead of me. So what I reflected on this morning, this has been one of the best sessions, and I go to these all the time, that I've sat in for the last 3 or 4 years. So what I heard was Jesse talked about the biosphere, which is extremely important. That's the environment that we all live in, and taking care of that, and what we do to it as humanity is extremely important. And all of our exploits in energy production, whether it's oil and gas, renewables, has an impact on the biosphere. So it's a very important place to start the conversation, one we always have to be coming back to. Terry talked about capital allocation. I'm a geoscientist, spent 30 years in ExxonMobil. The last 15 have been more on the senior leadership track, worked with Rex Tillerson when he was CEO. So capital allocation is extremely important. And our fiduciary responsibility to our shareholders, really in the upstream part of the business, deploy about $20 billion of capital each year and do that very wisely with high returns, and make sure that our 140-year history at Exxon is sustained going forward. So that's the mentality that we bring to that capital allocation. You heard an analogy about finding a needle in the haystack. That was very moving. By the haystack, and I thought, okay, can I apply that to what I do? We explore globally, all basins in the world. We can't buy the haystack in our environment. So the approach that we use, using that analogy, is one, can we use technology? In the haystack analogy, if I'm trying to find the needle, just get a very large magnet and put it up next to the haystack, the needle will come to the magnet. So what we do in the subsurface is we use all sorts of very high-end technologies to see below the surface of the earth, find the oil, extract it very efficiently, and do that with very low emissions. So it's really a technology-driven industry, and ExxonMobil's at the forefront of that at scale technology application, bringing new oil and gas resources and other resources to the market. And then we heard from Neil, who really covered that energy demand, so the world's growing need for energy. We'll talk a little bit about that, but focus very much on the piece I interact with. And I spend most of my time with outside of the United States, talking to oil ministers, ministers of finance, sometimes heads of state of small countries, and what are their wants and needs, and then trying to build regional solutions for them. So when we talk about oil in the Middle East, Exxon's been involved in that for many, many decades. We helped ADNOC with the Upper Zakum field, largest offshore oil field in the world, have done for many years. We helped the Qataris develop the North Field, which have a very large stranded natural gas resource. They're now the largest LNG producer in the world. Angola, that was the Lower Congo Basin, deep water development 20 years ago. And then Guyana, the example most recently, which is in the development phase. It's doing about 650,000 barrels a day today. The oil was first discovered in 2015 there. So to go from play opening discovery in 2015 to 650,000 barrels a day in that time frame is a world record by any country or company. And it will go to 1.3 million barrels a day by end of 2027. The impact of that, is the fastest growing economy in the world. They'll be the richest country in the world on a per capita basis, overtaking the Qataris when that LNG was developed. So what does ExxonMobil do? We take difficult resources, bring them to market using technology. We create massive economic growth for that country, supply those resources to the world market. So the gas coming out of Qatar is not consumed in Qatar. It supplies about 30% of the UK, a lot of Southeast Asia, a lot going into Europe. Oil coming out of Guyana will not feed the Guyanese market. It'll go to the Gulf Coast and international oil markets. So that, in a nutshell, is what ExxonMobil does. And the one thing that Gill said that you really need to take away is energy density. This whole challenge is predicated on that. It doesn't matter whether it's oil, gas, coal, wood, hydrogen, ammonia, lithium to a degree, and we work in all of those spaces, including lithium, and we can talk about that. So hopefully by the end of this session, you'll know me a little bit better. Scientist from ExxonMobil, talks a little bit about geology and dinosaurs, if your kids ask what you did today. And then you'll know more about ExxonMobil. So ExxonMobil is, in my view, I've worked there about 30 years. It's a large group of engineers, geoscientists, economists, commercial people that are striving to apply technology to find, extract oil and gas efficiently, and do that wherever we have that alignment with the government. We'll follow all the policy, regulation, we'll do it safely. Even when that doesn't exist, we'll use those global standards the same way. Guyana didn't have an oil and gas industry before 2015, and they're the fastest growing oil producer in the world today, and they're following international standards on all of that. So
okay. You know, you're a scientist. There's a thread, again, in the conference. I used to be a scientist. I worked as a scientist for earlier in my career. Jesse's a scientist. Scott's a scientist. There are a lot of scientists here. So that's a bias. But you said something that's, you got, we'll say, schooled in the world of reality out of science, is capital allocations matters. This is why I used the phrase, the physics of money. Because what you learn when you get into the world of building things, as you know, is that you have to figure out how to do it in a way that's affordable. So capital allocations, because that reflects in terms of the abundance metric that David set out, is we make things affordable for the world. I want to probe a bit, though. You bragged correctly about this record. This is underappreciated, how shocking it was. I was shocked because I followed the offshore technology. This is fascinating technology. It's just incredible what offshore companies are doing, the service companies in these deep waters safely and efficiently. But it was sort of the benchmark that if you had a discovery using geoscience, supercomputers, I think Exxon pioneered the 3D cave to look at formations through 3D seismic. I think the first commercial cave was yours, and a Navy one that I was in when they were trying to figure out how to remotely repair ships with a cave. But it was a decade, from discovery to first production, and which would be okay. You made production of some consequence. 50,000 barrels a day would have been a home run, a decade. Now here in a little over half a decade, not much more than that, from decision to make the investment to 750,000, well, almost 700,000 barrels per day, 5 years? So the whole world is wrapped around the velocity of change and new technologies. I would argue this is a higher velocity of change in any energy technology domain, whether it's green, batteries, cars, just full stop. Nukes haven't moved that fast. Coal plants haven't. Gas turbines haven't. Nothing. Mining hasn't. What happened? I mean, what were the? You didn't just throw money at it. It's not a money issue. What were the underpinnings that made this velocity pick up? Because that's strongly predictive. If you're an investor, this really changes how you predict supply. If you're looking at 5 years instead of 10 years.
So the best way to solve the challenges that we're all talking about and utilizing, it'll be companies like ExxonMobil, Toyota, Shell, Chevron, all our peer companies that will really solve those energy supply and ultimately transportation problems. And rather than tell those companies what the solution is, if you tell us the solution is green hydrogen, An engineer can go build you an electrolyzer that you probably can't afford. You certainly can't afford to run it at that scale. And then you'll get your green hydrogen, but the economy will be bankrupt by that point, and it really can't be scaled. And large volumes of potable water, huge amounts of electricity that we don't have today. And you're competing with those data center growth requirements, which are absolutely enormous. So rather than telling the engineer the solution, tell them what the problem is. And so when whether it's developing gas in Qatar, developing deep water oil in Guyana, or Angola or anywhere else, very much spend your time describing the challenge, the constraints. It needs to have no flare. It needs to be reliable. These things, the ones in Angola have been running for over 20 years with an uptime of 99%. So tell us what you need in great detail, and then just let us go and engineer and design the solution. And a few years ago, there's we need more lithium. Okay, well, that's okay. We'll go, we find the Smackover Formation in the US. We would like the lithium to be in the United States. Okay, we go find lithium-enriched brines. We're producing that today. We're developing lithium extraction technology to refine that, and now we'll have a US source of lithium. So really defining the problem and what you need. If it's deep water oil, there's a massive amount of high-performance computing, subsurface imaging. We're going to take care of all of that. We have a cave environment. We'll build what we need. Then we'll deploy these, we call them FPSOs, floating production, storage, and offloading vessels. There's be 6 of them out in Guyana. No flares. All of that gas is recaptured, reinvested. It's used for enhanced oil recovery. We'll take some to shore for power generation. We potentially will build some LNG out there once we know what the resource looks like. And the Guyanese government, we work very closely with President Ali, Minister Vikram, who's the oil minister, and they've described, well, what do they want and need? Well, we'd really like to develop this resource very safely, efficiently, quickly. We'd like to have the most sophisticated FPSOs, lowest emissions, and so just go do that. They didn't have the regulation in place, so we brought that from the United States. And today, we've worked very closely with them. And so that's describe what you need, we'll deliver it. The world gets 1.3 million barrels a day of oil production that's non-OPEC plus. So it's extremely important. And it's really describing the problem, the expectations, and working together. And if you look at any of these multi-decade partnerships, whether it's with the Qataris, Angolans, the Emiratis, now the Guyanese, it's really understanding one another, sort of setting out the principles of how we're going to work together, what we need to deliver, just letting the company do what it's really good at, keeping the government informed so they can govern this, and when the revenue hits, use it wisely. So sovereign wealth funds are important, transparency. So those are the things that form that very strong partnership. And when you work at Exxon for 30 years and you go through a whole bunch of this, whether it's Kazakhstan or Angola, you learn through that partnership. So you're going to have a few battles along the way, and you'll reach alignment. And at the end of 20 years, you have these very, very strong, deep partnerships with a lot of trust because you've been through good times and bad times. And I don't think that's going to change going forward. The energy mix for the world will just evolve. We need to be market-driven, engineering and technology solutions, and it's going to be more different kinds of energy seamlessly integrated together. So if it's renewables, it's intermittent. We need a base load. It probably needs to be gas, displace not unabated coal. There's your big energy CO2 emissions reduction. And so Exxon will be there to provide these solutions. And the one thing I'd leave with you on that point, having spent 20 years on a plane talking to all sorts of different governments, when we roll this up to a global level and we say, well, population's gone from 8 to 10 billion people, global GDP is going to double, there'll be a 15% increase in energy demand. That's all pretty well understood. It's basically just population growth and societal development with more people. They'll all live in cities, as we talked about earlier. When you break that down to regional solutions, that's where it gets very complex and very different. And so the choice that governments have is, what's your energy policy? As you put those requirements into place, really, please don't give us a solution. So Europe's giving us we want green hydrogen at scale. So they're doing probably the wrong thing, telling industry what the solution is rather than what the challenge is. United States, we want affordable, reliable, domestically produced energy that gives us energy security, underpins economic growth, reindustrialization at scale if we want to bring that back from China, and then the ability to export more liquids and gas than any other country in the world. I mean, that makes that country, in our example, extremely powerful. Right. Energy security is intrinsically linked to physical security as well when you think about that.
In fact, on that point, what the world has rediscovered post-Kiev Ukraine invasion, which was the wake-up call, but it was building up to that point, is the criticality of energy security. And it's being discussed everywhere, I'm sure everywhere you go. So now we've re-elevated, and energy security in my hierarchy is reliability. Security and reliability it's a version of reliability to count on. But the elephant in the room is not the climate debate. The elephant in the room is the realization, as you, Exxon, travel the world, of what countries are actually doing versus, as Neil said, what they're saying their policies are. And what they're actually doing in most countries is developing, in particular, in this case, oil and gas resources. So without naming names, because I don't want, but I'll name a name for those of you who haven't seen it. Your partner, the president of Guyana, was about 2 months ago, I think, on an interview with BBC. For those of you who have not seen this, use a magic YouTube machine, which, by the way, video on a YouTube or Zoom, 1 hour is about 2 miles of driving your car, just to have you calibrate. Zoom consumes power, not virtual bits. But that's a detail that we've dealt with already. Look at this interview between a relatively insufferable, pompous British journalist. My apologies to my homeland was also Britain. My father was British. Look at this interview between the pompous journalist and the president of Guyana about basically accusing him of contributing to the problem of climate change with the development of the Guyana field. It was the most brilliant, impassioned disquisition from a political leader I have seen on the importance of energy, and of course, STFU, kind of language back to him in a polite way. You have to see it. Because Guyana is a flashpoint because it's so new and so big. The policies matter. So you're a scientist and engineer. It's an engineering-driven company, but you just made an important point. You try to align with the policymakers in the countries in which you're working. You have no choice. It's your license to operate, because they can usurp your assets. It's happened to Exxon in history and before. It'll happen again. So you have to make these decisions. But that's at the extreme end. Which zone? Because I think offshore is the hot ticket. So if you're picking rough geography, where do you think the activity is going to be the most vigorous? And because that'll come not from just the resource base, but from the political appetites to invite Exxon in or invite Chevron and Shell, because they have to be invited in. Even if you do the exploration, you have to ask for permission. Which zone are we think? And I don't mean this like on a scale. Well, I would say it's a scale of 1 to 10. 1, which would be offshore Florida. That's a 1, right? Offshore Guyana is a 9. But where are the hot spots where development will happen because of the political willingness and recognition of what we've already heard, that we're not going to see peak oil in timeframes that are meaningful. So we need to produce it in ways that are inexpensive and acceptable. Where do you? This is, and I would say this is not where Exxon is going to be drilling, because your competitors drill where it's hot as well, and they may pick a hotter zone than you sometimes. But where's the heat map put the most likely high velocity of offshore development? Where do you see it?
So the geologist at ExxonMobil's on the spot now. Where's the next Guyana going to be?
Not the Exxon Guyana.
Yeah.
It might be your
industry
competitor.
Guyana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we look at a lot of dimensions. so the job I do at ExxonMobil is at the upstream level. So we're finding and developing oil and gas. Exploration, consider that as the tip of the spear. So where's ExxonMobil, in my case, going next? And so I have several hundred geoscientists, geophysicists, a few engineers in there, and we have a very good understanding of where the molecules sit in the Earth. That understanding increases every year through better subsurface imaging. In our case, we use seismic primarily, so the technology really drives that. The bigger computers we can get, so we have supercomputers today. We're looking forward to quantum computing coming, and all the algorithms behind the scenes. So that helps us work the subsurface piece. If we don't know where it is, if we can't see it, we can't find it. And so seeing it is the underpinnings to finding it. All of the exploration companies use the same approach. And so that's the first thing. Then we'll go test these things, and if we're lucky and we find something in Guyana, we can develop it very quickly. And so the places that we're drilling, oil typically offshore, and that's technology driven. So we started onshore 100 years ago, progressed to shallow water, deeper and deeper water. Right now, the envelope's about 3-kilometer water depth. We have a rig in eastern Canada today drilling in 3-kilometer water depth. If you're familiar with that, it's Hibernia, Hebron, and this is a new prospect north of there. It's right at the edge of the technology envelope. Prospect, a couple of 100 million barrels of oil. If it comes in, probably won't. It's exploration. We drill more failures than we do successes. But in order to be successful, we have to do that. Industry's doing that. When you read about the Orange Basin in Namibia, that's another big oil find. And those companies, Total, Shell, Galp, they're working on, can we develop that? And it's difficult to find it. That's what I do. It's almost even more difficult to develop it, and to develop it at the scale and pace that Exxon's doing in Guyana. As I mentioned, that's an industry first. That's extremely difficult. It's very capital intensive. The boats cost about $10 billion each, and their engineering marvel is basically like a mini refinery with initial separation, all of that on the facility, and then the oil's offloaded. So we need to partner with these governments to understand the subsurface, put these engineering solutions in, which cost tens of billions of dollars. And then we have to do that within the geopolitical environment of risk and uncertainty. Is that going to be nationalized? It's happened before, I'm sure it'll happen again. If we build a strong partnership where everyone's wants and needs are being met, that makes for a stronger long-term partnership like those we have in the Middle East, or many of these at Qatar, Guyana hopefully, Angola for sure. And so we work through those environments together, and there's a lot of short-term geopolitical tensions. So we recognize that risk, and we work through it, and we invest on a multi-decade time frame. So we need to, it's beyond the next political election. We're seeing through many governments, many heads of NOCs, and we need to work with that to stay aligned in those principles.
So I heard Canada and Namibia. Our homeland, not the North Sea, but the North Sea of Canada, actually.
So let's take that discussion to, so oil, we'll work with where the oil is, Guyana today, maybe the Orange Basin, if that gets developed. Angola, we're exploring there. There'll be a rig there in a couple of months' time. And these are the big proven oil plays. Gas, so we talked about Qatar. That was a big stranded gas field. Mozambique has the same in the Rovuma Basin. Expect that will get developed, be a very important LNG project. That's ExxonMobil, Total, and another block next door. And then the East Med, there's an area where as Russian pipeline gas gets cut off to Europe, what are the alternatives today?
Drilled in East Med.
Norway, and I was in Norway last week, is supplying most of Europe's gas needs, and then Gulf Coast LNG is backing that up. Long-term solution is probably gas from the Eastern Med, probably Algeria. That's a very, very large unconventional gas resource. I think Toby's going to talk about US gas next. Algeria is an example of if we were to take Permian technology And this is really horizontal wells with hydraulic fracture, stimulated production, and then a manufacturing process. And the only place that's worked really in the lower 48. The rocks exist in Argentina, Algeria, other places, Middle East.
Right.
And the question is, can we replicate that there? And it has the ability to, offset Russian pipeline gas.
Exactly.
So it'll be a combination of solutions.
So Algeria, Argentina, which I'm bullish on.
Well, not Argentina. It's
You're not going there.
difficult to invest.
It's very hard, unless Eli does something magical. So the Exxon and Amazon are the two anchor investments when I do investment these, because they're the anchor of demand and supply.
Yeah.
And they're both science and technology based. So this is very helpful. Now I know where to place my bets on the investment conferences that I go to and speak at. Thank you.
Deepwater oil
Deepwater
and
oil.
regional gas solutions, both pipeline and LNG. That's the answer.
And count on the scientists to understand the physics of money. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Scott Tinker and Toby Rice.
All right. Welcome. Good to be here. Great adventures. Natural gas, CH4. 4 hydrogens to 1 carbon. Interestingly, and it's natural gas. It leads me down the public understanding road. We talked about energy density today. Jesse was talking about surface power density, or watts per meter squared. You can look at it by weight as well, joules per kilogram. The public generally thinks natural gas, it's not dense. It's gas, no, but it's much more dense than liquids and solids by weight or by area. It's not the only thing the public doesn't understand. There's a lot of public misunderstanding. What is it, Toby? How has the public lost the thread here, and why is there such a resistance to natural gas? That you have wanted posters up around, I understand, too. Yeah.
Listen, energy is a very complex subject area. There's a lot of pieces that go into it, geopolitical, physical, natural resource. It's just very complicated. I think our biggest challenge we have is that the public is largely uneducated about energy, but that also is our biggest opportunity, is that the public is uneducated about energy. And the more they learn, the more they see that natural gas and fossil fuels is good for the planet. It's good for this world. And we're seeing perception really start to change, momentum shift. But it's confusing for people. And let's look at, DC. There's a popular talking point in DC because we have a lot of energy companies crying about how hard it is to do what we do. And make no mistake about it, it's never been more difficult to produce energy than it is today. But people will say in DC, well, how hard can it be? Because we're producing record amounts of oil and gas. It can't be that hard. Well, I think the perception of, are things good? We need to ask ourselves a question. Is it enough, what we're doing today in the US? Rampant inflation, war in Ukraine, emissions around the world are still skyrocketing. Energy poverty for the first time in 20 years increased. That's a travesty. So clearly, we're not doing enough. Clearly, we need to be doing a whole heck of a lot more. And I would love it if we could shift the perception towards realistic, practical solutions that we can actually make an impact. And the public is behind us. Recent polling is showing that over 70% of Americans see natural gas as a really critical energy resource and want to see more of it. So that's really amazing. People know it's decarbonizing. They know it's good for energy security. They know it's good for affordable energy. But taking that momentum, what we'd like to do at EQT, as America's largest natural gas producer, is really focus people on a really practical solution that will allow us to provide energy security to the world and address people's concerns over global emissions. And that path is very simple. It's transition the world from coal to gas. There's your energy security and lowering global emissions, and then find ways to transform gas to lower carbon energy solutions. Mm-hmm. And we've got tremendous technology and opportunities on that front. That right there is something that will, I think, everybody can believe in. We just need, as an industry, to show people how this is going to hit the mark and allow people to realize the benefits that they want to see on the environmental and energy security front.
Has it been, it seems like a Europe and Western Europe and US kind of resistance? Have you seen that as much globally or with gas?
Yeah, I mean, look at this LNG pause and the reaction that we saw from that. I mean, we've been out there championing for LNG with our Unleash US LNG campaign, and people have asked me, you know, how effective has that campaign been? Because at the end of that, we ended up with an LNG pause. And the LNG pause, to me, I mean, it's a symbol that we are being incredibly effective. The fact that environmentalists now want to put a focus on inhibiting LNG growth is a sign that we've been making too much noise. It's been making too much sense. And you look at the pushback that you're seeing from leaders in DC, I mean, bipartisan pushback on both sides of the aisle. You can look at some Democrat senators we have in Pennsylvania, both saying this is a bad idea. Our leaders understand that natural gas is a decarbonizing force. And then with the whole Ukraine situation, people understand energy security matters, and it's the biggest tool to provide energy security to the world. And then you see that also happening on the front lines with the people, where polls in Pennsylvania, a swing state, which is really important to keep an eye on because swing states matter, they polled voters and said, you know, who is going to, would you guys be more willing to support Biden or reelect him or get rid of him based on his decision to pause LNG? And by a margin of 2-1, Pennsylvania voters said they would fire Biden rather than reelect him.
Yeah.
So this is something that I think we've got a tremendous momentum behind. And from the Europeans, you see Šefčovič, who is one of the cabinet members of the EU, coming out and saying, America is the global guarantor of energy security. And they are very upset with this LNG pause as well. So we think people have come to the realization that this is a necessary tool for us.
I had friends in Europe when the day it happened, and I was getting texts. I won't repeat what they said anywhere, actually, but it was quite shocking, actually, to our allies in Europe. Mm-hmm. But I guess when you get Bill McKibben and John Podesta going against you, you're winning, right? And, what's the real driver behind that? Is it purely political?
Well, listen, I think regardless of which side you're on, whether you want to produce more energy to help provide human flourishing for the billions and billions around the world, or you want to, you know, promote zero carbon energy solutions to help fix climate, like the thing that's gluing everybody together is a desire to want to make the world a better place. And I think that's really awesome to see, like how much people can change the way the world works around us. That's the driving force. Our opportunity as industry is to take those concerns and really channel it towards really impactful solutions, because this is a complicated business with energy. And as leaders, one thing that I really have a ton of respect for our leaders in DC. It's hard to be an expert on just one issue. Our leaders in DC, they need to understand, be an expert across the board on every issue, and they don't really understand the ripple effects of turning this knob over here, now that impacts over here. As leaders in the business community, we really need to be out front, letting them know what their end game is, and the knobs that they're turning and the steps that they're putting in place actually are going to deliver the consequences they are. Because right now, you look at the approach we've taken towards energy, emissions still skyrocketing, energy poverty increasing, and we're in I'd say it's going in the opposite direction that people would have anticipated.
Yeah, I remember testifying to Senator Manchin's hearing on climate a few years ago and outlined the difference. Actually, Fatih Birol was there at that one, and so was Mark Mills as a witness. The difference between completely factual and factually complete. Mm-hmm. And factually complete is difficult. It's not simple. But a lot of these are solvable if we look at the complexities. I mean, natural gas is still sort of regionally priced. What would it take in LNG, you brought up LNG, to be globally fungible? What is it, how much more, what kind of lanes have to open where it becomes to a point like that? Where?
Yeah, I think anytime any country is determining their energy supply and where it's going to come from, they're looking at three factors: affordability, reliability, and the carbon footprint associated with that. Affordability is the key driver still, and then reliability is absolutely critical. We believe that we could put natural gas on the doorstep of Europe for a price of $10. Now, $10 LNG cost, that's the energy equivalent of $70 oil. Mm-hmm. You can build some pretty amazing economies on $70 oil. And the question is going to be how reliable is that supply going to be?
Right.
That's why this LNG pause has been so destructive, because we could sit and talk to our international customers and say, listen, you're not going to have to wake up one day and just have one person, some petro dictator, decide they're just going to shut off your supply of energy. Because in America, LNG is coming from 1,000 different providers like EQT, and it's being delivered to market, and we are driven by market forces, not political force. And that's what's so special about American LNG. Listen, I think this has been a political thing, but people should know that our track record of delivering energy reliably would trump that. And we have a resource base in this country to be able to deliver enhanced levels for decades.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking to the board and C-suite of a large methanol producing company very recently, and they were looking to do price. And I just laughed. I said, I don't forecast price. It'd be great to get paid to be wrong all the time, but I don't do it. But we looked at the price stability since about 07, 08, 09 across administrations, and that gave some comfort that, as you just said, some of this transcends some of those things. But let's talk about the resource base a little bit. We are seeing several of the gas-only shale basins plateauing and rolling over, and some of the gas with oil basins plateauing. What's it going to take? Marcellus, West Texas, Haynesville for a while longer are still going up and to the right, but is the resource secure? What's it going to take to keep that going that way?
Yeah, my couple thoughts on just the macro. I think just structural things that ultimately translate to price of natural gas. We believe the marginal cost of natural gas in the United States is about $3.50 per million BTU. That is what the marginal producer will need to justify putting a rig in the air. Now, stepping back, looking at natural gas demand has grown 50% over the other factors that are influencing price. Natural gas demand has grown 50% since 2010. During that period of time, pipeline infrastructure has only grown 25%, and even more interesting, storage infrastructure has only grown 12%. What does that mean? That means you're going to continue, because of lack of pipeline infrastructure, you're going to continue to see parts of the United States where natural gas is wildly expensive. The fact that Boston is paying $30 for their natural gas in the winter when I'm selling that same gas a couple hundred miles away in Pennsylvania for a price of $3 or $4, that's not, that is self-induced. We can fix that. But the storage infrastructure is going to be another one that's even going to cause a lot more uncertainty with prices, because storage infrastructure no longer is going to be an effective buffer on the supply and demand fundamentals. So what's going to buffer supply and demand is going to be price. And when you factor in the last structural element that's taken place in this country, which has been great for the environment, but taking our coal power generation capacity from the 50, 60% levels down to the 20% levels today, coal used to provide a off-ramp when gas prices got high. That gas to coal switching that used to occur when gas prices got to be about $4 to $5, that lid on gas prices has been muted significantly. And when you factor in low storage, prices will be prices will be very volatile. So we'll have periods of time where prices could be $2. We just got out of that after a historic supply of Europe to get them through this major crisis. Prices were $2. And you're going to see prices where prices could run to probably $6 to $8 for very short, brief periods of time. And that's sort of where you saw prices go in 22. Mm-hmm. If the marginal cost of natural gas is $3.50, you don't expect an average price because of the volatility that's out there. But also, when you see prices here, ask yourself the question, like, is this something we can fix, like a Boston situation, or what's going on in Charlotte right now? We're fixing that with Mountain Valley Pipeline. We have a resource that gas prices should be $3.50. If we had adequate pipelines and storage infrastructure, we can provide stable, affordable energy. And Scott, if we said we wanted to increase natural gas production in this country, let's say 50%, we have the resource to do that, and gas prices would be $4.
Yeah.
And people,
how long?
And we could do that for over 30 years. This is the numbers that we used behind our Unleash US LNG campaign. We said, how much more natural gas could we do? How big could LNG be? And we said it's got to be affordable. So we said the resource has to make sense for a gas price under $4. and it's got to be reliable. We need to be able to produce. We can only grow to a production level that we have enough resource remaining to hold it flat for over 30 years. And so that number comes out to be, we can increase production in this country 50%. Now, whether we want to use that for LNG or whether we want to use that for more electrification and strengthening our grid here domestically, that's the beautiful part about LNG. It is, or about natural gas and fossil fuels, the versatility for us to be able to move these to address the most pressing issues, I think is something that is another part of the conversation that's not being factored into our perception on the energy system that we build for the future.
Yeah, what are the technologies, Toby? 30 years is a long time. I mean, first shale gas, arguably 2000-ish, but 6, 7, 8, where it really launched in the Barnett, and then Fayetteville, Haynesville. Technology has been incredible since then, advances, not the incremental changes. What do you see coming in order to do that for 30 more years? What are some of the things you see?
Well, you've got a tremendous innovation engine that's working every day in the oil fields here. Just to give you guys some perspective of this innovation that takes place, the normal grind of engineers just making things more efficient. In the United States, before the shale revolution took place, U.S. gas production was about 50 BCF a day. Oil production in this country is about 5.5 million barrels a day. We're producing 2.5 times that amount of energy right now. Oil's producing, and before shale, like with that shale period, we were running 2,000 rigs to deliver this energy. Now we're producing 13.5 million barrels of oil. We're producing over 100 BCF a day of natural gas, and we're running 600 rigs in this country. So 2,000 rigs to 600 rigs, that is the efficiency and the innovation of our industry at work. Guess what? That engine is going to keep running, and that's going to allow us to continue to find ways to make our energy more cost-effective going forward. The other really interesting, so that's going to continue to bring more resource under that envelope of what's economic today. We're not going to run out of gas or oil supplies. It's really just going to be depending on what's the price of energy that we have. And every time you go to a higher tier, I mean, if gas prices were $5, the amount of inventory that works at $5 is absolutely tremendous. And we just need to remind people, whether gas prices are $4 or $5, we're talking about an energy equivalent basis of either $24 oil or $30 oil. I mean, this is the most affordable energy we can find, and to put it in perspective. But gas prices are not going to be $2. I mean, we've chewed up a lot of that really super low-cost stuff. We're in more of a period where gas prices should be a little bit north of $3.50 to see rigs happen.
Right. I remember in the early 80s sitting on a rig and seeing gas kicks and shales all the time, but we didn't know how the hell you'd ever produce it. In fact, if you cored it, you got fired. It's a seal, and don't core that rock.
Yeah.
Now we need it. And so you go beyond that even, I mean, you think about resources. We haven't even talked about methane hydrates or clathrates, huge resource base there. Jesse's led the Deep Carbon Observatory. Who knows what's coming from abiotic stuff? You may know better than others. There's a lot of methane in the world. Yeah. To your point, are we the only ones with mature source rocks in the U.S.? Or
Man,
does the world have it?
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, people look at the U.S. and say, oh my goodness, they've got this amazing natural resource underneath their feet. Guess what? If you knew the quality of shale, I mean, the concrete on that sidewalk has better permeability than the shale resource that we're developing.
By a lot.
Yeah. Just give you perspective. Saudi Arabia, they're dealing with Darcy level permeabilities. We're dealing with nano Darcy type permeabilities. The miracle wasn't Mother Nature on our feet. The miracle was the American wildcat in the American oil and gas industry. That's been the miracle. The miracle has been a system here in the United States that enables the American dream, that enables competition, and that's probably going to be the biggest. Now, could be exported to different parts of the world. The challenge is, shale is one of those things where to crack the code, it took a lot of failure, and it's not going to happen if you have people in Europe where they do things and they cancel hydraulic fracturing. That's completely sabotaging themselves from being able to let these miracle technologies work. My only question is going to be, typically the majors get out there. It's hard for Exxon or just BP or just a couple companies to have enough failure to crack the code in the U.S. when you have 1,000 wildcats trying to figure this thing out. all learning on building on each other's success. That's how we've created America from being energy dependent with a very bleak future back in 2000, running out of oil, and cracking the code on shale and transforming America into an energy powerhouse on the world stage.
Yeah. For those of you who aren't geologists, just suffer for a second, to give you that scale again. What does nano mean in this sense? In the Barnett, the size of the pores, you could fit 200 pores in the shale across the width of one human hair. That's what the pores look like. That's why you have to crack them in order to get that little gas molecule out. And along the way, we thought, well, if that's a little, scooter, the supertanker truck would be a oil molecule. We'll never get that out of those little pores. But indeed, Eagle Ford, Bakken, West Texas figured out how to do that. Again, we own the resource here. The individual owns that and is motivated by that kind of production in the United States. How does that happen around the world? What are the other drivers that are going to allow that to get released?
I think we need to start holding people accountable for the energy decisions that they make. You look at Europe as an example, call it a 10 BCF a day shortfall that they were looking to get. When Russia pulled back the energy supplier, they said, we're not going to buy that anymore. In the North Sea, they used to produce 18 BCF a day of natural gas. Then they just really cut drilling significantly. And guess what production declined to? 8 BCF a day. Who was there to pick up that gap? It was Russia. But had they had practical and valued energy security, they would not have found themselves in this situation. So I think we need to take a realistic view on the decisions that are being put in place. And if we learn one lesson as a world from the Russia-Ukraine situation, it's that energy security matters. And without energy security, you will not transition, period. So let's prioritize energy security and then work off of that. And then, you mentioned something like we want to advocate a gas-based economy. We are the largest gas producer in the world, 100 BCF a day of production. That's the energy equivalent of 16 million barrels a day of oil, equivalent in energy form. We're not even trying to drill natural gas in this country. When you look at the 600 rigs, it's like how many pure natural gas producers are there, like EQT? There's a handful of us. That's it. But out of the 600 rigs that are running right now and drilling for oil and gas, only 80 are drilling for gas. It's not like you find it. How many tests did Exxon do where they found hydrocarbons, but it wasn't oil? And so, the amount of natural gas in this world is amazing, and the versatility. We have such an abundance here that we really should be rethinking that, making the move and transitioning the world from a coal-based to a gas-based economy.
Yeah, it's been happening naturally. It's the physics and the density again. But yeah, it's funny. You go back 15 years when shale started to hit, and there were lots of resistance to it, both documentary films that weren't very factual, but also drama films. Matt Damon was in one, I think, et cetera. And you chase the dollars funding those back to the Middle East and Russia. Why? It's just business. We want to sell our conventional barrel or MCF, and this shale thing is kind of threatening. But in the background, guess where you find shale gas and shale oil is where you found conventional sources. Those are the source rocks, and quietly, as many of you know, but most of the public doesn't. There are massive mature source rocks in Russia and the Middle East. They're kind of holding off on releasing those onto global markets yet, but to your point, there's a huge resource here. Now we'd like to see that more globally distributed than just those conventional sources.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talk about people having interest to maybe want to put out misinformation on the responsible development of energy that we've proven here in the United States. And, hydraulic fracturing was a very scary thing, and we were living that in Pennsylvania. Gasland, one of those movies, was in northeastern Pennsylvania. We were ground zero in Appalachia dealing with people's concerns over groundwater and hydraulic fracturing. But we addressed those concerns, and in 2016, the EPA came out and said hydraulic fracturing is safe. And this industry will continue to address the world's concerns over environment. But we had you've got Putin over here who's exporting energy, making $500 billion a year exporting energy. You telling me he's not going to peel off $1 billion and muck up the world, or do that in Europe, or do that here in the U.S.? It's kind of unrealistic to think that that's not happening. And when you look at one of our biggest challenges right now, getting our message, we've got the facts on our side, we've got a great story, we've got a lot to offer the world. But one of the biggest challenges we have is just the communications front. And when you look at lobbying, the oil and gas industry spends about $500 million a year lobbying for pro-fossil interests, and API is the biggest one with about $260 million a year. You know what we're up against on the anti-fossil groups? $1.5 billion a year. Now, the good news is that these people that are putting these dollars out here, they're driven to want to make the world a better place. We just need to show them that, oil and gas is the way that we can make the world a better place. And if we're not all talking about what's happening in Guyana right now with Exxon, that is something we need to talk about, how we're just lifting up entire societies and preserving the environment by doing that. It's such a tremendous success story.
In fact, my friend Robert Bryce put out a number recently. He quantified the budgets of the top 25 climate NGOs in this country alone, $4.6 billion a year, 25 NGOs. And a lot of that is an anti-fossil message, as you know, because it's a pro-climate message, and they've conflated this thought, which we've started to dissect today, about how do you really lower emissions? Is it really down the solar and wind path, or is it to the ever more dense hydrogen, methane, nuclear path? And I think that's a very real dialogue. We just have a couple minutes left, unfortunately. Two questions, really. One, what if you could leave one thought with this group, which is a pretty influential group, what would it be?
Very simple. I think from how are we going to make the world a better place, we need to provide energy security and lower global emissions. That's what the public wants. We got to deliver that and understand the vision that we've got is feasible, it's practical. We can put this in motion. We have everything we need to make this happen. Transitioning the world from coal to gas and transforming gas to a zero carbon energy solution. Those bright minds that cracked the code on shale, that have made the energy that we benefit here in the US so affordable, so reliable, that people think that we don't even need oil and gas companies anymore. Think about how good of a job we've done to put ourselves in the situation. Those bright minds are now thinking about how we can make the energy that we produce cleaner. And there's some really amazing technologies that you're going to see from this industry for gas producers. It's going to be eliminating methane. We're going to knock methane emissions out of the park. But the pathway to take natural gas to zero carbon with carbon capture is going to be a natural extension of this industry's skill set. We're really good at pulling things out of the ground. We're going to be good at putting things back in the ground, like CO2. And every day that we produce the energy out of the ground here, the 13 million barrels of oil, the water that's associated with that is about 40 million barrels is getting pulled out of the ground. We're creating space every single day for 40 million barrels of something else to go back in. That's a lot of CO2. So not only are we blessed with major energy resources, we're also blessed with major decarbonizing resources. But guess who's going to do it? Yeah. It's going to be us. It's going to be our industry. And what you're seeing from this industry now is a desire to lead the energy transition on the world stage. We just need the ability to do our business and get more energy infrastructure built in this country.
Right. Yeah. Good. That's the first spontaneous applause today. That's so we'll wrap up here. Often after I give talks, I have people come up to me and say, "Scott, please come talk to my kids." It's like, talk to your own damn kids, you know. If you can't talk to them, who can? But I got 4 kids, 23 to 34 years old, and they kind of get this stuff. I think you have 3, 4, 6, and 10.
4, 6, 8, 10. I got 4.
4, 6, 8, and 10. What gives you hope for them? When you look out, what makes you hopeful?
Well, listen, I'm excited. It's nice to know that we have the resources to achieve the ambitions that people have. All of our problems are largely self-inflicted. I'm excited about the fact that people are only going to get more educated about this subject matter. But what I hope it happens faster. You know, I went to COP last year, and they have a big. If you've never been to COP, you need to go. It's to see the climate movement in physical form. It's impressive. But I'll never forget like one wall I saw where they had all of their 12 different things that they're trying to address. So all these issues plaguing the world, like food security, clean water, women's rights, education, like big stuff. And climate's on that board. And I remember thinking to myself, my God, we have got to get this climate thing figured out, because as a world, we are focused on this one thing when there's many other things that are hurting people today that we can fix. So I just hope we can get through this, start putting these solutions on the playing field so we can focus on the bigger issues, on even bigger issues.
17, I think, UN sustainability goals, and they're all, I think we would all agree, they're pretty important ones. Well, Toby, as always, thanks for the work you do and the willingness to be out there on the tip of the spear, and for your candor today. Great stuff.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, shh. You know. Please welcome the Honorable Spencer Abraham and Rupert Dalwall.
Good to see you. Well, good afternoon, and many of you will have eaten some machine chicken. That was a really interesting idea. The chicken is a machine for producing protein. It is a high honor for me to host this session. Secretary Abraham is one of the rarest people on the planet, an energy secretary who actually believes in real energy, that is hydrocarbon energy, and understands the vital and strategic and economic role of coal, oil, and natural gas. Secretary Abraham served as the nation's 10th Energy Secretary from January 2001 for the entirety of President George W. Bush's first term. His tenure saw a renewed policy emphasis on nuclear power, which we will talk about. And as Jesse Ausubel reminded us this morning, the only viable alternative to hydrocarbons as a stable, reliable generating technology at scale. The first Energy Secretary was James Schlesinger, who served in the Carter administration. It's fair to say that the ruling paradigm then was the opposite of energy abundance. It was, to borrow from David, an era when the Hunger Games prevailed, when limits to growth was on the president's reading list, turning down thermostats in winter, and the president addressing the nation in a cardigan. The next two administrations put pay to that, and the oil price began a remarkable, but to energy realists, unsurprising fall over the next 2 decades as the market was allowed to work. Secretary Abraham took office as that fall began to reverse and rise throughout his term and peaked during the financial crisis. And those two events are connected. A reminder that energy has consequences not only across the dimensions Mark spoke of this morning, but the economic and financial imbalances and for the global distribution of power. So coming to you, Mr. Secretary, what was in your in-tray after you were sworn in, and what were your policy priorities?
Well, I think that in 2001, certainly, we recognized that there was an abundant opportunity to develop various sectors in the energy world, and that we needed to do it. And I actually took office and was sworn in on a day in which California was engaged in dealing with rolling blackouts. So if you would, the scarcity issue was fully upon us at the very outset of my tenure. And we had to, enact, a different kind of approach in order to try to address this. Now, of course, California wasn't exactly receptive to the notion that having more than enough power was better than having not enough power. And so we sort of went back and forth with them, but we did do things that helped to facilitate their addressing that issue. But it actually, I think, opened people's eyes to what could be coming, and we encountered, many, issues along the way that continued to underscore the need for us to take a more aggressive approach to develop, the energy sector.
And one of those approaches was a renewed emphasis on nuclear.
Right. Well, we felt that there, and continue, of course, in my case, to be involved with and feel that that the nuclear energy sector, has been unfairly, treated for a long time. Today, I think we may be entering a period in which there's not as much resistance as we encountered trying to simply get a few nuclear plants onto the drawing board. And it was the loan guarantee program in 2005 that came in with the energy bill that year that finally began to provide potential resources for building it. But the resistance was strong, and it continues, of course, to be, although it's kind of hard to, in my opinion, simultaneously oppose nuclear and at the same time try to claim that we have to do something about climate. And I find it always frustrating to listen to people scream about nuclear energy's threats, because there might be something that happens somewhere down the road that could endanger a small number of people, and at the same time tell us that if we don't do something about emissions, billions will perish. And it's just such an incongruous situation. But I think we're getting on the right track now, and I'm hopeful that there really will be a significant growth in the next decade.
What, looking back, so in the 20 years or so since you were Energy Secretary, what do you see as the major developments, both positive and negative?
Well, I think on the development side, that there's a number which fall under the heading of technology changes. And when I was secretary, we were worried about the fact that projections as to the demand for natural gas in the United States were higher than the projected supply. And the cost of natural gas was very high, et cetera. And then all of a sudden, the technology was put in place to engage in new forms of drilling and horizontal drilling and fracking and so on to change the whole landscape. So I think that, not just in the area of natural gas and oil, but just across the board, the technology advances are the most important thing. And I tell people that, as we look ahead, I am firmly of the view that the primary concerns people have right now on the climate issues are going to be effectively addressed, not by scarcity and not by, turning down the thermostats, but by technology that will change the whole landscape. So that's, I think, the biggest change in a positive sense. On the negative side, the embrace by particularly the media of almost any claim made by opponents of energy, and the media's insistence on trying to underline and underscore risks and threats and so on that are posed by developing energy is, continues to really, I think, impede the development and the growth that we could have.
Yeah, looking at both sides of the Atlantic, one of the things that I would almost posit as an iron law of energy policy is that when energy policy gets taken over by the Greens, and in this country in the form of EPA, you are doomed. If you let environmental regulations drive energy policy, that you've got a big problem.
Well, I think just to use one example on in one area that we wrestled with when I was there, and that's the issue of how to deal with nuclear waste. And we had been thwarted in the efforts to build repository for the nuclear waste, even though every scientific effort that we undertook demonstrated the safety of going down that road. And finally, when I was secretary, we did successfully prevail in Congress on the issue of setting up, a permanent storage site, which resulted in an immediate effort to change that in the courts, and the environmental groups and so on that, were now defeated in the public arena had to go another way, and they were successful in basically getting a standard set that was so impossible to achieve that we're still sitting today with all this nuclear waste, ever larger amounts in casks and other sort of storage containers, in some cases in the largest metropolitan areas in the country. And notwithstanding what we've seen in terms of recycling in France, and notwithstanding the fact that our goal is to, I think, to continue to operate the nuclear plants and so on, the opposition has been, ferocious and continues to be today.
And in terms of one of the problems nuclear power has is these ratcheting up of regulations and the design and safety regulations. What do you think can be done about that?
Well, I think a change of, leadership in Washington will partly address it, but it's only temporary, and then the other side at some point, comes in, and then they try to move the goalposts further, and then the people who believe, as I guess this conference has discussed in the abundance formula or theory, the Julian Simon side of the argument come in and they get some progress going the other way, but it's going to be very difficult, because I think some people, some groups, and others who just sooner or later they get back in power and they begin to try to redress things they didn't like that were done in the interim between their last time in office.
Yeah, and that brings us to the other side of the ledger. Just as nuclear has been disadvantaged by those pressures, you've had wind and solar there's been complete policy capture, hasn't there, by wind and solar vested interests?
Yeah, and I think we're what we've also seen is that certain political figures or investors and business leaders and so on who are supporters of the scarcity side are heavily invested in and benefit from the various tax credits and subsidies given to certain industries. And I think, as I said this the other day, I think that to somebody that if technology in the form of whether it was the development ultimately of fusion or just advanced nuclear and the wider distribution of it, or whatever it might be, if it or just in the form of methods of reducing emissions, successfully addressed that question, and we found ourselves on the path to a net carbon zero, there'd be a whole new threat that we would find out about that had been somehow ignored or under investigated, and on we'd go with another form of sort of pushback. So I don't think this debate ends.
There's no definitive victory.
No, I don't think so.
When we talked last week, you talked about the complicity of the private sector, of private companies, in not pushing back on the green agenda, as being quite difficult, making the politics that much more difficult.
Yeah, I think anybody who watches the advertising of the energy sector's major companies would believe that that's all they do, is they just simply produce clean and efficient and non-dangerous work, because they want to emphasize and underscore what they're doing to placate their critics. But in doing so, they in my opinion, that just highlights the fact that there gives greater credibility to some of the arguments that these very companies, are trying to fight. Now, I think lately we've started to see a little more boldness on the part of, certain energy companies who've, decided to challenge the ESG kinds of investment philosophies and so on in corporate governance, and I think that's a good sign. But I think they've been hesitant to do that. I'm glad that they are now doing so.
And then you've got companies like, on the other side, you've got companies like Apple that claim they're 100% renewable energy, and that's if you like, a public-private sector partnership. I mean, it's a completely fraudulent claim, because Apple doesn't store the renewable energy, the electricity, and draw it down, but it's based on these phony renewable energy certificates, which are administered by EPA, which have no bearing on the time that renewable energy, when the wind blows and the electricity is actually generated and consumed. And so there you have the government, the federal government, actually propagating essentially a fraud and misleading the public about the reality of renewable energy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't have much to comment on that, except to say that we all know what the percentages of renewable sources are today. We know that it's been hard, even with a lot of tax credits and subsidies and support, for that percentage to get, anywhere near the kind of level that it would have to be to, to cause, the more traditional forms to go away. And I don't, I don't see that changing. I think, there's, it's fine that there's more wind and solar, but we all know that the peak potential there, is very limited.
And what do you think the role of the federal? Well, we've had the Inflation Reduction Act. Mark Mills mentioned costs running not into the billions or the hundreds of billions, but trillions of dollars. To what extent? And now the national debt is approaching or gone over the 100% of GDP mark. Do you think that will change the politics of the production tax credits and the subsidies? I mean, your reading of how Congress works, would that have any impact, do you think?
I'm skeptical. The folks who work across the street here are, always willing to sort of settle on things that keeps most of these tax incentives in place, and they are often used in the, if you want to move a bill through, these are the sorts of tax breaks that, can help drag along things that might not be quite as, popular with the public. So it would surprise me if somehow overnight that changed. But
do you think it's possible it could change?
I'm skeptical. I mean, I'll leave it at that. I just, and again, I don't really think that's the problem. I mean, I think the problem is the misunderstanding of what the potential is of some of these sources. I mean, I'm fine if we have, more renewable energy. I just also recognize that there's a limit to, what the potential output is, and people, I think, believe falsely somehow that all of our problems can be solved if we just simply shut down the current power plants and continue to subsidize, or more generously subsidize, solar, wind, et cetera. It just isn't going to happen. It will not meet the demand, and then we'll have the scarcity issues that I encountered day one of my tenure.
And turning back to nuclear, having worked in the federal government, been energy secretary, what do you see the respective roles of the federal government and the private sector? What are their respective roles?
It depends. I mean, I'm a free market enthusiast, and my natural instinct would be to, want to see the government out of, the the pocketbooks and the energy sector. I do think, though, that on nuclear, that there is, in order to really jumpstart the growth of it, there may be a role for the federal government. I, at one point, opined that maybe what we should do, and that might work, would be to have the federal government in a consortium with the private sector, with major utilities, build or work together to finance and build a fleet of new plants, 5, 6, 7 new plants. I think that would reduce the risk factors that have impeded investment in nuclear. And if the federal government was an initial shareholder in these plants, they'd get built. And once they were built, the federal government could exit, because there'd be a lot of folks who'd be willing to pick up their share if you had an actually working and successfully regulated nuclear plant. I'm not saying that's the best way, but I think you almost have to go down that kind of road in order to get a few initial builds completed in at least a short period of time. And then maybe after that, once we have some credibility that nuclear power plants can be built safely and operated that way, maybe we could
and operated profitably.
Yeah, right.
During the last 4 years, or during the years of the Biden administration, energy policy has effectively been subordinated to the climate agenda, with one exception, which has been the drawdown of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is actually telling us something quite important.
Well, during my service, we spent a great deal of both money and effort to fill the reserve because of the threats that we foresaw, particularly after 9/11. And we were very adamant, as had been previous administrations and subsequent administrations until this one, that the SPRO would not be used for the purpose of manipulating prices, but rather used to deal with emergencies and national security concerns. And so I'm very disappointed by this, because I think it sets a precedent almost sure to be followed by others, where the reserve becomes just kind of a political football. And I think it's a gigantic mistake. I don't know how much of a factor it'll be in the election this year, but at least for people who are interested in the policy developments in the energy sector, I think it should be a matter of great concern, because it seems to me that it could be a precursor for the misuse and misallocation of other, federal and national resources for political purposes rather than for purposes of energy security.
And looking ahead, if there's a change of administration, what would you want to see the new administration do? The sort of top 2 or 3 things you'd like to see happen in a second Trump term?
Well, I assume that step 1 or one of the top priorities would be to end the pause on LNG exports and the building of LNG facilities. I won't go into specifics here, but I'm acutely aware of some of the actions that are being taken in furtherance of the policy by agencies of the federal government who claim that's not what they're doing, but it is what they're doing. And so I think that would be the first thing I'd like to see reversed. I think that what we have to do is, I'd also put at the top of the list, a lot of things, so I shouldn't dig too deeply, because there are going to be people here that are going to immediately say, well, what about this or that? But I think there's a number of the regulations that have been imposed that, have really impeded, domestic development. I think they need to be, reversed or modified. And then I think, even though, as I said before, it's maybe not at the top of the the debate for the presidential election. I think that making a very strong declaration that energy assets are energy security related concerns and need to be treated that way. And whether it's SPRO or anything else, we need to reestablish, that kind of priority.
Taking a step back and looking at not just the US, but the geopolitical domain. I mean, one of the things that first happened in the Obama administration and then subsequently with the Biden administration was that the US lost a lot of credibility with its, I want to say, former allies in the Gulf and with the major oil producers there. What do you think, has that been damaging to the United States interests, and what should the Trump administration, should a new administration do to repair those relations?
I think there's, inevitably going to be some tension, because if your policy becomes that we're going to free up the private sector to develop our domestic resources, you're automatically challenging, the production in other countries, and so I don't think you would eliminate that, but I think to the degree that you can create a sense that your energy policy is premised on issues that are not, domestic politics related, you can earn some credibility back with people who don't know how to, what's coming next, because they don't know what tomorrow's polls will say and what the, response to those polls will be as it affects the relationship between, their production and the U.S.
I mean, one thing we have learned during this administration is the acute sensitivity or the relationship between the president's polling, his favorability ratings, and the price of gasoline at the pump.
Yeah, and that won't change. I mean, the one, I always used to, try to explain to people in both when I was at DOE and when I was in office, not to other elected officials so much, but to people that sort of were in the media or people that followed it, that the American public, is not studying, every chart that appears in, the Wall Street Journal. I mean, or every, commodity price or but they are following, the things that trigger them are things that are right before their eyes. And the price of gasoline is right before the eyes of most Americans as they go to work or, socialize or whatever. So, yeah, it's gonna, that price is going to affect politics. But the wrong solution to it is to say, okay, we've got this reserve, let's empty it in order to bring down sort of temporarily prices and then pat ourselves on the back that prices are lower. And the right solution is to say that we have enormous amounts of untapped potential in this country of energy, and let's facilitate the development of those sources and incentivize the private sector to work harder to make money, and in doing so, make Americans more energy independent.
We've got about a minute left, so by popular demand, I've been asked to put one question to you, which is about your current successor and fellow Michigander, the Secretary Granholm. A quick take from you, sir.
Well, I'm not going to comment on her. I think I have a feeling that the people in this audience largely share what I think I would call the perception of her. I think that we've had a cordial, I would say, relationship because she was the Attorney General when I was senator in Michigan, and we have a lot of we worked together over the years. She just has a different philosophy than I do, and I'm not surprised by anything she's done, although maybe that time when she laughed about gasoline prices, I might say I was a little bit off-put by that. But she is...
She's a public servant.
She is a public servant, but she's also, considered a very effective communicator. And she was, in part, I suspect, chosen because of the desire to have in that job somebody who would, be more like the spokesperson for policies that not necessarily the president, but that his team and the people that have shaped his policies have, wanted to advance. And she's, been effective in Michigan and here as a spokesperson. So that's what her strength is, and she's playing to her strength.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Peter Bryant and Emily Olson.
Good afternoon, everyone, and Emily, welcome. So Emily Olson is Chief Sustainability and External Affairs Officer for Vale Base Metals, headquartered in Toronto and part of the mining giant based in Brazil, Vale. So we're here to talk about what I call the forgotten industry in the US, which is the mining industry. And just to put some context around that, and we're going to dive into some big topics here, is we abolished our Bureau of Mines in the late 80s on the basis that we didn't need mining anymore. Okay, it's the only industry where probably in the whole world where American companies don't dominate. Just quick fact check. Of the top 30 mining companies in the world, only 3 are American, number 30. So that's kind of irrelevant. Sorry, Albemarle. The others are gold miner, and we have Freeport. So it's an industry, and then you take out the Chinese companies and the Russian companies, and you're left with a basket of Brazilian, Chilean, Australian, Canadian, and Indonesian companies. No, that's a big jurisdiction. And minerals are where they are. So one of the things is and one of the other terms I don't like is critical minerals. So it's just, and we'll dive into that. So one thing is we are moving towards a minerals-intensive energy industry sector. And whilst everybody in Washington and the US kind of talk about critical minerals, there's not a deep understanding of the mining industry and sector itself. So when we say what is a mineral-intensive energy system, some stats you'll find in your folder, which are quite useful, because people go like, what does that actually mean? So, for example, 1 megawatt of power generated by fossil fuels requires 3 tons, not pounds, 3 tons of copper. If you're doing solar, that requires 5.5 tons of copper, all the way to offshore wind that requires 10.5 tons of copper for every megawatt of power an offshore wind turbine produces. Remember, versus the 3 tons. Okay, and in a car, 48 pounds of copper for a regular internal combustion, and electric, and we heard this a bit from Toyota, 143 pounds of copper. So the demand curve that's required to meet the goals that are being set, or the projections that we look at for renewable energy, et cetera, to 2035, is putting an enormous new supply demand on the mining industry across what we call some of the key commodities like copper, lithium, nickel, a little bit on rare earths, a little bit on cobalt, but copper and nickel are very, very critical to this, as well as lithium. So, and I don't think we kind of fully understand and translate how that means. And we talk about, kind of a minerals famine as it relates to those things. But by 2035, there is going to be a tremendous, and I hate to say it, it's not a lack of abundancy, but by 2035, there will be a tremendous supply gap in these minerals. And because it takes 20 years to permit and develop a lot of these mines. Okay, and we're not sitting on any major copper deposits today that are being developed. So there's no way by 2035 we can make up as an industry that supply gap. It's just not going to happen. And we need to think about, and there may be some innovation, but we need to think about what that all means. So within that context, the industry is challenged to, and we'll dive into this, a kind of an affordable, reliable, and secure supply of these minerals, responsibly extracted, responsibly processed, but with underlying kind of geopolitical issues around supply chain de-risking, friendshoring. As the Wall Street Journal likes to say, the US has already lost its minerals war with China, because many of these minerals we talk about are in Africa, parts of Asia, Latin America. So Emily, with all that in mind, so it's not complex at all, trust me.
No.
And the thing to just why we specifically talk about different minerals is the jurisdictions, the countries, the companies, and the challenges are different for every mineral. And the danger is we pick a characteristic of lithium and then apply it to all minerals. And that just is not a right way to think about it. It creates wrong-headed discussions on the Hill, policy, misconceptions, etc. So with that in mind, Emily, how does the industry balance this? On one hand, adequate, affordable, secure supply of minerals that we've talked about, particularly copper, nickel, maybe lithium, against the responsible extraction processing with this underpinning of national security that's kind of floating around now?
Easy question, Peter.
Easy question. I know that was the starter.
And so again, I'm glad to be here. Finally, mining is having a bit of its time in the sun. So I started my career in Washington very long time ago. After 10 years here in Washington, like many of you, I was an oil and gas woman. So I spent 15 years in oil and gas very proudly, and have come into the mining sector over the last few years. And it's a very interesting paradigm. A lot of the things that we see in the mining sector today, I close my eyes and I remember this from 10, 15 years ago in the oil and gas sector. We've talked already today, the narrative challenge, right? I can't tell you how many times I get the side comment about how can you be a sustainability officer for a mining company? They're incongruent. And to your point on adequate supply, responsible sourcing. This is the seminal challenge of the industry. How do we, part one, change that narrative? That mining is actually a very critical part. Again, sorry, we'll avoid the word critical, but a very critical part of how we need to look for the next, I would say, 50 years. And equally, it's not mutually exclusive. You can have adequate, strong supplies, and all of it does have to be responsibly sourced. We know, again, I'm reflecting at the previous conversations here from the oil and gas side. You don't have a luxury, nor is it good business, quite frankly, to not do things responsibly and sustainably. And what I try to do a bit on this conversation, this topic, is that yes, Chief Sustainability Officer, but I'm in the business of creating a sustaining business, which requires capital, which requires innovation, and does require strong ESG standards. And that is primarily driven by not only the communities where most of our mines operate globally, but our customer base. And we our dear friends at Toyota, our downstream partners, particularly the automotive sector, they are clamoring for higher standards. And it's interesting, building on the conversation from earlier, is that one of our as a sector, the automotive industry holds us to some of the toughest ESG standards out there. And so again, we are following not only the customer demand and the community demand, but for me, I very much try to change the narrative that you can absolutely have secure, sustainable supply in a very responsible way. And I think most policymakers around the world struggle with that concept. I was recently in Brussels, and this was a very difficult concept to put our heads around collectively, that mining is not the days of old. This isn't post-war mining. We are innovating. We are changing. It's not underground with a pickaxe type thing, which is very much the imagery that we are painted as. And it's starting to cause, I would say, it's a inhibitor to thinking about long-term growth and supply. And to your point, this isn't necessarily, we use the transition, the energy transition, really as that hook forward, right? It has allowed mining to come to the table again, I would say, a place that we haven't had a position on in 50 years, right? And so the transition, the concept of the energy transition has enabled that. But this is a security of supply. This is a supply. This is national defense. There's a whole larger bucket of applications that we've perhaps forgotten are relevant to the mining sector and will only grow longer term. And we absolutely have to address to what you talked about was the deficit we see approaching very quickly in 2030, 2035.
Yeah. How do you tackle this kind of 20-year nightmare, I like to call it, when you nodded, 20 years to permit and develop a mine? I mean, that's, even if we're to get to the supply levels when demand flattens out, et cetera, I mean, it's just hard to imagine wanting to develop the mines that we need to with that kind of overhang.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, again, American and Canada, so I will do that. But, the Canadians seem to have whittled the time frame down to timing and permitting to about 14 years. I think here in the U.S. we still. I was with Freeport, as you mentioned, the American copper producer, and again I think at best 16 years, right, to permit a new mine. Which is very frustrating, I would say, is that you see the resources, you see the reserves, you know how to do it. We talked earlier about constraints on capital. All of this is tied together. Accessing capital, making sure we have strong ESG parameters in order to access the capital, in order to get the permits. Right? It's a very complex web, but it is a challenge, and it's something from my perspective. When I look after our portfolio, we produce 200,000 tons of nickel each year, 300,000 tons of copper, and I have assets all over the world. And one of the challenges that we see is that Peter, I made that joke, not a joke, about Indonesia, but you're seeing the developing nations really able to move faster. Demand is there. You're seeing a shift from customer centers. You're seeing more automakers going there, and so you're seeing this shift, and they're able to move faster. And obviously, Chinese investment in parts of Southeast Asia, like Indonesia and the Philippines, have been able to move that at scale and pace. And here, we have to figure out how to regionalize our permitting, our infrastructure. It's a lot of duplication in the system, and back in from my days of oil and gas, it's no different than for mining, is that there's from local to state to federal, the duplication, the layers, they inhibit our ability to operate. And also, for me, when I think about the next 20 years, and I think you'll ask me this question later, so I don't get ahead of myself, but it's the duplication. When we think about policies, trade, come to Canada. They don't like it when I joke that we're the 51st state, so I try not to do that too much. But again, you're thinking about a supply chain that has been integrated since the 70s in the auto sector. Canadians in the US, right? We can do it. We know how to do it. You have spare capacity, you have optionality, you don't always have to go overseas. How are we then thinking about our policy in a much more cross-border way? That moves things faster. We don't all have to have smelters. We all don't have to have refining. So again, trying to think more, we talked about friendshoring. I just say it's more using your friends and allies for the same purpose.
Yeah, this gets into, obviously, I'm a pessimist that we'll ever actually permit large mines in the United States ever again. But there's minerals in Africa. Those countries will develop their resources no matter what we say. So they can either partner with the US or they can partner with other state actors. So with that kind of parameter, and we've all sat and listened to African ministers and Latin American ministers talk about it. China's very aggressive. But how do countries and governments that kind of operate in essentially a market-oriented world compete with state-directed, I call it market shaping, which just have different factors around it.
Very diplomatic word choice.
Yeah, very diplomatic, yes. Code word for a certain country, yes.
Manipulation.
Manipulation, yeah. And I'll just elaborate. Should we elaborate a little bit? We use nickel as an example. So China invested over $20 billion in the Indonesian nickel industry. Indonesia also, with resource nationalism, because they want to retain more value, banned the export of raw nickel. Okay, so they expanded supply to such an extent they flooded the market with nickel, which is essentially brought to a halt nickel mining in Australia, New Caledonia, to all other sources by flooding the market. And it's unlikely those sources may come back at all. So it's kind of, and that's, you could ask, that's state-directed market shaping, in my language. So how do we compete in that world? Because it just seems to be, they're playing one game, we're playing another.
Well, I think to that point is that, you play the game. I mean, you have to be part of those conversations, right? Is that, again, we'll talk about Indonesia, so that seems to be more of a focal point in the nickel industry. Again, it's a narrative issue as well. I no doubt you've heard the ongoing narrative on dirty Indonesian nickel. I have a large operation. Vale operates and has been for 55 years in Indonesia. Freeport also operates in Indonesia. So there are very good actors in Indonesia. And they have the ability and they have the forethought to design a system, right, that protects and is very much focused on downstreaming. And the Chinese have invested very significantly over the years in that market. And again, I think maybe go back, is that when was the last time you were at a conference talking about mining, right? Our eye was off the prize. And so in that absence, if you look at Africa, you look at Southeast Asia, where you have prolific basins of both copper and nickel, the Chinese have been there for quite some time. And so, again, when you think about market shaping effects, and you're seeing this, and the one thing that I do speak very boldly at, even within Southeast Asia, is that in Africa, not every country needs a downstreaming business. So you're really thinking about how you're setting up. And again, this critical minerals craze has really drawn the attention to how countries, developing nations, are looking to exploit and put those resources to market. But you're thinking thoughtfully, do I need a smelter and a refiner in every country I go to? No. How are you looking at long-term trade? How are you building those relationships? And I think in countries like Indonesia, this is my opinion, it's imperative that they be part of the U.S. dialogue. And you will see that because you start to see these conversations of a bifurcation of the market. Bad product goes east. You would say the lower ESG standard products go east, the good stuff goes west. That's not the intention. That doesn't solve what we're trying to solve for as a market. And equally, I think we have to be very cautious on a lot of the policies we're putting forward. So, the IRA obviously stimulated a lot of gamesmanship, I would say, in the international stage on trying to out-incentivize one another. Everyone has an incentive these days. It's hard to keep track of. But how they talk together, but also not creating technical and non-technical barriers to trade. We need to be clear with the developing world, and I speak with the Indonesian government very frequently. We have to be clear on what our expectation is and what they need to be solving for, and also building those bridges with them, because in my opinion, you need to have that Southeast Asia corridor very well connected to the U.S. and the North American markets, Europe as well, but we'll be biased here.
So let's unpack the international part. Forget North American mining for a moment.
Absolutely.
International. Obviously, you hear two kind of sides. One is, we will listen to ministers who say, we'd prefer the US to be a partner, but the US lectures us. We get an MOU if we're lucky after 12 months. China comes with a coherent package across not just the mine infrastructure, everything. It's pretty obvious. So, how does the US, especially when mining is spread across 17 agencies, DOE alone has 16 departments that touch mining. So how do we put a coherent strategy and a competitive offering that we can walk into these countries with private champions, being the mining companies? How do we put that all together? What's the kind of pathway to that? Because, the clock's ticking, right? We don't have a decade to figure this out.
No, we don't have 2 months.
We don't have 2 months. We've got to do this quickly.
We should have started 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So again, mining has, I started my career here in Washington in the late 90s. I don't recall a time where we really triumphed and championed mining in policy circles. And I think there's a reflection globally, right? No one's really thought about mining in a very meaningful, coordinated, holistic way. And what are we solving for? It's very much been state-focused in the US, in Canada, it's provincial. In countries like Brazil and Indonesia and Argentina, it's very localized, very federalized, all at the same time. So there is a complete lack, I would say, of an integrated, coordinated mining policy in most countries. So we shouldn't seek solace in that fact.
We're not alone.
We're not alone,
But,
absolutely. But it's this race to not be last. And so people are putting governments, Brussels has the Net Zero Act, they have the Raw Materials Act. All these policies are starting to come to the forefront that are directed to mining. They have to speak to each other. They have to be, again, and they're only part of the puzzle, right? And that's where you get stopped. That's where it gets stuffed up, is that you can't solve for one piece of the supply chain. So case in point, I will illustrate an example from Canada. Investment tax credits that we know very well here in the United States. Most of the incentives, and inclusive of the IRA as well, are very much directed to the downstream. So congratulations to our colleagues at Toyota that were here earlier. GM, Ford, Wright, the autos, the downstream consumer is very much the directive of these incentives. Doesn't do anything for me to get ore out of the ground to feed that supply gap. And so really looking at how we're looking at tax incentives, what we're doing on mine development, because we can sit here all day and talk about the gap, but majority of the incentives out there actually don't address development of mining. No ore is out of the ground any sooner because of most of these incentives.
Exactly, they don't incentivize mining. Just switching gears a little, so two aspects. One is we'll talk a bit about some of the technical challenges, but let's talk about First Nations for a moment.
Absolutely.
So First Nations talk about 80% of minerals to be developed almost globally, 80% of those yet to be developed sit on or adjacent to First Nation lands. And First Nations in Canada, the Major Projects Coalition Group, always say the energy transition is through First Nations land. And obviously, we're involved with that, the Major Projects Coalition in Canada together. I mean, how do you navigate that? Because they're having a very different narrative in terms of wanting to grow their prosperity, see different outcomes from mining, much more sophisticated. They're not anti-mining in most, but they want it done in a different way. I mean, how are you approaching it? How are you thinking about that? Yeah.
It's a great question, because I also think one of the things I try not to lecture about, but I like to point out, is that U.S. policymakers, state governments have a lot to learn from the Canadians. The Canadians have not solved this problem, but mining is very much a fabric in the Canadian system, right? You're not necessarily pushing a boulder up a hill, no pun intended, for that long, but it's very important on how the regulation, both provincial and federal regulations, are set up on engagement with First Nations, our Native American tribes here in the U.S. First Nations throughout Canada, they're governments. And with that, most of the communities are able very much to come to the negotiating table. One of the challenges we have in Canada is access to capital. Same challenge here in the U.S., right? Most First Nations do not have access to financing tools. It's all very much the Indian Act really holds them back in terms of optionality. But recently, a bit of an example is that there was a settlement done in Canada for 146 First Nations, totaling a bit over $10 billion. And some of the immediate conversations we had after that was, particularly our colleagues in British Columbia, where I am in Ontario, we have many First Nations, equity. They don't want to just put, most of these communities don't want to put their money under the mattress. They want to invest. They want to be part of mine development, which is a different story, right, that you see here sometimes in the U.S. And so, again, I think there's great learning and how we've been able to, I believe, successfully engage with First Nation partners in Canada. It is very much through that integrated supply chain, building in Indigenous companies and suppliers, but also bringing everyone to the table to have a discussion about what is expected. I've been in politics long enough. I don't like surprises. And so being able to sit at a table and really have these conversations prior to coming to big financial decisions has been a big catalyst for change in Canada, I would say. Obviously room to grow, but the conversation we saw with Enbridge, particularly leading the charge in British Columbia on equity partnership for pipeline development. And I do believe that is the new trend, and that is something we absolutely need to be thinking about, how we co-develop projects for the future with First Nations partners. Tremendous experience, particularly on the contractor and supplier side. And so really setting up, and the thing I do love that I've learned while being in Canada from the First Nations is the first question they ask in meetings is, I need to think 5 generations. So, okay, great, but map it, 5 generations. How will those generations be better than where they are today? And it's a good dialogue. We both show up, and I think, again, I I do believe there's a lot of lessons learned and shared over the border that could be beneficial to mine development in this country.
Yeah, and they challenge us with, they talk about integrating their values into projects.
Absolutely.
Things like, what's the impact 5 generations out is interesting. Now, I know you're not the head of innovation, but, it's kind of interesting to me, the contrast. So Toby talked about in 24 years, the US has increased its oil and gas production 2.5 times with a quarter less rigs. Mining stat. So mining's becoming energy, water, and waste intensive. Here's a stat, which is the opposite of what we just heard. So to produce a pound of copper since 1980 takes 16 times more energy. We have to move 16 times more rock, and we use 2 times more water, and that is growing exponentially because the grades of copper are declining. By the way, just think about it, if you're doing a grade of 0.5%, we have to go from 25 million tons of copper to 50 million tons. And we're producing a half a grade. How many billions tons of rock we have to pull out of the ground, transport miles, etc. So when you look at this innovation challenge, what's going on? Are we figuring it out, Emily, or we've got a way to go?
I'm going to kind of harken back to my previous comment about coming in to the mining sector from the oil and gas space, where our kit was set up for innovation. You can innovate in oil and gas. We've done it wonderfully over the last 20 years, right? And I worked offshore. And so I know how to do, we know how to do that. And it's a little bit more accessible, that innovation. Mining is mining at the end of the day, too. I mean, an open cut copper pit is an open cut copper pit. You still dig. The things that we're learning and catching up, I would say, on the innovation, natural resources in general, and I would say this, in my oil and gas hat too, is that over time we had to very much increase that capital on innovation, R&D, innovation, and mining is really coming into that now. There's a few areas that are very much a focus on the mining side when it comes to innovation. Tailings. Tailings are our waste rock. And so out of every ton of ore, you get about 2% in metal. The rest is waste. And there's still metal in that waste, and there's still ways to extract that. And so the focus very much on, some companies focus on leaching technology, which is an acid-based approach where you seep out the excess metals. Again, cost-intensive, water-intensive. Equally, we're looking at optionality around some of our tailings waste in Brazil, which I've just signed a good partnership, an exciting partnership with a company that takes our waste, our tailings waste out of our refinery slag, and reprocesses it into fertilizer, and then sells that fertilizer on to the local agricultural community, right? So creating a bit of a circular operation there, which is very important. We talked a little bit back earlier in the day about battery recycling. That's another really important innovation we're looking at. Most metal refineries, I've had the luxury of having a cobalt refinery right on Lake Erie, right earshot from Ohio, and equally one in the UK, which is very, very much set up to process black mass, which is batteries. And so creating some of that circularity, I think, is a key driver to innovation in the mining sector. I had a colleague not too long ago from a not-to-be-named oil and gas company call me up and say, "Did you know you could get copper out of tailings?" And I said, "Yes, don't tell." Yep. But no, that is very much what the industry is looking at, is how you better utilize that waste rock, how you eliminate that waste.
Yeah. Get more from what we have
right.
already. Yep.
And simple things too. I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, because we've talked a little bit about electrification. Yeah. In mining, electrification is very helpful in certain areas. Generally, and again, my portfolio is blessed to have access to 99% renewable power, right? So I really focus a lot more on how to reduce that carbon emission footprint in my operations. And the reason we like electric vehicles, particularly in underground nickel mines, which it's 1.5 miles under the earth. We have to take everything apart and bring it down.
It's brilliant to watch.
It's very difficult, but for us, it's longer term, it's an energy saver. So there's an economic advantage for us down there. But equally, when you are underground, it helps contain particulate matter and making sure you have a much cleaner, quieter environment. But equally, it doesn't always work in big open cut copper pits far away from anywhere, because you still have the logistical challenge. So back to the points earlier today, it's not a one size fits all. And so cracking innovation is becoming a bit more asset specific, which gives us optionality, right? But leaching, circularity and mine waste are really focal points in how we do it. You still have to mine. That doesn't go away.
I think everybody should have an experience of going 1.5 miles underground. It's quite an experience, or deeper.
Yeah. Happy to take any of you.
We're open invitation. We've talked about capital before, actually, and we talk about the capital deficit in mining. So this is not specific about your organisation, but I think it's about mining and not just the majors and juniors. Mike Henry, who's the CEO of BHP, the world's largest mining company based in Australia. So capital's our last question. He said that to expand copper, there needs to be a $250 billion investment in copper by 2030. New production, only 50 has been committed. That's a 200 billion shortage. But that's across the industry. How do we attract capital back to this industry that people, they don't like? They find it ESG and yet it's critical to this energy transition. It's kind of an oxymoron almost. We're not going to give capital to the industry that's going to supply the energy transition. How do we solve that?
Mike's a wise man.
In 1 minute.
In 1 minute, two things. It's narrative and it's policy.
Yep.
The narrative is the challenge, right? Like I said, most jurisdictions, actually I shared with Peter, having done some reputation surveying not too long ago, no one in Washington knows about mining. You can, we did some data, no one could name a mining company. And so thinking very hard on that narrative and the education piece, because I do believe that is a long-term blocker to our ability to grow. People you don't think people understand energy and oil and gas. They certainly don't understand mining. Again, it's, coal miner with a pickaxe is generally the imagery I get from most people.
Yep.
And then policy, being thoughtful about policy and not trying to solve it all at one time. This is the challenge I sometimes have globally, is that we have 92 different ways to solve the problem. Pick 3. Let's start in one direction. Let's do it right. For me, it's really streamlining regulation, and I would be remiss if I didn't make a final push for. I really do believe there is extreme advantage in cross-border dialogue, within the North American supply chain, and I do point back to how successful it's been in the automotive sector, and I think mining can certainly be that next poster child for a U.S.-Canada strong supply chain.
Lovely. Emily, thank you for that pitch.
No, thank
Excellent.
you.
Thank you very much. It was an insightful discussion.
Thank you, Peter.
Hopefully you all took away something. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Please welcome Mark Mills and Jacob DeWitte.
All right, it's heavy industry time.
That's right.
It's going to light them up with nuclear energy.
Sounds good.
This is you saw in the program. This is about a nuclear power company, but I'll frame it with a personal note. But starting first with what Jesse began the whole event with, by invoking Václav Smil. Some of you may know him. He's a colleague. I wouldn't call him a friend. He's a bit of a curmudgeon. He's a fellow Canadian from my home province in Manitoba, but he's a brilliant writer, and he writes about energy density. So energy density terms, because the ultimate goal in society is what Jesse talked about, is reducing our footprint on the planet. And my former partner, who sadly died too young, Peter Huber, and I wrote our book, The Bottomless Well. We were hyper-focused on the thin layer that we occupy on the surface of the earth and the amount that's useful to us to live on. Preserving land and the surface is the sine qua non of civilization's advancement. And this is why at least I fight the monomaniacal pursuit of high land use, high material use, so-called green energy. Because hydrocarbons, in energy density terms, are 100-fold better than green energy, 100-fold better. Nuclear energy, to calibrate, this is me as a physicist talking, and I apologize for this, is 1,000,000-fold better than hydrocarbons. 1,000,000-fold better. As realized today, it's only 1,000-fold better. So the reactors we know how to build are only 1,000-fold better in reducing our footprint. I'd say that's a pretty good goal. For those of a certain age, I remember the nuclear debates because I was in the middle of them. I left building semiconductors, missile guidance, fiber optics in my career and started in the Canadian nuclear industry in a mining company. I'm probably the only person in the room other than Emily that's been at the bottom of a 5,000-foot vertical hard rock shaft, the uranium mine in northern Canada that supplied the Manhattan Project, the only refiner. And then I ended up in the nuclear debates, came to the United States, and spent the week of the accident on my arrival at 3 Mile Island. And the next 7 years of my life trying to defend the virtues of nuclear energy as a young 20-something physicist. You'll know that I was at 3 Mile Island because I had hair then. Something about radiation. I'm just saying.
No, stress. That's all it is.
Stress, okay. Anyway.
If there was radiation, you still have that.
It's true. I would agree. Yeah. So the last point I'll make is that at that time, the anti-nukes, which were in full flower before 3 Mile Island, they were, when I say in full flower, thousands of people were protesting nuclear power plant sites when Seabrook was announced, Seabrook, New Hampshire. They flooded the construction zone, chained themselves to the fence, and placards were everywhere, split wood, not atoms. So as a Canadian, I sort of thought about this because I've split wood. I used to grow up splitting wood. So here's the bottom line. They got their wish. Because as a statistical fact, you'll find in the latest BP now Energy Institute data. Today in the world, splitting wood, burning wood provides twice as much energy as all the world's nuclear plants combined. I would say that's a travesty. And that started with 3 Mile Island and the fierce, irrational, hostile, vigorous, well-funded opposition to nuclear energy, which we'll talk about, wasn't going to go away. It's not gone, it's quiescent. But first, it's the single most important energy technology developed since the invention of internal combustion. Full stop. I'm not going to replace internal combustion, but it's the single most important discovery how to produce useful energy from nature is fission. Fission reactors are like airplanes. There's dozens of designs. You have helicopters, you have A380s, you have 707s, 737s, we have drones. Reactors can be built and have been built from kilowatt size to gigawatt size. They can be built with thorium and uranium, low enriched, high enriched. It's incredible. We have here Jake, who's got a company that has one of the most intriguing designs in the pantheon of designs. So I want to start not with the pro-nuke. I did the pro-nuke pitch. Got you covered. No extra charge.
There it is. There it is.
But I'll bet you, and I don't mean this to insult anybody here, nobody here has any idea what a fast breeder reactor is, why it's important, what you're doing, and why you have a particularly interesting path. It's a public company, so he'll have to be careful. I can pitch it. He can't, because he's got to be careful. But it's a fascinating design because it was one of the first designs physicists figured out this was the Holy Grail because of the land sparing, material sparing, and circularity, if you like, of the fuel cycle. So, Jake, talk about Oklo, which is a spectacular name, by the way.
Yeah.
And you and I know why.
Yeah. I mean, I'll start with that one, which I don't often get to do. So the name Oklo is actually named after a region in Gabon, Africa, where back in the 70s, the French were buying uranium, found that it happened to not look like it normally does coming out of the ground in terms of the isotopics. Got a little concerned because the only way that would be the case is if it was in a reactor enriched and somehow nefariously used, or not necessarily nefarious, but
an alien nuclear power plant.
Yeah, like what was going on? Well, then they went and looked at it, and it turned out that a nuclear reactor had naturally occurred there several billion years prior, just based on the composition of the geology, based on sort of the natural enrichment of uranium was at that time and seawater flowing in. So for a couple 100,000 years in this region, there were nuclear-powered geysers operating, which is pretty cool. Probably many, many more of those around the world. We just haven't found them all, and part of that's partly because uranium is so energy dense, you don't need to mine all that much of it, so we haven't discovered all those kind of places yet. That said, what we're doing at Oklo, we picked that name partly because it's a great reminder that nuclear is fundamentally natural, right? One of the fundamental forces of the universe is the strong nuclear force. One of the greatest achievements in my mind, echoing what Mark said, is when we discovered how to harness that. Because when you split an atom, you produce what amounts to 50 million times more energy than in a combustion reaction, right? And that is phenomenal. And humans generally have done very well when we climb density curves. And I think that's one of the most substantial jumps that we've ever had. maybe next to semiconductors is kind of how I think about that. Anyway, so Oklo, what we're working on is one of these next generation, as people call, even though ironically the technology we're working on was the very first type of reactor to ever produce usable electricity in the US. But that goes to point to the wonderful history behind nuclear technology in this country that we set forward on coming out of the Manhattan Project. So we're working on what's called a liquid metal cooled fast reactor, as Mark said. We use liquid sodium as a coolant. It's like the liquid metal that you see, well, not that you see it very often, but it's liquid metallic fluid. It's just exactly what you would expect a liquid metal to look like, shiny, cool, very good at heat transfer. Builds off a rich legacy. It allows us to do some really cool things, like simplify the plant because it can run at high temperatures without being pressurized. It's commonly compatible with alloys that we use in many other industries, so we avoid some of the bespoke challenges that the nuclear supply chains have faced before. And it has a rich history behind it, as well as some really phenomenal physics behind it, because it operates on fast neutrons. What that means is the neutrons are born from fission. They're always born going pretty fast, pretty much. Well, in a fast reactor, you let them continue being fast. In today's reactors, we largely slow them down. Why? We need less fuel. You need more fuel in a fast reactor, but you can use that fuel way, way, way more efficiently to get up to that million-x improvement Mark's talking about. And there's a couple of reasons why, but it's really the physics of what high-speed neutrons do. And it's a technology, that potential was seen by folks like Enrico Fermi coming out of the Manhattan Project. That's why our country and several others embarked on developing this technology starting in the late 40s and early 50s. And we've built more than 25 of these plants around the world, historically speaking, gained almost 500 combined reactor years of experience, and in the US notably demonstrated very successfully versions of this that worked quite well. One in Washington State called the Fast Flux Test Facility, and another in Idaho called the Experimental Breeder Reactor 2, or EBR2. That's the one we specifically build our legacy off of. And what's great about that plant, demonstrated all these cool things, demonstrated these safety characteristics of being walkaway safe, just relying on natural phenomena and physics. That's great from a safety side, but it's also great from an economic side. It allows you to simplify the plant, reduce costs, huge benefits there. And on top of that, it can recycle waste. And what's so important about that is just at the highest level, with a fast reactor and recycling, you can power the entire planet's energy needs at a 10 billion person planetary population level using a per capita amount of energy, the same that we do in the United States, for the durable lifetime of the planet, for 2 billion years with known reserves that we can access of uranium and thorium. I mean, what gets better than that, right?
I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy because for the mining industry, is most people, you know this, but most people don't know this. The conventional reactors don't fully use the uranium. There's not waste. It's just, it's exhausted its capacity to be useful. About 90% of the useful uranium is already is in the spent fuel that's sitting on top canisters in silos around the United States. You could power the United States for centuries without mining another gram of uranium. By simply reprocessing that, but so it's not a mining decision which takes 10 to 15 years. It's a chemical reprocessing decision. And the decision, if it were made tomorrow, I mean, give or take 2 years, you could build the capacity to reprocess the fuel, and that's your fuel source.
Yep, and that's one of the things we're working to do as quickly as we can. Get recycling up and going. We in America developed sort of the best state-of-the-art technology to do this. Mind you, back in the 80s, still way better than what the rest of the world does, like in France, which is really a derivative of Manhattan Project era technology. And we're working full speed ahead to try to move that forward. The Idaho National Lab is running a small-scale pilot facility today as we speak. It's producing fuel we use for our first plant, which is cool. We can use fresh fuel, by the way, too, but recycling is just so exciting. And then there's a huge amount of opportunity that we've partnered with sort of some of the national labs to bring that technology into the private markets. But like Mark said, it's going to happen faster, but it's still got some barriers to it, and there's still some opposition in a certain circle. It's not opposition, there's skepticism raised about sort of, okay, well, can it be economical? Well, let us solve that, because it really can be.
Here's the question for you on this, because years ago, back when I was a nuke, and again, in a personal, my wife was managing the legislative affairs for the nuclear industry at the time, and she took me on a trip to Paris in Europe and to Germany, where she was running a legislative delegation to go visit their reprocessing facilities. Because at that time, we were still thinking that we might actually start building again what we invented and then they built. But France has a closed loop system. France doesn't have to worry about mining more from Gabon, where they began. But they built, so it's not new technology. The challenge is the ability to convince the political class in both parties that they should put the pedal to the metal, so to speak, to get this done. You're saying you don't feel opposition, but that's not what we need. We need a full-throated support. And again, without giving, you're doing it's proprietary. Is your sense that we got that now? We're almost there. Do you think people understand in Washington that they have the magic word recycling? I mean, it's the magic word.
Yeah,
it's nuclear, so I think they're afraid of it.
I think it's getting to be pretty actually well understood, but there's still work to do. Just the Advance Act that the Senate just passed last week actually includes like prize language for monetary, I think a cash prize for or monetary prize of some degree for reactors that use basically recovered materials from used fuel. So it's opening the door for that. There's still work to do. I think the big thing is actually it's a paradigm piece. There's a lot of nuance in nuclear. There's a lot of old ways of doing things, and some of those are kind of just, they're obsolete. There's new ways of doing things too, which are also demonstrated because they're not that new. Like what we're talking about recycling is done in the 80s. It's being done continually since, more or less since then. But it's different and better, and it's a different approach in terms of fueling what you can fuel with it. It makes fuel for our reactors and other fast reactors, but it doesn't really make fuel for today's reactors. And it does it a lot more cheaply than if you were to do like the French-style reprocessing for today's reactors.
Right.
So then you have to battle some perspectives. Well, can it be cost-effective? My view is, I don't care. Let us solve it. We're very convinced it's cost-effective. And recycling on this advanced recycling, as we like to call it, has stumbled in the past, partly because it was trying to look for the government to fund everything.
Yeah.
And it was trying to make a case of like, well, build the reactors and the recycling together and get the government to pay for it. Not going to work. Build the recycling. The value add there was just to the government, but really that's not going to. Well, what we did was let's build reactors, design reactors people want, build an order book, and then create the problem of having to fuel those reactors. Then we can go solve with bringing recycling in.
The issue here, and NRC has to be, I mean, you have to be careful in this because the NRC has to license everything in the nuclear domain. But the issue that strikes me is whether or not the NRC is in a organizational mode, both in terms of their capacities and their ability to have the velocity to license this upstream, this downstream system. Do you think they're there? I'm not talking about whether they politically want to do it. That's a different question. It looks to me like they're not. No one has provided we'll call it the legislative directive to say this is what you need to do, and then get the agency to do it. Because this is unfortunately a place we're not going to get the government out of it. The government's going to be licensing.
It's gonna be there. Yep. Yeah, I think there's opportunity to push them to modernize it. They can do it. They can do it in ways. We're trying to push them on that. There's some ways they're looking at licensing this in frameworks that are a little outdated and less efficient than they should be for what the technology looks like. So there's opportunity there, and we're trying to push on that. But it's really helpful if Congress is helping drive that too, which I think there's an appetite for actually. And I do think the NRC actually has dare I say, an excitement and interest in something like this because it's new. But again, we have to kind of focus on pushing some of this forward. And one of the other areas that we see some people who raise hands about and questions is what about proliferation? What does this set the stage for? Look, the reality with these advanced techniques are you never separate pure weapons materials. You never make pure plutonium from electrorefining. It's always co-contaminated with the other isotopes that are really nasty to work with. You can't weaponize, and on top of that, mixed with uranium. So it's actually a totally different world to operate in. We need to recognize that then also on the regulatory side because that gives you benefits from a safety and security side. So those are the things where there's opportunity to modernize.
I think I've talked to a lot of your colleagues that are designing new generation of reactors, and I'll say this, I've said about all of them. I think all of them will work technically. There's I think 62 different distinct designs that the IAEA has shown being built. So back to my diversity of design possibilities, from the Westinghouse 10 kilowatt machine for Mars, which is kind of cool. I mean, a refrigerator-sized nuclear power plant. I mean, as a science guy, I was kind of very clever. A lot of them are not going to be affordable. I mean, you look at the designs; they're very clever, great physics. The engineers will build it. You should talk a little bit more about what you're doing, because the so-called small reactors. So you all hear small modular reactors. So then they say small. You have to use the arithmetic. Somebody's calling a 300 megawatt reactor small. 300 megawatts is a lot of power. A small reactor is 30 megawatts. That's a small reactor. That can run its mid-sized data center, which is what the data center guys would love if you could build them. So help especially this audience understand, first, the scale that you're building and why you chose that scale.
Yeah. Well, just to set the stage really quickly, what you described as one of the exciting things to me is there's so many ways you can split atoms and ultimately harness that heat in a usable way. Different sizes, different technology types, coolants, all sorts of things. The thing we saw, though, is there's a lot of opportunity to wrap some of this new technology, because granted, like I said, this technology we're working on isn't all that new. It's kind of old in many ways. But we're modernizing the designs, which is cool, and there's some reasons you can do that today thanks to computational capabilities, but also changing how these things have been, sort of how we approach the business model in a sort of pronged approach. So one is, and this is what led us to start the company in many ways, we saw that the industry had stagnated with kind of an old business model. Everyone was kind of approaching the same thing. Design a plant to like 80% completion and then go ask customers to pay you a couple $100 million for the customer then to do the rest of the design work, site it, permit it, build it, own it. Maybe that kind of worked in the 60s, 70s. It doesn't really work today that well, outside of maybe a few regulated utilities. And we see such a different energy dynamic today in the market, right? You see large energy users buying power directly, signing PPAs. What we found was they definitely wanted nuclear power. There's no question there. It was just really hard for them to buy. So we focused on making it easy for them to buy. So we design, own, operate, site these things. Someone tells us where they want a reactor, where they need power. If we can go build there, which we design a system to be very versatile, we go. We say, let's sign a PPA. We'll build, own, operate the thing and sell you power for 20 years. And off we go from there. And it makes it a lot easier.
And of course, you have a 10-year refuel cycle. So there's light water reactors, for those of you who don't know, are about roughly 18 months, give or take, sometimes 2 years. You have to shut the reactor down, cool it, pull the fuel rods up, put fresh ones in. And the Navy is very different. They can do 20 years, well, it's classified, but I think it's 30 years.
Yeah, they do life of ship now.
Life of ship. But 10 years is a big deal from a cost perspective.
Yeah, and then from an operational side, you don't have to have the plant down, so you can be at more uptime. And look, that's one of the great things about nuclear. It wants to be a system that's 24/7. And with like large energy users, that's kind of what they want. Data centers want to be up 24/7. So we offer a 15 megawatt plant and a 50 megawatt electric plant, sort of two sizes. And the nice thing too about starting small was we didn't want to. Look, you can go as small as you want, but like you said, some of those are boutique toy things that have some interesting niche applications, but not a big market to grow into. So we wanted to be as small as we could with a big market to grow into. 15 was a great spot for us to find that. And the reason we like that was because typically everything in nuclear has been, hey, great new designs. Let's go see and build them. Let's go. It becomes a multi-billion-dollar proposition typically for these multi-hundred megawatt or bigger designs.
Big bets.
The way you capitalize, right, is you have to go to the government for support.
Yes.
And that comes with really expensive, difficult strings attached.
Your competition, Bill Gates and his tariff power, and God bless him for doing this, by the way. I love the fact that he's a pro-nuke, and a lot of them will work.
Money to work.
But they're claiming $4 billion to build their 345 megawatt. So that's not much cheaper than Vogtle in dollars per kW with the big Georgia power reactors. And of course, it's a $4 billion bet.
Mm-hmm.
And to put numbers around yours that are public information, we're moving in the hundreds of millions of dollars bet.
Yeah, so 15 megawatt plant, looking at $70 million. And that means that when we start, from the time we started the company to the time we put that first plant online, we'll only need a few $100 million. Well, we fully capitalized that now, right? We're fully capitalized to go build our first plant. That's something that actually, I don't know if that's really been done before. Well, in a long time in nuclear without the government.
A long time. 1960s,
so
last time it happened.
It's a pretty exciting, we're in a new era for how this works.
Yeah.
And the other thing on nuclear that I think is really important, why I get so excited about it, and I've worked on it since I was a little kid, which I know sounds weird. Not really work, but
Join the
love
club.
it. Yeah, right? Yeah.
I was a kid younger than before you, though.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying.
Fair enough. Look, it uses the fewest materials per megawatt hour of energy it produces, right? It uses the fewest kilograms of steel, copper, concrete, fuel, so on and so forth.
Everything.
It should be the cheapest source of energy we have. If we built nuclear plants to the same cost multiple and raw materials going in as we do in aviation, and now I have to update this number because the last I looked at it was a few years ago, but we'd be building nuclear plants around $1,000 a kW. At that point, you don't even have to get to that to be
So I looked up
competitive.
the aviation example is a great example because for those of you who are not fixed the power levels of aircraft, typical wide-body jet engine is 50 megawatts. 50 megawatts, the smaller ones are 25 megawatts. And those class of engines, the world's industries build about 4,000 to 5,000 of those a year. So if you could, and in factories, and they're extraordinary reliability, despite all of our anxieties about flying, which subliminally shared by so many people, incredible reliability. That's the market. You start building thousands of those a year, which is not inconceivable because we have demonstrated that engineering capacity. So you're fully financed, based on the public information, what you can say. So where do you see who are the first buyers? I have my own guesses and aspirations, but what matters more is who's pulling you into the market? Because this is very different than the government making billion-dollar bets, pushing into the market.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're very excited about what will likely be our first plant, which is in Idaho. We've got a site use permit from there from the Department of Energy, and that is a full commercial plant.
Right, on the Idaho National Labs site. So
and that will be full commercial, so easier to permit. We got fuel. We'll be able to sell power to kind of local off-takers.
operational date?
2027 is what we're aiming for first power on that.
So you'd be the first. You'd be the first non-mega plant lit up. I think it was since 1967.
Like it's been a while.
Yeah, it was an army nuke, 2 megawatts.
Yeah, it's going to
Wow.
be.
So who's pulling you after that that you could talk about?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, what we're public about is we got 2 sites we've announced in Ohio. There's a project with the Air Force that's going through the cycles of defense procurement. So kind of we'll see where it fully lands. But we've been awarded that twice, and then they go through bids and protests. So we'll see where that lands. But and then on top of that, we have a huge amount on the data center side. We've announced 650 megawatts in the last, I guess, 3 months about.
Expressions of interest, kind of?
Yeah, and one has a prepayment tied to it. From a data center company. So we've got like, and of that 650, 50 megawatts is for Diamondback to electrify operations for their fleet in the Permian, which is pretty exciting. And then another 2 customers make up that 600 megawatts. And I can say like there's a lot more coming on the data center side because that mix of about 90% from data centers is what we see in the pipeline. Yeah. So, I mean, I think we're going to be in a spot right now where that's going to be the biggest customer of ours for a little while.
They're going to help you with because now it gets you both federal and state permitting. So is the NRC at a point where you think you can get permitted for the third plant, not the ones on federal sites, national lab sites, or military sites?
Yeah.
How's that looking?
Yeah, I mean, I think we feel good. Look, I mean, the NRC has a long history of actually licensing things, but they obviously have room to improve. There's been a lot of work to try to drive that forward.
Gentle. That's
yes,
good.
There's a lot more work that still needs to be done. But at the end of the day, like, you know, we've been with them since 2016, engaged in pre-application. It's a grind you have to do. And what we hope is that this can help drive, like experiences from we've had, our peers out in the space have had, can help drive all this forward. I do feel particularly encouraged, additionally, with our type of technology, is the same as what TerraPower, Bill Gates' company, is developing, which they're at 345 megawatts, is look, they got their construction permit accepted after engagement with the NRC. I think the NRC feels very confident they can license these kinds of things. We're obviously excited about that's all complementary for us, for them, for others in the space who are looking at this technology. And that plant is in Wyoming, not at a federal site for what TerraPower is doing. So we've been engaged on some of these other sites, and we do feel pretty good about what that looks like. But the real question to us is how quickly can we drive some of these timeframes down by modernizing our approaches? Just on the siting side alone, the NRC is still kind of stuck in some past of saying, well, we need 2 years of meteorological data, blah, 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 which was built from the 70s before we had modern computational databases. Right. Think about the data NOAA has for meteorology. We don't need to do that stuff the same way. Let's modernize.
You're going to need congressional help, not just for your company, but for the whole
industry.
The whole industry needs that.
We just got to keep driving forward about being modern and getting aligned to outcomes.
So you didn't. Let's talk more about, because this is relevant to thinking about velocities, because if in the whole debate about energy transition, which, as you know, in my predicate, you weren't here, but you know my opinion, we talked in advance, that I just reject the language. There is, and I know it keeps being used, there is no energy transition. There are additions. We're going to add lots of wind and lots of solar. There's going to be lots of electric cars in the world, but there's going to be lots of everything, because we need everything. But the absence of nukes at scale is what's offensive, frankly. The linchpin, and I'm curious about what your plans are for this, is to move from building a few reactors to building 100. This is a big leap in the industrial world. So where are you thinking? Who are your partners, if you can talk about that, how you get that? Because that's scaling. So we can look at the history of the jet aviation industry. We might be a little faster than them, but it took some time.
A lot of time, yeah. I think one thing that helps us is we are, in general, we try to design to be pretty simple machines, because we can sort of pay the cost of not maximizing efficiency because our fuel is so energy dense. That's kind of not an exactly direct way, but it's a way to think about it. It's a paradigm. Yeah. So what do? We use pretty commonly available, very commonly available, like systems, parts. So our components, you're looking at like a 50,000 gallon carbon steel vessel. There's a lot of people who make things like that around the world. That's true. Yeah. And I could go on and on, but for time's sake, we try to design to fit within existing supply chains and leverage that out through a contract fabrication manufacturing process to start as quickly as we can, and then drive those lessons learned to bring in-house to more centralized manufacturing over time. That gives us that ability to sort of leverage what's already done in oil and gas, food and beverage, chemical, that are making parts that are almost identical, if not identical, to what we're using. And then on the sides that are a little different, like power conversion. We have a partnership we announced with Siemens, which was very exciting. It marked their sort of first foray back into nuclear after they walked away in 2011.
Siemens Energy.
Yeah,
Right,
they make some of the best steam turbines in the world. We were excited about that, and they can make things at scale, obviously. And then on the fuel side, we know we're going to have to do a lot of that work ourselves with some partners on the upstream, and also what we want to do on recycling to go down back to up. But we're working on scaling up fuel fabrication at a pilot level in Idaho, and then with partners we have out in Ohio, and potentially in some other places too. So, but that's kind of the thing. I know that's going to be one of the bottlenecks that we have to work with. Sort of, but that's easy stuff to make. Like the fuel is so energy dense, it's not big ultra scale manufacturing.
So we'll come back from technology because and as you know, and of course you've all learned by now, I'm sort of a nuclear fan, dweeb, geek, all the work. Nukes are amazing, and it's far past time that we embraced it. The politics may be compatible now for bipartisan embrace, but I'm also a realist, having been around this town for a long time. So if you had to sort of think about the political landscape, I don't think it matters who wins the election, frankly, in terms of being pro-nuclear. I think both parties are broadly pro-nuclear. But the environmental movement broadly is still anti-nuclear. The NRDC recently put out an anti-nuclear paper, not lambasting you, lambasting the whole idea. Sierra Club has done it again, recently Audubon. The Union of Concerned Scientists has. All the people that I debated then, exactly the same people in many cases, by the way, are still, and the same, I won't use them, same humans are saying the same things again, but they're not public yet because there's nothing to protest yet. I think they're going to come out of the woodwork and come after you, everybody, not just think about preparing yourself for that sort of PR and political battle, because they're not friends of nukes. They say they like them, some of them, but it's in my experience, a minority.
Yeah, well, here's how I think about that. It still exists, but that number and multitude and the grassroots that they leveraged doesn't exist anymore.
Let's hope not.
There's a huge demographic shift that's occurred here, and not to be too provocative here, but look at what happened in California.
You can be provocative, it's okay.
Okay, I'll be provocative. Look, younger people are a lot more excited about nuclear. Gen X and younger, especially millennials and Gen Z and I guess Gen Alpha, whatever. There's a lot more excitement about nuclear now than there was before, and a lot of this is driven by information age access, a lot of pragmatic approaches, a lot of, I think, view of climate's one of our biggest threats. How do we solve it? Oh, nuclear happens to be one of the best solutions there. All of that has created a strong pro-nuclear environmental movement in the younger wings. And like, for example, in California, when they were going to actually reverse course and extend the 2 plants there in California.
I know.
That was driven by a grassroots effort of mostly young people being pro-nuclear on the environmental side.
I think you're right.
I think that's a big shift that is going to have a lot of weight. But we have to then use that and also get in front of and outflank the fear-mongering that comes from those that are still around.
It will come.
Because it's fear, it's uncertainty, and it's disinformation.
Absolutely. I'm on your side on the fight for sanity. And I think probably everyone in the room would be, frankly. So with that, I thank you for a illuminating exploration to the worlds of high-density fission.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
Please welcome Scott Tinker and the Honorable Mary Landrieu.
Good job.
Great.
Test.
Oh, we're testing.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And that was a great session. Thank you for that. We actually interviewed on my PBS show, we had Grace Stenke on there. Some of you may know Grace. She's nuclear engineering graduate from Wisconsin and also was Miss America last year. And she's one of the biggest nuclear advocates out there of many young people. And I would say that sentiment is exactly what I've observed as well. They're just a lot of support for nuclear in the younger generations, as different from when I grew up. I'm a lot older than you. But Senator, it's great to have you with us today. We're really thrilled by that. And you were in the Senate 18 years and have been out, 10 or 12 years more. You don't need this headache. What the hell? Why do you want to keep going? What's driving you here? What's going on?
Because I love you guys, and I don't want to go away. No, honestly and seriously, let me say, Jacob was phenomenal. It's so exciting to see people that just step out and get it done. And I'm really optimistic and excited about what the nuclear future looks like. And I know that those of us that have been advocates of nuclear have been disappointed in the past, but I just wanted to recap before we get into ours, Scott, that he's really captured the sentiment of the pressure to find climate solutions and economic solutions has really captured the imagination of some of the younger people that are opening up to nuclear possibilities. So let's see, there are lots of designs out there, and I want to give a shout out to Bill Gates, who, his name, speaks loudly. And when Bill Gates says to people, we should look at nuclear, people sort of listen, all people. And so that's really exciting. I'm doing this, Scott, because I really believe that the United States needs to take the bull by the horns, if you could say such, and lead this global effort to a place of prosperity and abundance and a new addition to our energy infrastructure that lifts people out of poverty and does it better than we did it the last 150 years. And we did it pretty well the last 150 years. So our challenge, and I'm not speaking for the industry, but I am speaking for the broad energy producers that created this amazing middle class in the United States, that helped to create the middle class in China, that's helping to create the middle class in India, that kind of work that we did. We have to challenge ourselves to say this. Can we do this better than we did 150 years ago? In that way, cleaner, greener, using less land, less materials, less space, using more of our brains, more of our heart, working better together, not trying to say this country wins and everybody else loses. Can we grow as human beings? Can we think differently, better about how we can make more people winners? And, be less selfish? Can we be less greedy? Can we be more open, more honest? That is a big challenge to us. The other thing I want to say, and then I'll answer your question, is none of that's going to be possible, at least in this town, from my experience, and it's limited, 18 years in the Senate, but I was 16 years in public office before that, and have been a centrist my whole life, which is not the most comfortable place in this town to sit because you get shot at not from one side, but from both sides. And, but the point of it is, the reason I want to do this is because I really believe it has to be done with both parties engaged. And in the last few years, or many years, let's say the last 20, it's been kind of the green team here and the red team over here, and nobody really talking to each other. So when I met Scott 2 years ago at CERAWeek, introduced to me by my dear new friend, Susan Waller, I listened carefully and I watched what he was saying. And I thought, now this guy really kind of gets it. He's not angry. You're not angry.
Oh, I'm really angry.
No, you're not angry.
Yeah,
he's very calm.
I'm like a duck.
He is very calm, believe me. I get angry. I get exercise, for those of you that know how I was when I was here. But he's calm. He's intellectual, he's thoughtful, and I thought, let me just listen more to him, try to figure this out, how to speak to both Republicans and Democrats, because when the U.S. does something great, and we've done many great things, we've made terrible mistakes as a country as well, but when we do really great things, we usually figure out a way to do it together. So learning in the language of the Republicans, learning the language of the Democrats, really respecting the on-ramps, the way you talk to them, is what I'm good at. And I've been doing it a long time. So I figured, why don't I just put whatever skills and talent I have and learn more about the energy business, which I was not in. I've never laid pipelines, never laid a transmission line, never went down into a hole. But I'm learning as much as I can. Somebody might want to put me in a hole and then cover me up, and not. But, but I've been learning as much as I can, and I was so honored, and I'll stop in a minute, to represent Natural Allies, which is a new coalition led by Alan Armstrong and the great and one and only Toby Rice, and the CEOs of many of these natural gas companies, to say, okay, we're going to stop fighting. Pull renewables and natural gas at least together, try to make a tie between natural gas and renewables, as part of the climate solution, part of the energy solution, and we welcome nuclear, we like hydro, and we want to try to pull the town together. So I'm inspired to do this work because I know it has to be done. There are a number of us that have spent our time trying to build bridges on other ways that we think we can do this. And I'm really encouraged by everything I've heard today, all of the people that have spoken today, and for the organizers, you know, David and Mark, thank you all for bringing such clarity to a very important issue that needs better understanding, not just in this town, but everywhere. So thank you, and that's why I do it.
Absolutely. Well, tell us about the coalition a little bit more. What's it trying to accomplish?
Well,
and you've used the word we many times. I appreciate that. That means multiple sides of the aisle and multiple parts of the world. So tell us a little bit about it.
Well, I work on two coalitions that I'm most proud of. And first of all, I'm with a firm, Van Ness Fellman. I left the Senate and I had several offers, thank goodness, because I had to work and make some money, although it wasn't my primary objective. My primary objective, being raised in the kind of family I was to try to be part of making this world a better place. It's just the way our parents raised the 9 of us. You all may know something about the history of the family, but anyway, I had several offers, but I went to the firm that I thought I wanted only to do energy and the environment. That's what I wanted to focus on and try to figure this out and learn from those of you that are so smart about financing and capital and allocation, et cetera, et cetera. So the two coalitions, one I created myself with Carlos Curbelo and Alex Flint, who ran the committee for the Republicans for many years when I was the Democratic leader. Alex used to joke and he would tell me, Mary, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat, I don't work for you. I kept saying, but I like what you do, so you have to, I wanted to ask you to do, and Pete Domenici was the chair. So Alex Flint was a former director of the committee for Pete Domenici. Carlos Curbelo, a former leader from Florida that you all might know. Carlos was the first Republican to organize the group of Republicans for Climate Change. He lost his election, but Carlos and I got together and we've created and helped to form the Climate Solutions Caucus. That's a bipartisan caucus, and it's the Noah's Ark model. You have to come with a friend of the other party, 2 by 2. So we have 64 members of the House. This didn't exist 2 years ago. We have 64 members of the House, 14 members of the United States Senate. We're now down to like 10 members because 4 retired. But they're balanced, and these members are committed to work together on climate and energy solutions. And it's a beginning. It's a beginning. And Chris Coons and Mike Braun lead it in the Senate, and Andrew Garbarino and Chrissy Houlihan from Pennsylvania, New York, Pennsylvania lead it in the House. Then, as we built this coalition, others started building similar coalitions. John Curtis, just elected last night to the primary leadership in Utah. He's probably going to be the next senator from Utah. John was inspired by what we were doing and created the Conservative Climate Caucus, and he has 90 members, Republicans, that say they want to help on the climate challenge, but of course they have different views than Democrats about how, but at least, John, I'm so proud of him for creating that. And then, so that's a coalition that we put together, and some of you came up to me today and said, Mary, thank you so much because we've been working with some of your members on mining. I said, great. And then somebody else came up and said, we've been working with some of your members on nuclear. I'm like, great. That's why we created it. I was thinking we should create a reef in the middle of the ocean where all the fish can swim around and talk to each other and kind of get some synergies going. So that's one. Then the second coalition, and we created that, and it's funded about $1.5 million a year. We took the first bipartisan delegation to COP, first bipartisan delegation, to my knowledge, to COP ever after 26 COPs. Because what happens in this town, the Republicans would take a plane, the Democrats would take a plane, then they would yell at each other for a couple of days and then come home. That was real productive. And so we said, let's try to take them together, keep them in meetings together, keep them with the NGOs, if the NGOs will meet with us, and with the business community. So we did that. The second coalition that I think is having a big impact, and Susan Waller's here, she's our executive director, is what Alan Armstrong created, the CEO of Williams, 150 years old. They've been building pipes in this country, trying to move natural gas, which is a part of the foundation of our energy system. It's what's lifted our country out of poverty, oil, gas, coal, et cetera. And he and several of the other CEOs got together, and at a meeting, he said this publicly, so I will say it to you all. Jamie Dimon came up to him one day and said, Alan, what are you guys going to do about the need to build more pipelines in the country? You're getting the heck beat out of you. You can't put pipe in the ground. Everybody's protesting. He said, you should do something about it. So Alan put up $2.5 million and created Natural Allies. And our job, and they hired me to be one of their consultants. Then we hired Tim Ryan. Then we hired Mike Nutter, the mayor of Philadelphia, then Kendrick Meek, and we're talking to a couple of Democratic former governors. We're going around not lobbying, but educating Democrats about the power of natural gas and renewables and trying to help them understand how important natural gas is, how much we have, how much we can use in the country, how much we can export. And we're trying to be, we do it through dinners and conferences and one-on-one conversations and meetings. So that's been effective. Now, we also partner with anybody that wants to be our friend. Like, almost anyone who is truly committed to finding an economical, practical path forward that pencils, that, the capital markets can support, return on investment, that really meet our climate and our economic goals. So we have Republican friends, we have Democratic friends, and then Natural Allies tries to hold the message to Democrats. Final thing I'll say on that, we're talking to labor, we're talking to the Black Caucus, we're talking to some of the Democratic base voters, and we think that they really understand the message of affordability and fairness and justice and jobs. And if we talk to them about that message, we think we can get the Democratic Party maybe moved a little bit more center, get the Republicans moved a little bit more center, which isn't our job, but we work with ClearPath. Rich Powell, some of you all might know him. Jay Faison's done a lot of this work, talking with Republicans, and I think we're making some progress. At least I hope so. I hope you all can feel some of the progress we're making or see it, which is evidenced by maybe this last nuclear bill that passed, 88-3, something like that.
Mm-hmm. That's terrific. I love your description of 2x2.
2x2,
yeah,
Noah's
in a
Ark.
metaphoric sense, it must have worked because there are giraffes and newts still today in the world. So what happens when a Democrat and a Republican procreate? Is it a moderate or?
Yes, a moderate is born. Yes,
yeah.
a moderate is born.
I'll back off from that. But so, I'm going to give a couple examples where I feel we're still struggling, and then maybe you can come with some that are successful too. I mean, those who are familiar with the recent FERC ruling, FERC went kind of political recently in requiring things to be done when you're looking at power lines across state lines that aren't part of the law, and Senator Schumer was quite proud of forcing FERC to do something the Senate couldn't accomplish. New York and California are looking to extract dollars retroactively from oil and gas companies to pay for climate. The LNG pause we've talked about ad nauseum today in many ways. I mean, these are things where public looks at it and says, wow, what's happening there? Give me some examples of good bipartisan action that have happened. You mentioned the nuclear bill. Talk about that a little bit, and then the others that you might see on the horizon. Or
Well, the items that you mentioned are clear. I mean, I have said as a leading Democrat that I think the LNG pause was misguided. I've been critical of it publicly, and even the way it was announced was awfully strange. It was a surprise to our allies. It was a hit to our national security. It's roiled the markets a bit. And I hope that it's reversed as soon as possible. And a lot of us are working on that, and hopefully that will happen. So that is an example of sort of a setback, the FERC ruling. You still get pieces out of New York and California that are, don't seem to be moving in the right direction. The coastal cities, the blue cities, California being blue state and New York, are really struggling still. But I'm finding more in the heartland because of the work that we're doing in Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Utah, some of the western states, a growing kind of what this table is setting today, growing reality of how important hydrocarbons are, and our challenge is to use them cleaner, greener, more efficiently. And so I wouldn't say you see that coming from New York or California, but you may see it coming more from Pennsylvania, Michigan, et cetera, Ohio. And this election will show some of that.
Do those states matter in a federal election?
And those states really matter in a federal election. So let's see. So the nuclear bill was a good example. There's some agriculture, the trees and carbon sequestration, and some agriculture bipartisan work. The evangelical community has been standing up, and the Catholic community together. So Catholic, Protestant, Democrat, Republican, talking about stewardship of the earth. That's kind of an on-ramp for a lot of the members to be able to work together. The infrastructure bill was bipartisan. The IRS wasn't, but the infrastructure bill was. 4 presidents had promised the infrastructure bill. Finally, there was bipartisan support to pass it. The CHIPS Act was another example, not so much energy related, but an example of real bipartisan work. So I just think we have to keep pressing with the numbers like you all are doing, the facts. Try to keep our voices, calm. Let's stop scaring people and let's give people hope. That's why I love Scott's term, an era of abundance. Nobody wants to go to an era of scarcity. And the other thing I was just scared to death about, I told you I went on a trip to Europe last year with Page, a Partnership for Global Emissions, which Toby Rice leads, and Natural Allies, which are sister organizations. We took a trip to Germany, and I was just shocked by what I heard. Now, this is a year and a half ago, about their plan for meeting climate goals. Was really what I heard. They didn't say these words, but what I heard was we're not going to have any more in industry. We're going to, turn down our thermometers. They literally had us sitting in the dark talking at these meetings. Have you all been to some of these rooms where you go to these meetings?
We're often in the dark.
We're often in the dark. Well, I was in the dark. Like I kept saying, do y'all have lights here? And they kept saying, well, we keep them low to conserve. I'm like, I'm burning up. And so they had the windows closed, no air conditioning on. I'm like, and being from Louisiana, I'm like, what is going on? I mean, it's hot outside, but we have air conditioning, we have lights. A lot of people there don't believe in that. So I'm trying to think, how am I going to go home and trying to get, I lost my last election, so I couldn't do any badly, but any worse. But how can I go home and tell people, you can't turn your lights on and you can't turn your fans on and it's, you can't turn your air conditioning on and it's 100 degrees. I said, this plan will not work in America. I just took that away from my trip. So I came back. So I'm telling you all, and I'm sorry if any Europeans are here, not to disparage you, but America will not put up with this. Let me just say that. I am crystal clear. And so Americans need what Scott has, a more practical way forward where we can grow, we can expand, we can have what we want for the most part when we want it. That's just how Americans are. We want to fly, we want to drive, we want to have speedboats, we want to do this and that, and figure out a way forward. And we also, I think, truly, even though we don't give ourselves enough credit, I do think Americans want to help other countries that are poorer. We don't want to just throw money away and waste it. But I do think the heart of America is truly good about wanting to help other countries and help them develop their own resources. And let's get about doing it. I love what Exxon has done in Ghana. I can't wait to go see it myself. I've read a lot about what this president of this country has said. And he has done more to lift his people out of poverty than any government program you could think of, whether it's early childhood education or this and that. It's giving people electricity. I'm gonna say one more thing. Women in this room know this, and men probably too, but when you go around to these poorer countries, and I read this in your book, I read a little bit about your book, but I knew this from my own heart, because I've been in Guatemala putting in stoves and water filters myself, and I actually know how to do it, surprising myself that I could do this. But what you see in the poor worlds are women who are created equally by God to men, who have equal intellect and equal talent and equal capacity. And they spend their time like donkeys and mules. That's what women in developing countries are, donkeys and mules, because all they do is haul water and wood. How would you like to spend your life? Just think about that, your whole life, hauling wood and water. This is a criminal shame. And it is embarrassing to me that the United States of America, and I don't think they do this intentionally, but some of our policies are exacerbating that. And I, as a feminist, as a leader, am just appalled. So this energy poverty thing is a serious thing to all of us, but for women and girls, please, it's really a travesty. So having traveled a little bit, enough to see that and to understand what we can do in this country, to know the victories that we've had as a nation, I just, like spending my time here thinking maybe this might help if we can try to get some legislation, because I don't want to have to hold my breath every 4 years about who gets elected president. I've now lived long enough to see maybe 8 or 9 of them, and I've known them all since I was a little girl because my family was political, so I've known them all. And I just don't like having to wait. I want to see a Congress that can be smart enough and act together to lay legislation down year after year, to build layer after layer of this new world of abundance that I think we can build, I hope.
Yeah. Well, I can't take credit for the abundance. That's not mine, but I can support on our second film, switch on the disproportionate disadvantage to women, and it's more than just hauling. It's cooking indoors with wood.
Yeah, breathing
women are
that
dying
air.
from
They
the
die
smoke,
early from the
cancer,
smoke.
and the
It's
kids,
horrible.
and then education too. Women are kept out of schools when their male counterparts are in schools. Energy poverty disadvantages women way more than men, and we see that globally, actually, across the world. European elections are coming in, results are coming in. How does that help us understand anything, or how can that help perhaps motivate this move toward the middle?
Well, I hate to say that I was right when I was in those rooms, and I kept thinking, I can never forget this woman one of the head of the Green Party, and she kept saying, but this is the way we do it in Europe. And I'm thinking to myself, this is the way you might be doing it now, but when you have elections, you may not be doing it this way. And I was right, and I didn't even really have any polling data, but I'm a politician. That's what I'm good at. Like, you all are good at what you do. I mean, when you're a politician, you can just sort of feel these things sometimes. So I was right. So I think the Green Party kind of got clobbered a bit, and even the Green Conservatives got clobbered, the Green Liberals got clobbered, because what Europe's saying is we don't want to pay 10 times what America's paying for electricity. The businesses in Europe keep saying, well, fine, we're going to close up here and we're going to go to America. Yes, did the IRA pull? I supported the IRA. The IRA is pulled. Maybe it's too excessive to some people's minds. I think Joe Manchin did a good job of curbing it down, but it really sent a signal that America's open for business, bring your best ideas here, and companies are now coming here. Now, hopefully we can hold some of those and we could debate that. I know some of you have a different idea, and I'm very open to hear what you think is worth holding and what we could let go. But the European elections. So I'm like, wake up, Americans, watch what happened in Europe, and let's find a way. Do we want to work with Europe? Yes. Do we need them as allies? Yes. Do we need to be part of NATO? Yes. Do we need to make NATO strong? Yes. But I am not going to follow Germany. I'm just not. And I'm not following France. I'm more comfortable, maybe as an American leader, of course, knowing that American business, the businesses over there, let me just say this, and I'm not being disparaging because I didn't meet all of them, but I went to their equal to the Chamber of Commerce, whatever it was, and I thought, oh, finally we're going to hear. They were very sheepish. They were very sheepish. Like, when you go to our chamber, they're like lions. They're strong, our chamber, our business community. They don't just listen to everything government says and say, yes, sir, this is what we'll do. They push back against the government, which is good, and the government pushes. I found their business leadership to be very much like sheep. and like just listening to what the European Union says, and I'm like, that is not the way our chambers are. That's not the way our Rotary clubs are. That's not the way our Lions clubs are. That's not the way our business community is. They're like, we can do this, just get out of our way and let us do it. So I know I'm speaking in general terms, but I think sometimes when you go on these trips, it's not the specifics, it's the feel you get for what's going on. And so I applaud you all in here.
When you look at this, this vision of collaboration, kind of sensible left and right coming together and accomplishing things. I remember you asked me to host a breakfast at Sarah Week, and one of the neat quotes out of there is, "We know we're succeeding when the wind energy says, hey, we're not reliable, we need natural gas to be reliable, and gas says, hey, you know, we're not completely low emissions, we need wind for that." It's a good partnership.
That's very good.
Build more pipelines for that group and
build more transmission
power
lines
for
and
them.
build more power lines for the
Start advocating for
wind and solar. And I agree. I mean, I'm a solar advocate. I'm a wind advocate. But I loved what our guy that was the lobster guy this morning, his name.
Jesse Ausubel.
Jesse, what he said, because it's important to think about the use of land, you know. And
he was a
not,
bryozoan too. We got to give equal credit to bryozoans.
Oh, and Brian, yeah, you know, to think about how you're using your land. And I have environmentalists in my state that will absolutely have a fit over a piece of pipe coming out of the ground that you put a 10-foot fence around and nobody knows it's there. I mean, you could just, the pipelines you can't even see, and yet they want to put up 5 miles or, a mile or two of solar panels and think it doesn't affect the wildlife. I mean, rabbits and squirrels, they live on that land. I mean, so I understand we have to think about using energy in a denser way, invading nature less, but wind and solar are important. Some states have a lot of land and sun, some don't, so let's not make one size fits all. I think that's a good idea, principle. And natural gas can be a backup power, just like nuclear. If we can get nuclear to scale, like Jacob was talking about, we could have a real good combination in this country and maybe to have less mining. If we don't need all the mining of those minerals, it would be pretty interesting to be able to run our electricity system and our industrial base with that mix.
I missed our 5-minute warning, and I just saw the 1-minute card flash up. And so I'm going to ask you what I've asked others. As you look out here, what gives you some hope?
Well, this gives me hope today. I go to a lot of these conferences, like I said, trying to learn as much as I can, and it's always sort of the same old, same old, same old. Well, today you all did something different. It was not the same old. It was a lot of thoughtful, intellectual rigor that this town needs more of, and I think we just have to figure out a way to organize ourselves better to present this information to the leaders, and hopefully they will find the courage to act in the nation's interest and not their own political interest. We need a little bit more courage in this town on both sides of the aisle and a lot more honesty. But the world has depended on the United States for a long time, and not that we're the greatest country that ever was. Maybe we are, I don't know, but we're pretty darn good. And when we set our mind to do something, we can. So I'm really hoping that we can continue to lead, and God bless you all for all the work you're doing.
Great.
Thank you.
Is there still time for you to run for president this year?
Not me. I'm out. I'm not.
Thanks, Senator.
All right, well, without further ado, we'll kick off our next session with Mark Mills and Chris Wright.
We could use a Hollywood reference and say, I'm back. It's my last up as an interlocutor with one of our great guests. I was a little bit involved in choosing who I got to talk to. I would have enjoyed talking to every single one of our guests so far and afterwards. So far. But the jury's out now with Chris. We'll see. We're going to talk about the shale revolution, which you've all probably heard of. And the interesting thing about the shale revolution, which I still think is underappreciated, so I'll begin with sort of two macro fact sets. that Chris knows, but you all may not know. But if you look at the history of the production of energy in the world, at any time period you choose, but really the modern century would be the right time because we've increased energy production in the last century by more than any other time collectively in human history. If you looked at that period, the fastest and largest increase in energy supply to the world in history occurred between 2000 and through 3, 4, that 10 years to 2015. The only thing that was close to as great a velocity in adding new energy supply to the world was the opening of the Ghawar field, the great Ghawar fields of Saudi Arabia, between 1962 to about 1972 when they really turned it on. And if you graph that beside the shale, the magnitude and velocity was greater for shale by more than 50% and by about 4 or 5 years faster. It's an astonishing addition to global energy. To say it's game changer understates the word game changer because the world needs energy. The world got bigger, and it shifted the balance of the economic epicenter profoundly. Everybody in the oil and gas business and energy business noticed. You can bet Putin noticed, the Saudis noticed, the Chinese noticed, everybody, the Iranians noticed. Nothing was close to second. And in just the last 10 years, if I'll use a different benchmark, the productivity of the shale fields continued despite headwinds. The increased production in the last 10 years of oil and gas combined is greater than the total production of oil and gas combined of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So we added more than in Saudi Arabia of hydrocarbons in less than 10 years. Saudi Arabia increased its hydrocarbon production 10%. And they maybe have a 10% throttle break. Nobody really knows. The U.S. throttle break, in my opinion, this is what we want to talk about, is not a potentate's decision on whether to open a valve or close a valve or authorize. It's an extraordinarily annoying, from an analyst viewpoint, especially from the foreign analysts, an extraordinarily annoying combination of myriad market decisions by hundreds, if not thousands, of market players, both producers, service companies like Chris's, financiers, private and public. It's that sort of soup of annoying free market, largely free market decisions that get made that determine the velocity. And I think the Saudis performed an experiment, which was deliberate, it's my opinion. I don't have proof of this. When the price of oil collapsed in 2014 and gas, if you don't remember this, Saudis increased their production during that cycle.
Yeah.
They increased production. Oil prices were collapsing from the high of just shy of 140. And as they're going down, Saudis twice increased production to drive it down faster. Why in the world would you do that? Well, because you're doing a test. The only thing they have to sell, you don't buy Saudi airplanes, and this is no knock on our Saudi friends. You don't buy Saudi airplanes, you don't buy Saudi scotch, you don't buy Saudi diamonds, you don't buy Saudi cars, you buy Saudi oil and gas. So they care about the biggest new wild card. They can predict the oil and gas production for the world with great precision for about 40 years. Now, how do you predict the shale business? Well, you test it. What happens when you kill price to a domain that you think maybe is highly price dependent? They found out. We doubled the production despite the destruction, the creative destruction. Boom. So I think they have a different appreciation now. So
OPEC fought shale and shale won.
Shale won. That's a headline. Chris Wright says OPEC fought. But you're absolutely right. So the two things I want you to riff on, having introduced the world that you helped shape, and many of your colleagues, because you and I would say hundreds, but a few dozen leaders are really instrumental in setting the stage for this dynamism that still exists. Where are we today in terms of the dynamism of that business market, the shale business, and its whole ecosystem? And how much juice do we have left?
Well, a lot. The dynamism you've seen reduced a lot recently, right? Because during this explosion of production, as you talked about, And the growth, and to put that in context, the growth of shale as an energy source over the last 20 years, it's 10% of total global primary energy, not oil and gas, total global primary energy, 4 times the size of global wind, solar batteries.
So let's say that again. We have all the solar, wind, and batteries combined globally.
Is less than 1/4 of what we produce today from U.S. shale. That's not including our Canadian 51st state to the north. That's just U.S. oil, natural gas, and oil. So yeah, just a game-changing revolution. So a few things it brought. One was you mentioned the change in geopolitics and the standing of the United States. It also dramatically reset oil and gas prices lower. What happens when you add a lot of supply? You drive prices down. I'm the weird oil and gas guy that celebrates that. By my simple math, it's more than $1 trillion a year of saving to global energy consumers in the world. And who's a global energy consumer? Every citizen on the planet. So it was a positive for that. But in the short term, it hurt the profitability of our industry a lot. First, it's like the internet, the dot-com boom, right? Everyone rushed in. They wanted to own shale stocks. They wanted to lend to shale companies. Money flooded in. Production spiked. Prices came down, returns were poor. So now we don't want to invest in those companies. Then the ESG movement started, which was perfect timing because, well, you didn't want, for financial reasons, to own those businesses anyway. So everybody ran away. And stock prices, valuations really crumbled. So what people, of course, responded by investing less, growing production less. A lot of small companies ran out of getting the ability to get capital, and they merged into bigger companies. We even see majors consolidating now. So the industry is becoming more disciplined and less dynamic. I think you can argue that production growth will be slower this year than it was last year. So that's driven by price, that's driven by interest in getting investor appetite again. It's also driven a lot by infrastructure. We could produce just massively more natural gas on short notice, but where are we going to put it? Right? You only can supply all the demand that's accessible via pipelines and all the additional demand that's available via LNG takeaway tankers. That's supply.
Well, you put your finger on exactly the key thing that's relevant politically today, is that essentially all the marginal demand for U.S. LNG or U.S. gas is exports.
Yes.
Exports. And the world appetite is essentially unlimited, functionally unlimited.
Fastest growing energy source on the planet. Coming out of the financial crisis to today, the world total energy consumption grew by about 100 exajoules, about 20%. Where did that new energy come from? 40% of that came from natural gas, 24% from oil. Coal came in third at 14%. But yeah, natural gas is growing fast. The running room for it going forward is tremendous as well. Globally. Toby gave oil and gas together. I think his story is more dramatic to just break it out by natural gas. So 15, 20 years ago, the United States was the largest importer of natural gas on the planet. And we were running somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 drilling rigs in our country, and we were the largest importer on the planet. Today, we're running less than 100 rigs, from over 1,000 to less than 100 rigs. We've doubled our natural gas production, and we've recently passed Russia as the largest net exporter of natural gas on the planet. That's no subsidies, less humans, less rigs, less land. That's technology.
So, in fact, this was that fact. When we all invoke the word, I do too, technology. But when it comes to oil and gas, the technology really is the epicenter of that are the service companies. You don't have to guess where the shale resources are. We know where they are. This is not an exploratory business, fundamentally. You have to think about where you drill. But those are, well, I'll call them manufacturing decisions. But they're not discovery decisions. You do have some discovery on the margin, as you know better than I do, once you drill a well. But all of this incredible improvement in efficacy came essentially from the service companies, from your businesses like yours.
Yes.
This is an astonishing improvement. I mean, you see the energy industry brag about the improvement in battery performance, which has been remarkable. Lithium batteries are roughly 2 to 3x better now from when they went into commercial market in terms of energy density for materials use, which is really a lot. That's because it was a new technology. Here we are in an old business, quote unquote, oil and gas, and you got this is not a 4x gain. 1,000 rigs to 100 rigs. This is a 10x gain in sort of the physical infrastructure to get this more output. So what are the pieces that drove that what does the word technology mean that got that? Because that will tell us a lot about, is there more of that left?
Yes. Oh, man, how deep to go into this?
We can do deep.
Let me do real
can
quick
handle it.
to give an image of it, right? When I was a kid, I used to think you drilled underground, there was underground lakes of oil, and you drained those underground lakes. And of course, everywhere underground there's rocks. And there's rocks have pore space or holes in them, and they're full of something. 99.99% of all the rocks underground are full of water. Some of them also have oil and natural gas in them, right? So before, we're looking for those permeable, easy to flow rocks that have oil and gas. But that's not where oil and gas was created. It was buried in, as you heard earlier, these shales, these impermeable rocks. So it could cook over tens of millions of years. Naturally, hydraulic fractures form. Over millions of years, it seeps out, it floats upward, gets trapped somewhere. And if you drill a well and you catch oil, you move to Beverly Hills. If you don't, you're...
And you can sing the song.
Water. And you can sing the song.
Beverly Hillbilly song. We can do it now, right?
If I could sing. So the technology of the shale revolution was to say, to your point, Mark, we know where it is. It's in these rocks. And instead of waiting for it naturally to leak out over millions of years, let's go in and figure out how to get it out. Now, it turns out that's difficult, because if we had a piece of shale here and I poured water on it, it would evaporate long before it would flow into that rock. I always said, if you could miniaturize you and you go down the well 2 miles and 2 miles out, and you're in a little frack and you're against this wall of rock that the oil and gas is coming out, you would not notice anything was moving. Like a teaspoon of oil over 24 hours is going to come out of a square foot. You would have zero detection that something was moving. But why shale works is we make very cheap plumbing out of water and sand, and we connect millions of square feet of that rock via hydraulic fractures and sand back to one wellbore, so that at the surface, 1,000, 2,000 barrels a day of fluid are flowing out. But on a micro scale, it looks like nothing's moving. So really, it's been a logistics business.
Right.
How do we get more sand under the ground, more water under the ground for lower cost, lower impact?
And of course, navigating the best placement, the best way to pressurize it. There's a lot of data in this. I mean, the first thing I was struck by is that the magnitude of data coming back from a drill site was, it went from terabytes to hundreds of terabytes. So you get this massive data flow trying to think about forensically, what do I do better next time?
We've developed massive software just to route trucks. You've got to move sand from a mine. It used to be from train terminals. Now it's from local mines to a well location. And that's a cost, and that's a time. We pump a little, just our company pumps a little more than 1 billion pounds of sand underground every week. And so that's got to come from a mine and a ground. We've got to pressure it up to 10,000 PSI, pump it miles underground, delivered precisely with fluids and chemicals at holes in the ground for it to flow out. This is a giant, like, industrial logistics operation.
And at the end of it, you're delivering gas at an equivalent oil price of about $25 a barrel or $20 a barrel. I mean, it's crazy.
It's technology and innovation. In our Pacific company, we started 12 years ago in business, and today we deliver underground at actually higher pressure and faster rate than we did 12 years ago, but 12 times as much sand per employee we have than we did before then, right? So that's a rate of improvement that's driven this revolution.
So to calibrate in my head, again, this is the back of the envelope proclivity of a physicist. So I talked to geoscientists about how much we're getting out of the ground. So the fundamental question you'd have in the old oil world, right? You drill a pressurized well, vertical, oil comes out, and you get a decline curve eventually, but you exhaust the pressurized field. In the shale business, you fracture it, and you get a certain percentage of the molecules out, of gas or oil molecules out. So I've asked serially geologists and geophysicists, what percentage of those molecules are you getting out? I mean, as good as you've gotten, What's the percentage? Because that will tell you a little bit more about where we can go. Because if the answer is 90%, well then, you're kind of exhausted. The numbers I keep hearing back are rarely 10%. I mean, sometimes I'll hear an enthusiastic geoscientist say, we'll probably get 10 or 12%.
So that's true. So, yeah, that's for oil.
Right.
For oil, real drainage ratios, I'd say 7 to 12% in the best case. So round number, we're getting 10% maybe of the oil out of ground with the way we currently do it. So is there innovation? Is there work going on to figure out how to get some of that remaining 90%? Absolutely. Natural gas, smaller molecule, has a simpler pressure-volume relationship. So we're getting maybe 40, maybe as much as 50% with natural gas out. But oil, massive upside, as you think. And of course, even in the Permian Basin, the biggest basin, we're drilling 5, 6, 7 layers of rock. There's tons of hydrocarbon-enriched rocks below where we're drilling today that we could also drill on the exact same land, the exact same well pads. It's just they wouldn't work at natural gas at today's $3, but they sure would work at $4.50. I mean, the amount of resources are just immense.
And of course, $4.50 is still cheap. I mean, from
less than $30 of oil in energy equivalent.
$30 oil, which is staggering. And of course, when you describe drilling for miles, this is where the arithmetic comes in and doing simple geometry. And you all may remember your geometry classes from middle school. Volumes are interesting things. When you're trying to harvest energy on a surface, the solar panels and wind, you're dealing with the surface. It's an area. When you go below the earth, you're dealing with volumetric issues. And you're not dealing with, a few hundred meters on the surface. You're dealing with kilometers, tens of kilometers of rock. The accessible resource, the numbers are crazy high numbers. And what the USGS will give us numbers on available resources as opposed to accessible reserves. And you know the difference full well, and you all should know this. A resource is guessing what the physical quantity is. The reserve is guessing the physical quantity at a given price with given technology.
Right.
Well, the last caveat's the key one, with given technology. So if you had to make a prediction, not for you specifically, because you are also a company in the public space, but let's just talk about the industry. Could we do it? I was phrasing it. Can we do it again? By that I mean improve the efficacy and therefore total volume production again. Could we double it again? Because we doubled it in just the last decade. Not talking about whether assuming there's a demand, could the U.S.
Absolutely.
So a doubling of the U.S. would be a monster production of oil and gas to the world.
Correct. I mean, today, if you look at liquids, people confuse oil and liquid production. The EIA number is liquid production, which is mostly oil. But we produce a huge amount of natural gas liquids, which are like lighter than oil. Think propane, think butane. The U.S. produces 20% of global liquid production and over 20% of natural gas production. So by far the largest producer in the world of oil and of natural gas. And could that grow massively? Massively. Natural gas, it would be easy to double our production. We would need more pipelines, more infrastructure and all that. But the resources, if we can run 90 drilling rigs today, can we run 180? I think we can. Oil production, oil is far rarer than natural gas. So it runs up to constraints, which are really just, technology needs to evolve, prices need to move a little bit. To double oil production wouldn't be as trivial as to double natural gas production, but could it be done? Like if the demand or need? Absolutely.
So you've not been, so the derivative part of that is since we know from a lot of the conversations we've had already, and most rational people in the energy field know that it's an additive problem. We're not doing a transition, we're adding. We need to add. And the world could certainly use the gas. And most of the trading partners would like to get it from a country like the United States. A lot of people are happy to buy from Russia. It was quite clear from what's going on in the sanction world. But you have been unafraid to be involved in the political battle as well for we'll call it the freedom, if not survival, of the U.S. shale industry. There's been a lot of forces opposing it. Not just environmentalists, a lot of people in the political sphere are not happy. Give me your sense on where the political landscape is now in terms of well, I can use the word unleashing the business. But I don't mean just allowing you to drill, as you know. You get the pipes, the offtake, the export, the negotiations with our counterparties globally. Japan, I think, would absorb every single molecule of gas we could produce if we could give a framework for stable counterparty, buy and sell.
Absolutely. Japanese businesses and political leaders early on, when the shale revolution moved from natural gas, which, as you heard earlier, it's easier to produce gas than oil. When the shale revolution arrived in North Dakota, so out in the western U.S., could we get some of the natural gas that comes out with that oil to the Pacific for an easier tanker route instead of around Cape of Good Hope or through the Suez Canal straight over to Japan? Well, what money do we need in advance? How do we need to do that? But there's been a political battle in Oregon that you can't build an LNG export terminal. But you're right. The challenges politically and practically are about infrastructure. There's restrictions on getting permits on federal land, and in the name of a climate policy. Of course, that's a total nonsensical justification for that, because if you don't drill oil and gas wells on U.S. federal land, does that change the demand for oil and natural gas? Not one whit. It just means that incremental oil and gas will be produced, over in, Nigeria and shipped on a boat to our country. That's not a climate policy. That's an exporting jobs and economic well-being policy. But so the political climate is tough because there's this widespread fear around climate change, and so therefore you can be irrational and you can just stand in the way of things. As I say, I don't think they're doing any benefit to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but that opposition and ability to build infrastructure is there, and there isn't the political will to say, no, we need to build this pipeline. Yes, there's protesters, but we're going to. But that will change. Like, I've been talking on energy and climate change for 20 years, and people say, Chris, do you think you're rationally going to change the public's mind? And my answer is, no. Some people, but not the public. The public's mind, I believe, changes when energy becomes expensive, when we start getting blackouts, when people can't afford to put gas in their car. Then people become sober very quickly. Europe is this strange example that they've exported their industries, they've jacked their costs up, they've impoverished their citizenry, but yet train continues to march along. I believe that train will eventually crash. The Paris Basin, which is an awesome shale and natural gas resource south of Paris in the center of France, that will be drilled and developed someday. It just may be a few generations from now. But it's just an incredibly valued, life-enhancing, life-improving resources that are right there. And oil in round numbers costs $100. It costs $10 to ship it around the world. Natural gas, we produce it in this country for $2 or $3. You buy it in this country for, say, $3. But to put it on chill it and put it on a ship and ship it overseas and regasify it in the other end, well, it's tripled in price now. So you're not going to compete against U.S. industry with natural gas here if you're buying gas that came on a ship. So ultimately, more countries, if you want to be an industrial powerhouse, you have to either have your own locally produced natural gas or pipeline accessible natural gas, or you need to get all the other countries that have that to go politically nonsensical and stand in the way. So right now, that strategy is winning. But you could reshore a lot of energy-intensive manufacturing in the United States. China consumes 3 times as much energy as the United States does in the biggest use of energy, which is manufacturing things. We hear about the electricity grid, incredibly important asset, life-critical. 20% of global primary energy gets delivered versus electrons. 80% of the energy dialogue is around those electrons, but they bring 20% of the energy. The biggest use of energy by far is to make materials. Think cement, steel, plastics, fertilizer, aluminum,
copper, refined
polysilicon,
lithium.
copper.
Everything.
That's the big and fundamental use of energy. China dominates in that. They make more than half the world's steel, more than half the world's cement. And they're doing it with dominantly coal and expensive natural gas. We have abundant resources of very cheap, easily available natural gas in this country. We could reshore a lot of that industry here. Good for blue-collar jobs, good for American security, and of course it would dramatically lower greenhouse gas emissions because it's natural gas instead of coal.
a perfect summary of the geopolitical reality. What's interesting now is if you take the two domains, which seem to have bipartisan support, a repatriation of manufacturing, let's focus on semiconductors, but semiconductors, it was my first job, was in a semiconductor fab. It's a chemical business. It's not electronics business, it's a chemical business. Massive quantities of chemicals, massive energy inputs and huge quantities of electricity as well, but the chemical upstream are all energy-intensive, hydrocarbon-based industries. If you want them here, you have to have the energy here, have to permit it here. And we have simultaneously going on, we'll call it the you could say it was the Amazonification of our economy. You know, everything's going to get digital. Well, as I said at the outset, well, surprise, it's electricity intensive, and the only thing that we can scale quickly will be natural gas turbines. So to get both happening simultaneously, eventually, I'm with you, there will be a recognition that we can do this. It's geopolitically useful, it's economically powerful, but you're not going to do it on windmills and solar panels. You don't have to be anti-wind, anti-solar. It's just a recognition they can't do it. And companies like yours, not to just blow the horn of liberty, but it's a great company, they can do it. You can actually, the infrastructure that you're in, unleashed, it would not be crazy to say we could double our energy production again within 5 to 10 years, possibly 5 years.
Absolutely. And Mark, I think you make a great point. AI is coming. This is exciting. It's an American-led technology. It needs a lot of electricity. And Silicon Valley, who've not been the most thoughtful spokespeople on energy, and their technology development in that area has not been so good either.
That's a diplomatic way, but that's good.
But with the AI, they now understand we need to grow electricity and firm electricity in the United States. Not everyone's saying it out loud yet, but of course, almost all of that incremental demand the next decade is going to come from natural gas. I hope beyond that we get more of that from nuclear as well. But in the near term, that's natural gas.
We're going to get a lot of nukes later, but they're building data centers now. Just as a calibration point, you probably know this because I'm sure Jake knows this. The total data center construction under build now, and that will be commissioned in the next 2 to 3 years, is greater than the total amount of data centers we've built in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And the power per square foot is now 4 times higher or 5 times higher. And I'm talking about it in square footage. In megawatt terms, it's massive. So you're going to fuel it with gas if we have it here at all, and it'll be nukes after that. So let me ask you a closing thought. I'll take the tradition that Rupert and Peter have pioneered, is to think about if there's one piece of, we'll call it advice, since we're in Washington, you would give to the political class about what can be done, or a wish that you would like to have happen, what would it be?
Energy sobriety.
Sobriety, not abundance?
Well, sobriety would bring abundance, of course. Yeah, because the energy, it's that tool that enables everything we do. And energy brings freedom. Freedom to pursue whatever your dreams are, freedom from cold, from starvation, from deprivation. Energy it shouldn't be political. It's not one input of the economy. It is the input that everything else on the economy runs in. And if we could get sober, thoughtful discussion around energy, it would bring energy abundance, of course, because it's an obvious way to make everything better.
So you use 2 words that are challenging in Washington. Sober. Been around Washington for a while. For Charlie Wilson, the war days, and thoughtful. We like to pretend that we can be sober and thoughtful in Washington, and often it can be. I'm being unkind because a lot of people I know on the Hill and in agencies are serious. They have the same goals. We've talked about this a lot. The goals are common, but the means to get there are not always the same. And sometimes I think. Call me naive. It's because they actually don't know what they're talking about. I don't mean this in an insulting way. Yeah. They're saying things which aren't true. So we have a job, and I am delighted that you have been a vocal spokesman. It's not easy to be vocal in the oil and gas industry these days, and you've been a stalwart supporter and unafraid to do it. So I'm delighted, and congratulations for doing that. And thank you for joining us for this panel. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's been a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Rupert Darwall and James Danley.
Wow, no, absolutely terrific, mind-blowing presentations. In one word, optimism. And we're going to go from optimism to something else. We're going to go from can do to, well, you can't really do that. No, that's unfair. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce and have a conversation with Chairman Danley, because these are the questions that I wanted to ask. I'm absolutely fascinated by FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, because it's the federal agency of the energy transition we don't hear enough about. Much attention focuses on EPA and its attempts to decarbonize power generation. The Clean Power Plan during the Obama administration struck down by West Virginia, by the Supreme Court in West Virginia versus EPA. And now we've got a follow-on with the EPA's new carbon pollution standards for fossil fuel powered plant. But FERC regulation has a profound and not well understood impact on the economics of generating technologies, disadvantaging the dispatchable power plants that are needed to keep the lights on, over-rewarding intermittent capacity that essentially free rides on others' investment in the grid and generating capacity. Chairman Danley served as a FERC and latterly chairman until January 2021. Other than Texas, which is the Lone Star state, developed its own way to destabilize and degrade its electrical grid, FERC rules are major determinants on the costs, profits, and returns of different generating technologies, and which ones get investment and which ones are shuttered. So for consumers, that translates into prices and into grid unreliability. So putting it bluntly, if you subsidize zero marginal cost, weather-dependent, intermittent capacity, you end up with paying more for electricity and a worse grid. So that's kind of the terrain, Chairman, that we would like to go across. And as you went into FERC, what were the things that you found and what surprised you?
So as federal agencies go, FERC is a pretty well-run agency with a pretty talented staff. But there are certain basics about the way utility regulation functions in this day and age, that is to say the age of organized markets, where despite FERC's obligation to ensure that the rates for electric service are just and reasonable, there seems to be a certain amount of economic misunderstanding. That is, if you rely upon markets, and about 2/3 of Americans are served by markets for their wholesale power, if you rely upon market mechanisms to deliver that capacity and you reward the generators in capacity payments and energy payments in the real-time market, if you have the markets subject to subsidies without any guardrails to protect the markets from those subsidies, you're going to necessarily over or under procure different types of resources that would otherwise be necessary to keep the system stable. And we've been running this experiment at FERC. And by the way, I should just pause for a second to mention, this is going to be hard because we're at the end of the day here, only a couple more panels before the reception, and we're going to be talking about electric rates. And so I apologize for that, but it's fundamental to the point here. The electric rates are what determine how investment is conducted, how capital is deployed into the market. So in the organized markets, you have generators that see price signals and then respond to those price signals. But when the price signals are warped by subsidies, of which there are any number, both federal and state, then you do not have the proper incentives and information as the market participant to properly deploy a new generation. And so the result is a premature shuttering of dispatchable resources that are necessary that provide not just baseload generation, which you hear a lot about, but also, as importantly, the ancillary services that are required, like load following, voltage support, and the like, that keep the system actually functioning. You can't simply deliver electricity. You have to have all manner of other ancillary services that are procured and required. And as those resources go into bankruptcy, the system becomes less stable, and because there's a greater dependence upon intermittence, you have a greater likelihood of a failure of resource adequacy. That being different, by the way, from reliability. Reliability means the transmission system works and can deliver power. Resource adequacy is the certainty that you actually have the power that you need to have when you need to have it. So,
Mr. Chairman, can you just, you touched on a really interesting aspect, for example, controlling frequency. And of course, with gas and particularly coal-fired power stations, you have spinning inertia, the turbines are spinning, which helps keep the grid stable. Take those away, rely on have more wind and solar on, it undermines the stability of the grid.
Yes, and so in the old days when you had vertically integrated utilities, right? The old model was you had a vertically integrated utility, a monopoly franchise overseen by a state public service commission, and FERC's role was minimal. What we did was make sure that one state's policies couldn't work depredations upon its neighboring states. We ensured that the interstate sale of power for resale was at a just and reasonable rate. But now, FERC has become more and more invasive in the way electricity is delivered, and we have been the ones that created these market structures. And as you move away from older forms of generation that have spinning reserves, you just imagine the difficulty if you're an engineer trying to run a balancing authority. If you have entire swaths of your generation fleet that just instantaneously turn off at the same time, that's a real problem, as opposed to the thermal generators, which have giant spinning mass that even if they do go out, it takes time for that mass to slow down. There's a lot of rotational inertia in those old generators, and we're dependent upon them to perform any number of different functions, all of which are compensated in the market, but I would argue not compensated properly given the shift in the generation mix that we have. And by the way, I don't call it a transition because I feel that presupposes some end destination. I've heard other people quibble with that term, transition. It gives this sort of Hegelian end of history feel to it, and there's no such thing. What this is simply a matter of economics and the incentives of the marketplace and rational, hopefully, not always, but hopefully rational policy decisions that drive that. So.
And another aspect of putting more wind and solar on the grid, it doesn't obviate the need to have a parallel balancing capacity for when the weather's not generating enough electricity. So you're essentially paying twice over for the capital invested in the generating capacity.
I'm not sure it's quite half, or not quite double, but you have to have a certain. This is an actuarial question, right? What amount of backup do you have to deal with those unforeseen consequences of, or I should say, totally foreseeable but unpredictable in terms of timing loss of the generation. And of course, you're going to end up paying twice or some premium on top of the amount that you would in intermittence. But more importantly than that, from a rate standpoint, or maybe not more important, but equally important, is the fact that in order to use a large quantity of very diffuse, high entropy generators, they are necessarily located far away from the load centers. And so you also have to add on top of the cost of the additional generation, all of the transmission. And the transmission fees are extraordinarily high, right? I think people probably often don't realize just how expensive a proposition it is to build massive public infrastructure that are long linear things, like all the cost of siting and permitting, the planning, the discussion between different utilities for how they're going to handle the cost of the project. And when you add all of that into it, even as the markets have successfully driven down the cost of electricity, that is the actual commodity you're buying, the all-in rate to the ratepayer has remained relatively flat because the cost of transmission has gone up so much. And this is an illusory promise that people have been given that, hey, we're going to have all this zero marginal cost generation, whereas in fact, all of the logistics that go into delivering that power are very, very expensive and time-consuming, and also another thing, they're really unpopular. And so given the challenges we have of siting any infrastructure at all, the idea that we're all of a sudden going to just change our minds and everybody who had opposed all construction of all types are all of a sudden going to love the idea of having their vista off their back porch marred by a bunch of high voltage lines. That's not very likely. And so even if you could make the economic case, it's unlikely to be realized because of the siting challenges for transmission.
And Mr. Chairman, what's the principle in terms of allocating those costs, the transmission costs? Is it cost causative? Is it to the generator that gives rise to those costs, or are the costs generally socialized?
So for the lawyers in the room, the CLE portion is now going to begin, right? So there was a case, Illinois Commerce Commission v. FERC, that established this principle that you have to have fees for services, for transmission service that's roughly commensurate with the benefits. And historically, those ideas for what constitute the benefits were relatively narrow. They were a reduction in congestion, which amounts to a reduction in the transmission costs, and the achievement of what I would call relatively unambiguous NERC reliability standards. Those were the heart of the two benefits. There were some public policy, there's some latitude for public policy projects to be built, but that was really the heart of it. And as time has gone on, especially over the last couple of years, FERC has been pushing further and further into broadening that set of benefits such that the cost for transmission can be socialized across the broadest number of ratepayers. The hope being, I suppose, that the more people have to pay, the less the rate shock, and the more likely you are to develop the projects that are for purposes other than those two, cost reduction from congestion and reliability. And if you look at the recent proposed rule that came out from FERC, which was issued just a couple months ago after my term ended, if you look at the benefits that are considered and the planning criteria, everything from state and municipal policy goals have to be taken into consideration. The benefits are much broader than they had been historically. And so this is FERC by rulemaking attempting to do that very socialization I talked about. And putting aside whether or not the order has sufficient durability to survive an appeal, from a pure policy standpoint, it seems like a very questionable proposition to throw the doors open to every conceivable set of benefits when in fact the transmission system is there for a particular purpose, which is to get power from generation to load. And the other benefits don't really come into who gets the benefit, the actual concrete, tangible benefit of that service, right? So we're going to see what happens with that. But that's been the push, is to broaden those benefits and therefore the base of ratepayers that will burden the costs.
And that will it will make renewable generators look cheaper than they actually are. It will hide the costs of renewable generation.
So insofar as the broadening, so ordinarily the way it has worked historically is if you are a project developer for a generation asset and what you want to do is grab hold of a revenue stream, you need to go and pay for the upgrades to the system and the interconnection, right? That you're the one who's going to get the money, so you have to pay the upfront costs. If you develop a widespread transmission system on a basis other than the developer's cost determination, then you're going to absolutely hide the cost, the real all-in cost for the generation, because you're going to have more interconnection sites on a pre-existing system that are not the direct cost to the developer. Now, you know, there's another thing too, though. I wouldn't say that it's merely the transmission build-out that would, if it happens, which it hasn't, and I doubt it's going to. It's not merely the transmission system that's going to hide it. It's also the fact that subsidies make it seem as though they're cheaper than they are. And ultimately, when you add the costs that are associated with lack of reliability and the cost for the transmission, you know, you have loss of power over distance, right? You have the cost of the physical building. You have all of the siting and permitting and legal process that goes into it. The all-in cost is undoubtedly going to be more expensive, and yet the general attitude that people have is, oh, this is cheap, free, you know, power. Let's use that instead. Which, if that were true, would be a rational economic choice to make, but it's not true. And the thing is, there are places in a rationally constructed portfolio for things like wind and solar. You could easily make the case for that within a portfolio of generators. But the idea that the objective of the system is to go something near 100% of that, not only is that an engineering challenge that so far is insurmountable, but it also wouldn't be cost effective, right? Because you could have a wide spread out, disaggregated system, or you could solve all of the problems with your transmission system and generation needs by putting one single combined cycle gas generator at the right location, right near load. Which one of those two seems like it has fewer problems that are going to present itself, right?
Right. And in terms of, we're also seeing the possible emergence of capacity markets to effectively remunerate backup. And of course, the backup costs truly belong to the intermittent generators, don't they?
Well, I mean, to the extent to which your paradigm says you are getting a capacity payment, and so we really want you to show up when we call on you. Now, of course, no generator has 100% uptime, right? You have, even nuclear has refueling outages on an occasional basis. But for most of the generators, those are fairly predictable, and you can have a fairly good sense of when they're going to happen, other than contingencies that will arise now and again. But if you have a paradigm in which the capacity payment is actually for the delivery of power, then yes, that would necessarily be their responsibility. Either that, or they can, I suppose you could set a system up where they have to suffer the spot market price and procure power on the fly. I'm not sure that I would want to buy into that, though. That seems like a pretty dicey, risky proposition. So,
a little while ago, I talked to one of your former colleagues at FERC and learned about what struck me is the insanity of demand-side response, because it sounds to me complete nuts, and it really follows the sort of David's of Hunger Games paradigm, that because what the Greens say is, the cheapest power station is the power station not built, the cheapest kilowatt hour is the kilowatt hour not consumed, which is economically illiterate, because if you forego something that is needed, actually that's a cost.
Yeah.
So, any insights into DSR as they call it in the game?
Demand response has been overcompensated since the very beginning of its recognition in the FERC tariffs. It is true that there are times in which a demand program can be very useful to manage the margins, right? We've been doing that from the beginning, and in fact, if you want to be sort of cartoonish about it, you could say every time we have rolling blackouts, that's a form of demand response, right? Admittedly, not a voluntary form, but I've joked in the past that we have exactly as much demand response as we have load, right? You shut it off if that's what has to happen. But the idea that the locational marginal, the full locational marginal price, right? All the prices in the markets are based upon the constraints in the transmission system, the cost of generation, and the whole concept of the market is you dispatch the least cost generation within the operating constraints at that moment. The idea that the reduction of load could possibly be the same value as the LMP that is paid to the generators for a process that requires fuel costs and all of the ancillary services and are there to produce the actual commodity that's being consumed, that is somehow or another economically equivalent to simply not consuming electricity for that period of time, is a market distortion and warping that doesn't make sense. And the other thing is, DR is called upon on an infrequent and intermittent basis, and yet it can qualify depending upon the regime for the sort of capacity benefits that are typically given to the actual generators that produce electricity, that being a forward contract that says, if we call on you, you have to produce. And that obviously can't be equivalent, because what you're saying in this case is if we call on you, you don't consume, right? They're not perfect inverses of each other.
What you mentioned sort of grid reliability and so forth. I mean, if you were going to point to one area of the country, where do you think the risks are greater in terms of grid degradation?
Well, I mean, so New England has a lot of real problems because they are constrained both in terms of their access to gas. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, one of the biggest threats to the stability of the electric system is natural gas. And there has been a growing recognition of this, but one of the problems is, as it's been recognized, in the zeitgeist, I guess you could say, there's this idea that natural gas has to be more responsive to generators. In reality, they are the least important consumers of natural gas, even though they are critical to keeping the electric system stable. If you have a choice between, imagine you're in the middle of February, dead of winter, it's freezing cold, would you rather have 7 days without electricity or 7 minutes without natural gas? The answer is you'd rather not have the electricity, because if you're in a city like Chicago and you don't have enough pressure in the interstate pipeline system, all the pilot lights go out throughout the entire city. That is beyond catastrophic. Right, 7 days without electricity, I'm not saying isn't expensive. It's not. It's going to have its consequences both economically and in the health and welfare of the ratepayers, but it isn't the same level of profound catastrophe that having a loss of the gas system would entail. And so in the case of New England, they are at the absolute end of the pipeline, as people often say. They have any number of just a handful of contingencies that, if they arise, will necessarily result in reliability failures. And they also have determined political opposition to the development of the infrastructure necessary to overcome those problems. And so I've long worried that New England is going to be the sort of the test case. And you can already see that New England has scarcity problems because the rates are so high. So as a region, it's really in a difficult spot. So.
And you touched on the infrastructure side. FERC's role in permitting infrastructure. Mm-hmm. How has that? How can that be improved?
Well, So I would argue that the actual process that FERC has, and this really isn't me circling the wagons. You can look at the issuances and see that this is true. FERC's authority to permit infrastructure is for under Section 7 of the Natural Gas Act to permit the construction of natural gas pipelines for interstate commerce. We also have Section 3 that just cites the siting and construction of LNG, and now we have the backstop siting authority that's been reinvigorated for electric interest corridors. Once they're designated by the Department of Energy, FERC can step in after the states fail, whatever fail means, to permit them and give a permit that conveys condemnation authority. When it comes to the gas pipelines, the actual permitting process at FERC is relatively straightforward. The problem has come from another source, which is the after-the-fact judicial review, in which the NEPA documents, every pipeline, every greenfield pipeline has to have an environmental impact statement accompany it, because that's a major federal action affecting the human environment. And as over the last 10 years or so, starting with a case called Sable Trail, we're back into CLE again here, starting with a case called Sable Trail, the breadth of the mandatory NEPA review has expanded. And although the National Environmental Policy Act doesn't confer an actual cause of action, every issuance that relies upon a NEPA document can be challenged under the Administrative Procedure Act, which means the broader the review, the more possibility of minor errors there are that then could get a remand. So the problem with the FERC infrastructure process really is the problem of the back-end litigation risk driven by NEPA. It almost never happens that somebody successfully challenges the other basis for the issuance of these Section 7 certificates, which would be need, for example. Need is pretty apparent. If you're a project developer and you have a fully subscribed pipeline with a bunch of shippers that want to use your transportation service, need has been demonstrated. But when it comes to the environmental review after the fact, as NEPA has expanded, it has really, really thrown every issuance into doubt, and the risk premiums associated with every project now are so great that many of otherwise truly valuable and worthwhile projects are being made commercially unviable.
You can't do that phase of infrastructure development, isn't it, with NEPA?
It is very difficult to make a case for putting that kind of money into. You understand, pipelines are major infrastructure projects. They're very expensive. They cost a huge amount of money just on the front end before you even file an application. And anybody risking their capital would be wise to be reluctant to put their money into pipelines if they know that there is an even odds bet that it's going to get remanded. And just the remand and the following order is itself going to take ages, and that's after the courts have had their say on the matter. So really, it's NEPA that's the primary challenge to developing it. And by the way, this is going to rear its head too for anybody who thinks that the transmission problem is going to be solved by FERC coming in and stomping on the states and declaring that there shall be transmission lines built here. The minute FERC gets involved, that becomes a major federal action affecting the human environment. NEPA attaches, and then all of the daggers that have been honed over the last decade challenging the pipelines are going to be perfectly applicable in the case of the transmission lines. So it's not as though they're going to escape the eye of Sauron here. He's going to be turning his gaze directly upon transmission. So.
In terms of the three criteria of abundance, affordability, and reliability, if you were to redesign, I mean, this is going to the electrical grid again. What are if those are the objectives? What do you think needs to be done?
Sorry, what were the three again? It was
abundance, affordability, and reliability.
Oh, okay. Abundance was the one I missed. I would take a serious look at the way our electric markets function. As long as we have the challenges to price formation caused by subsidies and the markets are not insulated from that price warping effect, we're necessarily going to over or under procure. And that would maybe be my primary suggestion, is that the markets are flawed. And I can prove it, by the way. For any of you skeptics out there, we have had repeated warnings from the markets, and I'm talking broadly here across the country. Every market has a different tariff, and they all have different territories. But broadly speaking, all the markets have warned us that we have impending shortfalls of capacity, that there is going to be a resource adequacy challenge down the road. So what should happen to the capacity prices? If you are having impending shortfalls, if the scarcity is increasing, the cost should go up. But in fact, capacity prices have dropped. So if anybody wants to give me an economics course on this to tell me that supply and demand don't work the way I think they do, I'm happy to hear it. But that should demonstrate that, at least when it comes to the capacity markets, they are not working correctly. And there used to be a mechanism that the markets had that insulated them from the effect of the subsidies, a minimum offer price construct that required that there be no offer into the market lower than a certain price that admittedly was administratively determined, and that's not ideal. But it at least had the virtue of ensuring that you could not offer in at zero because nobody's marginal cost to do anything is zero, right? Whereas now, there are plenty of people offering to the markets who will bid in or offer into the market at zero, and then whatever the capacity clearing price is, they just take that because they're happy to get whatever they can from it. It's not essential to their business model.
And has that been a factor behind the premature shuttering of nuclear capacity?
You know, I don't know that it's actually that specifically. I'm not sure that the nuclear plants rely on the capacity payments. I think that's probably more driven by regulatory burden and political decision. It certainly, though, has had a tremendous effect. Also, too, there are relatively few nuclear power plants. We have a much better set of data to look at coal, and it certainly has had an effect on coal over the years. Right.
So coal has been prematurely shuttered because of subsidies of zero marginal cost.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, it is, and along those lines, because many of the coal generators are not imagining that their assets have that long of a life ahead of them, they have deferred maintenance, which is the economically rational thing to do, but that also means that as the coal has been used, it's been less and less reliable for a generation asset that should be among the most reliable, which is a shame because that value that coal could deliver in a lot of areas isn't being delivered because of its deferred maintenance.
And if we're looking ahead more broadly, and the question I posed earlier is a change of administration, what should an incoming administration want to see out of FERC?
I think it would be to return to FERC's purpose, which is to be a rate-making agency and not extend its jurisdiction to subjects that were not given to it by Congress, right? FERC, I've said many times, why can't we just be happy being rate regulators? I admit that it's a boring subject. It's not what kids dream about growing up to be a rate regulator, but it's an important job, and let's just be happy with what we have. The idea that we're going to go off on an expedition to try to right all the wrongs of the world by using this little fulcrum of our power over electric rates and the leverage that we have because we get to cite and permit Section 7 pipelines and try to use those powers to achieve other objectives is violative of the delegation that Congress gave us, and it also ends up with not just bad policy, but even worse from the standpoint of an industry that has high capital costs, reciprocating policy, right? Economically speaking, you would rather have a certain level of consistent suboptimality than to have even optimal but reciprocating policies, right? You need to have predictability and certainty when what you're doing is this is America. These aren't state-run enterprises. We're asking private parties to come and deliver essential services, and in order to do that at the kind of rates that we want ratepayers to pay, you have to have a level of predictability, and FERC, by expanding its jurisdiction and getting into subjects that were not clearly delegated by Congress, is making that more and more difficult with every new good idea that FERC has.
Chairman Downey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome Scott Tinker and Zabrina Johal.
All righty. Well, Zabrina, we have the unenviable position of standing between this group and about 200 kilocalories of scotch each. So we got to close it strong here. Anything I'm about to say probably won't be true, but I'm going to say it anyway. So I think you were in Montana, if I remember correctly, until you were about 18 and never left or got on an airplane. And then your next job was running a nuclear reactor on an aircraft carrier or two. Is that right? Did I miss anything in between? Or
A few things.
Tell me.
A few things.
What?
Oh, boy. Highlights. Let's see. And if there's any other military here, officer candidate school, getting my head shaved. That was a highlight. Firing Tomahawk missiles was a highlight. And then operating the reactor.
big reactors, a couple hundred megawatts combined on a ship.
You keep asking me this.
I do, but
I
everybody
won't
here
tell
doesn't
you.
know. So they're about that big.
Yeah.
It says it on
We'll just
Google.
say that.
Yeah, it says it on Google. Anyway, so that prepared you for a career in the nuclear side, and we're here today to talk about fusion, not fission, which we heard about earlier today from Oklo and others. Fusion. So what is it? I mean, exactly, and again, we got a nice mixed group here. What is fusion energy? Why does it matter?
I had to wonder why fusion was the last topic of the day. And so if everyone could just humor me and close your eyes and imagine the future, imagine where we are and what we're doing.
They're not closing their eyes.
And maybe throw in some science fiction in your image. What do you see? Right? Usually it's something that's nuclear powered, whether it's fission or fusion. And so maybe that's why we're ending on fusion, because we're looking toward the future. And so what is fusion? Fusion and fission are both nuclear because they come from the nucleus. However, they're fundamentally different processes. So if you remember the periodic table of elements, fusion is the lightest element in the periodic table, hydrogen. And fission is the heaviest naturally made element in the periodic table, uranium. And so because of that, they're fundamentally different. With fusion, you want to cause two things to fuse. With fission, you cause them to split. We have 20% of our electricity in the United States today generated from fission power. It's 50%, by the way, of clean electricity, which is phenomenal. But because it's 20% of our electricity, it operates on a chain reaction. And so you have a very heavy, bulky element that splits spontaneously, ejects a neutron, and I'm not going to go into any detail because, again, I understand that I'm standing between you and cocktail hour. So, but it's this fundamental chain reaction. It's also the way that our nuclear navy operates, which has set us far and above and beyond many of the other nations in the world, being able to put a nuclear reactor on a submarine or on an aircraft carrier. However, when you talk about fusion, fusion is the reason why we are here. It's how the sun operates and all the other stars in the universe. And so out in space, you have large gravitational fields around these large bodies. And the gravitational fields cause very light elements to get close enough together to cause fusion. And because you're combining two nuclei, you're converting mass to energy, and it's massive amounts of energy. And we heard earlier that nuclear energy is over 1 million times more power dense than regular, what we would call fossil fuel combustion type energy. And the reason that is because when you look at chemical energy or combustion, it isn't the nucleus that's splitting or causing fusion. It's the electron cloud around the nucleus that's making a bond with the other electron cloud around another nucleus, and it's just splitting the bonds between the electrons. Now, when we're inside the nucleus, we are actually causing something to split or to come together and creating those massive amounts of energy.
Okay, who's going to repeat that? No, it's good. I mean, this is it, let's just talk about fission and fusion for a second. There's worry over fission. There's worry over fission products. There's worry over reactors getting away. It hasn't happened very often. Does fusion have the same risks?
So I love fission and I love fusion. And I just want a couple points to make on the fission side and the safety aspect. There were just under 20,000 people that died during Fukushima, all from the tsunami, 0 from what happened with the reactor. And so when I think back at my time trying to develop new nuclear energy with Japan at the time, just before Fukushima, it completely stalled every single effort. They shut down most of their reactors, and they're still now challenged to get them back up and going. So I believe fission is, there are more people who have died from solar energy than from fission, from falling off roofs while doing installation or maintenance or cleaning. With fission, it gets a really bad rap around safety. And so it's been very encouraging for me with this audience and the discussions today, thinking about, let's be realistic about how we're starting to incorporate and take away various generating sources. So fission, as I mentioned earlier, it does have this chain reaction. And if you don't control for that chain reaction or you don't engineer around it, you can potentially get an escalation. The fission reactors that we are building today have safeguards, engineered safeguards that prevent that from happening. When we now look at fusion, so causing two atoms to fuse, it's quite technical in how we get that to happen. It's a quest that humankind has been on since the early 1920s, when a British astronomer looked up at the sun and thought that must operate from fusion, otherwise all of it would have burnt out long ago, and turns out he was right. So it was very insightful. But trying to actually make it happen has been a huge quest. And the reason why is because we're taught in school that there are three states of matter, right? Liquid, solid, gas. Well, turns out that 99% of the universe is not either one of those. It's the fourth state of matter, which is a plasma. And so what is a plasma? You think of solids, liquids, and gases having a nucleus with an electron cloud. Well, a plasma is actually, it's the nucleus, but now the electrons are free. And so for fusion, we have to create plasma. And the reason why is because we don't have these large gravitational fields on Earth. So we have to strip the electrons from the positive nucleus. And when we do that, then we can use magnets. And we can use those magnets to shape and to control the plasma. Inside a fusion reaction, that plasma temperature has to go very, very high, 10 times hotter than the sun, 100 million degrees. And so in order to do that, you have to provide energy to the magnets, number one. So when we talk about safety, if there's anything that were to take away the electricity source, such as what happened with the tsunami in Fukushima, the magnets stop working and the plasma goes poof. And it is inherently safe.
Magnetic confinement.
For magnetic confinement.
Is there another confinement?
There is another confinement. So there are different ways that we are trying to achieve fusion. The two predominant ways, the first one is magnetic, which uses magnetic fields that confine the free electrons in the nuclei. The second way is inertial confinement. And so you may have heard recently, well, it's been a little while now, but at the National Ignition Facility at Livermore, California, they achieved ignition. And that happened about a year and a half ago. Since that time, they've achieved it 5 more times. So what is ignition? Ignition is when you put a certain amount of energy into the plasma and you get more energy out. It's the simplest way to talk about it. They've been on that quest for decades, and they made it happen. And since they initially made it happen, now they've made it happen 5 more times. And so what does that mean? Yes, we know there's still a lot of engineering that has to happen in order to get economical fusion energy. But it shows that the fundamental laws of physics are sound, that we can actually get a self-heated plasma. We can actually get more energy out. And now that they've proven it once and they continue to prove it again, they continue to get more energy out.
Yeah. So like Terry Keeley and Steve Koonin and Mark Mills, Zabrina was a guest on my PBS show with the chairman of the Nuclear Engineering Department at University of Wisconsin. And we had these dialogues, and has been released. Has that show come out yet? I'm not sure. It's
Yes,
out. Yeah, it's out.
out.
So you can catch some of this if you didn't get all that exactly. But it's an incredible achievement, these things, and we talk about both those confinement strategies. So that leads us to the kind of the topic of today. Where are we? And in the program, is there a plan? Is there a strategic plan for fusion? And what's that look like? Are there milestones? Where are we as a country?
So I think a lot about how the Department of Energy and the United States government is funding our nuclear technologies around research and development. Much like on the fission side, where they left it up to private developers to really take the cost and the risk and the licensing and the financials all within private industry, which I think has set us back from the rest of the world. I think that it's a $4 billion proposition to go from a paper study to commercialization. And within the United States, there's significant risk associated with that. I've heard numbers from NuScale, which is a private fission developer, spent officially over $600 million on NRC funds and fines. And
I think John Hopkins.
That's John Hopkins, yeah.
But I think publicly he's even said it was well over $1 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in private, I've heard 900 million, and that's before anything's ever been built. And so how does a private fission company expect to actually get nuclear to the table if it's a new nuclear design and there's all this technical and regulatory and financial risk associated with it? Well, we see it happening in other countries a lot, like China and others. And it's because they are state-funded organizations and the power of the government's behind it. That's not to say the United States has never done that. We were the early adopters of commercial fission power in the 1950s. It was Admiral Hyman G. Rickover that led the program. He got a fission reactor on a submarine, and then he was able to commercialize it in the electricity sector and the civilian sector. I know we can do this. I know that we are entrepreneurs, we can do this. On the fusion side, we've never generated a single electron from fusion. And the fusion budget from US Congress this year, something like just over $750 million-ish a year. We're never going to make anything happen with that amount of funding. However, what we have seen is a little over $6 billion in private fusion investment. And the reason why we've seen that is because there have been significant progress on enabling technologies to help us realize fusion energy. Many people call fusion energy the holy grail of energy. The fuel is abundant. It's hydrogen, as I mentioned. It's actually heavy isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. Deuterium comes from seawater. Tritium comes from lithium. It's safe, as we've already talked about. With fission, the big impediment right now, in my great state where I live of California, there's a moratorium on new fission builds because there is no solution for the waste. But you know what? It's not actually waste. It's spent nuclear fuel. It is an asset. I think Mark mentioned earlier that we only use about 5% of the energy that's in a single uranium atom before we go and we try to store it some way and wait for it to decay. And that's why it lives so long. If we could use more of that energy, it wouldn't be an issue. But we are not reprocessing, right? We've signed a moratorium on reprocessing, so we're not reprocessing our fission nuclear fuel. So in California, we can't build any new fission plants. With fusion, because of the enabling technologies, because we now have private investment, and one big one, which is China, we're going to get fusion, I think, within the next 15 years. 15.
What does it get at?
Not 50, 15. So
15.
So talking about pooling resources and having this be a venture for all of humanity, it was General Secretary Gorbachev that approached President Reagan in the mid-1980s and said, this is the holy grail of energy. Let's bring all of our resources, all of our funding, let's bring everything together and develop a project. That project is happening today. So 35 nations are collaborating in what I would venture to say is the largest scientific collaboration in all of history, maybe other than the space station, on a project called ITER. ITER is in southern France. And this includes Russia and China and Korea and Japan and India. And because the EU, it's 35 total nations. So they just came out with a rebaselining today, which said they will achieve deuterium operations by 2035. The purpose of that machine was to prove fusion feasibility. You can imagine the challenges associated with getting 35 nations with all the different technology and divvying out different pieces of the technology to different countries and all the diplomatic issues that you're going to have around that. So what we've seen China do recently is they're now going out on their own. So they're still a good partner in ITER. They're still participating. But they've now devoted significant funding resources toward fusion energy. Their goal is to train over 1,000 plasma physicists in order to have workforce development and have people actually run these plants. And they plan to have a prototype fusion reactor creating electrons from fusion by 2035.
Mm-hmm. So has the U.S. been leading this effort? Are you implying we may no longer be leading, or soon we will not be leading if we can't get past the budget dust of $750 million?
So we have very little funding going toward it. And about 2 years ago, the White House came out with a bold decadal vision, so 10 years, right? Where they put forward some funds to fund private fusion concepts. And they selected 8 different fusion concepts and expect these fusion companies to bring over half of the funding, and very little amounts of funding for this. And then there was a summit about a month ago talking about signing those contracts 2 years later in the bold decadal vision. So they've now signed those contracts. So it's going, the way we're funding technology in that regard is very much like what we've done on the fission side. And I don't know if Oklo is still here, but kudos to all of those fission companies that are still around doing new designs and still working hard on it. I hope we get there someday. But in addition to that, they set out a strategic plan where the Department of Energy is now looking at what does a roadmap look like to actually achieve fusion energy. There are still technology gaps that we need to get through, like closing the fuel cycle and other things in test stands. And so they're looking at how do we set up collaboration centers around the United States to do that. I work for General Atomics. We're very interested in figuring out what those look like. And then they also put out a very interesting request for information where they're looking at bringing in state and local partnerships to double down on federal funding. And so what we would like, given the state of California's electricity market today, and their goal to achieve 100% renewable electricity by 2045. And last year we got over 50% of our electricity from renewable sources. And oh, by the way, our prices are second highest in the nation. So trying to bring to them this proposition of let's make California the fusion energy state with the 5th largest GDP in the world. Maybe we can put some of that funding toward fusion and actually make something happen.
Yeah. When you say 2035, I want to make sure we all understand that's not commercial fusion, 2035, or is that?
That is a prototype fusion reactor that would create electrons.
Okay.
Take another 5 years or so from there to pop these out.
To start commercializing.
Commercial reactors.
Okay.
Keep in mind, China is currently building upwards of 30 nuclear fission reactors in country right now.
Big ones, not little ones.
They're really making it happen.
Yeah, gigawatt scale.
Gigawatt scale. And I heard earlier that we're going to focus on the technology that's here today, and then we'll bring in nuclear later. Well, here's an idea. The Koreans just built 4 plants in the Middle East, the Baraka plants, and they built them on cost and on schedule. So if we're serious about solving our challenges and our issues here, why not bring the Koreans over to build some plants and train our workforce and get some nuclear plants built today? This isn't a proposition for 10 years. This is today.
Yeah. Yeah. And would we introduce them to the... I'm not even going to say what I was just going to say.
And I'm talking
I
about
wanna
the
keep this
South
positive.
Koreans,
Okay.
by the way.
Yes, South.
Okay.
So, crystal ball. Let's peer into your crystal ball. You've been in this a long time. Where do you think commercial fusion happens first and when?
I think it's going to be China in 2035, unless we can start putting our money together and being smart and being the entrepreneurs that we know that we can be and make it happen on our own.
Darn. General Atomics, nuclear pioneer in many ways, but we haven't heard much about your own high temperature gas reactor and things. Talk about that a little bit. Where's that headed?
So this was a fission reactor. It was a patent I helped write back in 2009 when we realized we needed nuclear power. And we put together a concept that took high temperature gas direct from a reactor core. And instead of going through a steam generator or a Rankine cycle, it went straight through to the turbine blades through a Brayton cycle, which would make it 40% more efficient than a Rankine cycle fission reactor. This was a small modular reactor. It was 265 megawatt electric. And at the time that we started proposing it and bringing it forward for development, and really took a look at the cost behind the $4 billion to get to commercialization, so understanding it needed to be a government venture, there were 60 other concepts that were on the table. And each one of these concepts were being funded at pretty small levels, except for 2. One was TerraPower with Bill Gates, and the other one was X Energy. And both of them now are still around. I think we heard earlier about TerraPower in the state of Wyoming. And so, you know, Bill Gates has gone out a lot on his own when I'm talking about financial risk and regulatory risk. I mean, I don't know many other people other than Bill Gates who could do this. At the time, this was years ago, he was going to get his fuel qualified in China, and then the Trump administration came in, there was a trade war, and he lost hundreds of millions of dollars on that. And that's the type of risk that I'm talking about behind trying to commercialize these new nuclear concepts.
Right. If you look out at this group, and it's a pretty diverse group, we're talking here about zero emissions at the source anyway, high density, which we talked about earlier today, small land footprint, pretty abundant fuel source. I could keep going. What would you say to the combined audience here? If you could say one thing about this, how do you communicate this, and how can we all communicate this in our various networks to motivate a bit more action?
You mean other than what I just said? You want me to?
You've said a lot, but this is a nice summary time. Have you flashed the 5 minutes at me yet? Are we getting almost? So we have 5 minutes left, Zabrina. So, yeah.
So what's the elevator pitch for fusion energy?
Yeah, the reactor core pitch. What's the...
So I 100% believe fusion energy is feasible. Just like anything else, it depends on how serious we want to get about it and how much money we want to put toward it. And if we can decide to do that, and we decide that we have all these other challenges right now with generating electricity, why not focus on one that's going to be there when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing? Why not focus on one that is also, by the way, completely carbon-free? And so if we know that we want to get there, And I will say, the enabling technologies piece of this is huge. So high temperature superconducting magnets, huge, right? Because they're high temperature superconducting, you can get the same magnetic field in a much smaller footprint. The materials research that we do is huge. In both fission and fusion reactors, they are bombarded by energetic neutrons, and they have to go to extremely high temperatures. Materials technology has come a long way in recent years. And then the biggie, like the big enabling technology out of all of this is data collection, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So when you have a plasma, you have a lot of free electrons, you have a lot of ions, all zooming and floating around. To be able to model and simulate that and actually be able to predict something prior to putting it in experimentation, but predict it and have a way of understanding how it's going to react and model the entire thing, not just a subset of the entire thing. And then put in machine learning and everything else that we are now able to do. That brings us that much closer to being able to solve what I think is one of humanity's grand challenges.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. We have a couple minutes. You've mentioned magnets a couple times. We didn't talk about this, but they're not just magnets. There's some pretty unique elements in these things. We had mining discussions earlier today. Are we there? Are we able to, or does China control all of that as well?
Well, so rare earth minerals is something, obviously, we think a lot about. General Atomics has a project in the state of Wyoming where we're showing that we can mine these rare earth minerals and we can extract them and separate them as needed in high efficiency, which is something I think that our nation really needs to focus on, and I'm glad that it was brought up earlier. When we think specifically about magnets, with the ITER project that I mentioned earlier, General Atomics is building the magnet that will go down the center of this project. So when you think of the ITER project, it's a tokamak, and just think a donut, a hollow donut. And down the center of that donut, we stack up these magnets like Legos. So there will be 6 of them, and it's a low temperature superconducting magnet, but it's 1,000 tons and it stands 49 feet tall. And all of that was paid for through the ITER project that we're now producing at General Atomics. It'll be the largest, most powerful electromagnet in history in the world. And so we ship this thing, we put it on a truck.
Is that a cell phone free zone then?
We have to ship these things. We put them on a truck, take them down to the Port of Texas. They get barged over. They actually have 4 of them now in France. They've received them. And so we're completing the others. And so that's an amazing technology that now we have that we can use on other, we're looking at a lot of different defense applications that wouldn't be that size, obviously, but a lot of the same kind of technology goes into it.
Yeah. Well, we're at the end. You get the last word, and I'll ask you what I've asked others. What makes you hopeful? What gives you have 3 kids within a couple twins and 1 a year later. What makes you hopeful for their future?
Well, I'll tell you something that doesn't make me hopeful, and then I'll get to hopeful. Because I don't know if
that's a good direction to go.
Any other parents in the room, the sensationalization right now around climate change, young kids hear that, and they feel it deeply. And I really have a challenge with some of the rhetoric that people are using to try to get a sense of urgency felt to make change. Because I think even they know it's not necessarily true in certain ways, but it does impact our young ones. And I remember being a child thinking about things like climate change, and it doesn't feel good. So I hope somehow we can get that message out, that we have to be careful with the words that we use. Words are very important. But on the flip side of that, what makes me hopeful is just seeing the younger generations and seeing how smart they are. And one thing that I feel personally, I was the first woman on a ship that I was on out of Pearl Harbor. Oh, that went from 1 minute to end.
It's a nuclear reaction. It's just
There's only one second.
no, you're good. You just keep going.
Being the first woman on the ship out of Pearl Harbor made me think a lot about diversity, especially around STEM and technology. And so something that keeps me very hopeful is I see these younger generations, and I don't think they're held back as much by what my ethnicity is, what gender I am, right? They're seeing a lot more examples of people that look like them in diverse areas, and I think they're just going to go for it, and that gives me hope.
Love it. Agree with it too. Let's thank Zabrina and thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to take the privilege of the chair just to acknowledge Mark and the team, David and others, for putting together a remarkable day. I've been to a lot of these like you all have, and I found this just to be truly candid, insightful, and thoughtful today. And I hope we can continue. So congratulations to you all. I know you're going to have the last word, but I'll put it back at you.
Well, with that, please welcome back Mark Mills and David DesRosiers.
Thank you, brother.
Get up,
All right.
Get up, Mark.
I'm here. This is the song and dance number now. Ready?
That's it. Yeah.
All right. So
I started this today where I said, we gave Mark a challenge to try to make this abundant mindset, real clear. And I think you've done it, Mark. I mean, it's just so, it's what a collection of a new way of thinking. It's an old way of thinking. It's what probably brought us most of our civilization.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's needed thinking now. And one of the things that's part of RealClear's business insight is that the best thinking happens in a decentralized marketplace, right? So, Mark has a new think tank he's going to be put up. Heritage has a think tank. Diana back there runs it on energy. But it's like bringing together all those pieces and parts, the diversity of, intelligences, industry, science. You really brought together, I think, the idea made real. And so thank you for that. You did well.
We're going to hug here in a minute. It's going to be an embarrassing moment.
Get away.
Get
Go ahead. No, please.
You deserve a lot. You got something more to say, but I should first note, David is sort of a big picture thinker, as you saw at the outset with his Thomas Paine challenge. But also, and I would just say the speakers who agreed to come, it's not easy to get people to show up at a conference, especially in Washington. So those who are still here, I thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Heartfelt thanks. It's when I'm invited to speak, sometimes it's annoying because you have to travel, and I like to talk, but you have to travel. And I also thank the team, your team, which is terrific. Nathan and Dan, Portia Roberts, who was the logistics, Allegra. I mean, this is, and the heritage behind the glass there. There's a electronics and audio team, the record and broadcast. These things it was very smooth. It clicked. I had nothing to do with that smoothness. And I thought it was great. I mean, I'm just an observer. I thought it was nice and tight, so I thank everybody in your team.
No, and I would just also add that the people who did participate in it, please consider yourself, all kind of real clear contributors. One of the things that we wanted to do with this is to bring an abundance mindset, but to really kind of bring a new think tank alive by curating talent, bringing it together. Our goal is to do this every year, right? And I think we're excited to do the next one, but it's not supposed to stop here. I mean, we want your help in building a betting page, right? We want you to send your writings to us. We want to be the place where you go public with your abundant thinking. So I know we didn't hear a lot from the audience today. I mean, Mark,
that was deliberate.
I know.
I don't care what you have to say. I just not. No, I'm kidding.
I thought you said you were saving it all for the question and answer. Yeah, we're gonna do the Q&A over cocktails.
That's the Q&A time. Exactly.
Yeah, but it's I think what we really need to do we need to take the abundant mindset from the outlier periphery where it is, and we have to bring it to the center. Yeah. And it's going to be by taking a networked approach. So I mean, as I said, RealClear wants to kind of be in RealClear Energy specifically, be that kind of curated energy think tank, in newspaper, right, for us in our efforts. But I do hope that folks will help us kind of refine a bet Also, we do want to put out kind of a declaration of our mind of what we're about. We'd like you to sign on to it. We'd like you to help us kind of get this bet refined. Anybody in the room know how to do betting markets? I mean, we could use a committee on this, but thank you. Also, thanks again to the Root Foundation. We came to you with this idea, and thank God Mark pulled it off. Hopefully we'll be back next year with you. But this is how change happens. It's when a group of people get together with a common idea, and they all work towards a common end. So thank you.
Well, it's thanks to you. I will say one quick thing, that the title of the organization that I'm the executive director of will be new to you in the room because it's a new organization. It's the National Center for Energy Analytics. It's an exciting title. It's descriptive deliberately. I'm saying without any way to denigrate other energy-focused think tanks that we're actually the first pure energy think tank that's not in a university. There's 8 spectacular advisors that I have. You've met 2 of them so far, Zabrina and Scott Tinker, advisors. The others are here, and you can go to our website. I'm not going to make them stand up now. I don't want to embarrass them that they're affiliated with me. They can hide from and we have 9, shortly 10 scholars, which is an army of scholars when it comes to the think tank world, which we intend to expand with a lot of, I think, what will become groundbreaking initiatives, not just studies and op-eds, but structural things, including we're going to figure out how to really do a bet in the betting market on the energy abundance. We're going to come up with a manifesto, David and I, and we're going to issue one. We'll figure it out and drive it based on things you've heard. Simple one, energy abundance manifesto that we can sign on to. This is not an anti or pro-climate change agenda. It's purely an energy abundance manifesto. And from that, we want to see if we can get into the true betting markets. The way the betting markets bet on elections and on football games and hockey games. I pick hockey because I'm Canadian, so they're not so good
Sorry
at football.
about that.
I know.
Florida won.
It's true. You stole our Stanley Cup. So. But I think we can actually get a real bet on the betting market that's derivative from the abundance, like a Simon bet, derivative from the energy abundance thesis. And it'll be interesting to see if we can put something together in the real betting, or a few bets. Maybe it's a bet on EVs, that 2032 comes and EV mandates are here or not. Just simple, binary bets, because that's what people bet on. Trump or Biden wins, a binary bet. I know where I'd bet on EVs being ubiquitous in 2032, but we could probably bet on that before 2032, because I think the denouement's a few years out, not 8 years out. So we're gonna conspire and come back to you, because we have your emails. We can find you.
We do. We know who you are.
You're not going to escape, and try to put this in play quite seriously.
And by next year, when we come back, we're doing this right now. RealClear is launching its own kind of template for peer-reviewed journals. The first one is going to be on public health. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya is going to be the person who's kind of leading that effort and helping us build it. But by next year, I'd like to have a peer-reviewed journal on really energy abundance. So what happens out there, sadly, is that there's a settled mindset when it comes time for energy climate. And we want to just break that mindset to give it a rival. And hopefully we can do that together too.
That'd be fun.
So the Mark and David show is not ending.
This is like the Smothers Brothers, or like those of a certain age. Remember Rowan and Martin? Right here. Yeah.
I think people are going to tell us to get off the stage.
I know.
All right.
Thank you, David.
All right.
Well, that concludes our forum. Thank you so much to our online audience for joining us. I invite you all to scan the QR code here and provide your conference organizers with feedback. We will read it. I will read them all personally, so please do that. And thank you in advance for your thoughts. For those in the room, please gather your belongings, and you're all invited to join us upstairs on the 7th floor for a reception hosted by RealClear and the National Center for Energy Analytics.